Gullible minion, do-pa-dee-doo. I've got a germ tail just for you. Gullible minion, do-pa-dee-dee. If you are wise, you will listen to me. What
Do you get when a germ starts to spread?
filling up minions with lies in their head,
Spreading defamation all over the site.
dodging the rules while avoiding the light.
He's untouchable.
Or so he thinks.
Gullible minion, do-pa-dee-doo.
I've got a germ tail just for you.
Gullible minion, do-pa-dee-dee.
If you are wise, you will listen to me.
What do you get for a suit gone to trash?
A judge who says, drop that ridiculous hash.
8 people sued just to make a new clip.
While the germ lets a dismissal slip with prejudice.
Don't come back! Gullible minion, do-pa-dee-doo.
The germ is just making a sucker of you.
You will live in legal bliss.
Like a lawsuit that just got dismissed.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? What is happening on this fabulous Tuesday evening? So much to talk about. So I brought somebody on with me to discuss. Robbie should be here at some point, but everybody, welcome, Miss Leslie. Hello, Leslie.
Hello, Lisa. Don't
How
mind.
you doing?
So I have had the longest day today. So
I bet.
if I seem like I'm just absolutely exhausted, it's because I am. So if my words are dragging or whatever, I'm exhausted.
You guys will see what is so exhausting in just a minute.
I've dealt with a lot today. I mean, dealt with a lot. I have found some really good attorneys who are. Can I just say this because I'm pretty excited about it. Found some really good Miami attorneys, and so far, like everybody that I present the facts of my case to about what happened with the school, the defamation, they're all jumping on it. I spent all day back and forth with this big time online defamation law firm. They got a $11.6 million verdict in 2008 against online defamation. And they're very much interested in my case. So I had to get them tons of information today. So between that and everything else, I'm tired.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting some of the stuff you came across while getting that information?
Oh God, Lisa. Okay, I never, it's so funny because I guess my HR records from when I taught school were emailed to me, but I was so disheveled over everything that happened that it's like I didn't even open my emails to even look. I had requested them, but I just never looked at them. But today when this law firm was asking me to send all the HR records and everything to them, I found it and I pulled it up. But you want to go ahead and tell the news? You want to say the news, Lisa?
Yeah. I'm going to scroll through your HR basically down to the bottom. Like all that stuff's, pretty personal, but I mean, obviously you can get it.
Yeah.
But, we're not going to
Well, can I laugh about this? In my HR records, now they don't have my transcripts from law school, but they have all my other transcripts. And I just found it so funny that Megan sat there and said I was a con, that I didn't go to school, that, you know what I mean? That I have no education. And you see all my transcripts are in that HR record.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll pull up first. Hold on. Some of these dingbats, we're going to go over some comments later, but some of these dingbats, like here's one. Let me show this one first. Since this one loves to talk and summarize my show, let's just bring that up. Here's the tidbit.
Well,
go ahead.
AKL broke down, crossed over to the Mexican border, grabbed a bag of pot for Peggy's menopause.
No way.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And now men Peggy and them are out on the front where they used to drink beer.
And they're
They're
smoking
out
pot.
smoking a joint.
That's funny. The new King of the Hill came out, and so we were catching up on that. Let's see. Let me find this. All right, here we go. All right. So the infamous I Watch So You Don't Have To decided that she was going to show some of your, stuff on here.
You a question, Lisa. Who in the hell is out there searching for my resume? I mean, this is psychotic. I'm sorry.
I know. They're so bad. So they're trying to mock this whole thing, like, top trial attorney 2020. Like, they're trying to say
I have awards for all this shit. I sent you a picture for one of them.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay.
Like I'm not trying to I'm not bragging, but I got awards.
Hello.
That's an award, okay? They're trying to say and I was laughing because I had a friend call me today that saw all this shit, and she's like, the minions are basically saying that you never got. I was like, how the hell would they know whether I got an award or not?
Why are they going after the resume?
Yeah. So she's like, send me a picture of the award. So I came home and I sent her a picture of the award. I'm like, I'm not lying about this shit. Everything on my resume is 100% correct. I don't put shit on my resume that I can't verify. Period.
Yeah. So, all right. So I just figured as soon as you said something like that, we'll just show that. But there you go, guys. So I Watch So You Don't Have To. Yeah. Okay.
Who's I Watch So You Don't Have To. I don't even know who the hell that is.
What the hell's that?
Oh, they know who it is.
What do you
the
watch
detectives
that you
do.
don't have to?
That's the one that's.
Were they trying to say that I didn't get an award in Brevard County?
Yeah, they're like, who's called her the top trial attorney?
What
blah,
do you
blah,
mean?
blah.
You watch something.
She's listed as that.
You watch something so Leslie can't watch it?
If it makes this, is it a girl or a guy?
He goes, what is that? Does that mean you watch something so Leslie can't watch it?
No, but here, let me ask you, Lisa, is it a girl or a guy? This watching?
It's a person. It's a girl.
Okay,
an old lady.
Who the hell is she? What does she know about my life? She knew me from Adam.
No, she just comes on. She's probably listening right now. She does summaries of my channel. If you go to her channel on Facebook, it's all my channel.
Yeah.
I
just laugh. I guess it makes
you don't have to, and then she summarizes my show.
Well, I guess it makes her feel better. I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here. This is so idiotic to me that I had to take a picture of an award because I heard people were saying I didn't get it. Are you serious right now?
Well, that's like them saying I never worked in the music industry or anything. And meanwhile, I look up to my left and I got 2 freaking gold plaques up here that were awards to me. So I'm like, I'm not showing them.
But it makes them feel better.
So they can start calling up people that you
that's
know
exactly
and
what I
start
said.
having them.
I'm like, I'm not going to have them calling record companies and, no.
You know, like Lisa, do you understand the insanity? Do you understand how crazy this is?
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? What type of person is this that they're sitting there vetting, going through? What life does this person have? Really?
None.
Really?
None. Absolutely none.
I mean, you got to feel sorry for this girl. She's probably nasty and freaking, I won't say that because I'm fucking depressed as shit. So I have no room to talk. But I'm saying, what type of life does this girl live to say such shit?
Oh,
right.
That's all I'll say.
Nothing yet, Joanne. Gary's like, what have you said so far? I'm like, nothing yet, we're trying. All right. So this is Leslie's personnel records, HR personnel records. And basically this gives a history of your job at the school, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I actually taught when I got out of my first divorce, I was 27, and I had actually taught the remainder of the year. When I just got a divorce, when I moved back to Orlando, the problem is I couldn't keep up at it. I had kids doing drugs in my class.
You counted.
Right.
It was not good, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. And so I was young at the time. I was only 27. I didn't really have power over these kids, So and you'll see, it's all in my HR records. I'm like, I can't teach with these kids are doing LSD. They're doing all kinds of shit. And I didn't get any support from the school and I didn't feel comfortable. I tried to call their parents. And so I ended up walking away from teaching when I was like 27. I only did it for a little bit back then.
Right.
You'll see that in my records. You'll see my maiden.
Well, I'm not going to go through everything. If they want to see your records and let them go for it, like,
You know what I want you to do? Show my goddamn freaking transcripts, because Megan says I'm a fraud with no education. I mean, you don't have to like close up. You just show my damn transcripts. Like, this is bullshit. That anybody, like, I worked hard for that shit. You know what I mean? For her to sit there and say I'm a con that has no First of all, do you think that the freaking school district, like, do you understand they have to get those transcripts straight from the university? Like, they don't get those from me. You know, like, that's defamation. Oh, don't worry. Defamation. Let me tell you, Lisa, I spoke to so many attorneys today that want my case. Defamation's coming for these people. I've already sent videos. I've already showed the defamatory statements. Megan, I know there's a video out there where she calls me a con. She calls me dangerous. Like, it's coming. It's coming, baby. It's coming. And I'm going to be so damn happy, because you know what? It's so funny. They want to determine me a vexatious litigant so that I can't basically represent myself, or whatever the hell they want to say if I'm representing. I don't want to represent myself. I want a big time Miami law firm to represent me, buddy. And you can pay their damn attorney fees when we win.
Right. Well, here's the funny thing. Like, as far as defamation goes, you know how I got her on this copyright, right?
Yeah.
I don't need my watermark for here. I have permission to use it. Leslie's on the panel. It's okay. But so even though, like, they know that, they just don't think I'm going to file anything, right? But even though they know that, she's going on last night and posting like the body cam footage or whatever. She's turning my face into a fish, mocking me the whole night. I'm like, wow, since when does a walrus have gills?
Megan is doing this?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, this woman is a dope.
She's like, I'm sorry, there's no respect. She's not a classy woman. She's not an educated woman. She's a low-class piece of trash. I'm sorry. You know, who acts like that as a fucking mother and a 50-year-old woman? You should be ashamed of yourself, Megan Fox.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Like, wow, you want to talk about defamation?
You wish you had my education, bitch. You know, I'm sorry to say, but like, I'm so sick of this woman making fun of your appearance, Lisa. Screw that, man.
Oh, I don't care. I laugh it off, but I'm like, now she's got me as a fish. And here's the funny part. I knew about it, so obviously I downloaded her video, right? But I haven't watched it yet. But then you got these other hags from Facebook, and they call themselves hags, so I'm not actually being mean about it. Okay, they go live today, and I got so many links to this, and that's how I saw the picture, because they showed it of me with this fish face, and I'm like, since when does walruses have gills? You know?
Do you understand? Like, do you understand how this sounds like a bully third grade calling you a walrus?
It really is. And what's funny is you got these women on there. Literally, I'll show you in a little bit. As soon as we're done with this. But these two women are like, first of all, one looks 80 years old. She's thin as a freaking rail. She looks like you put green on her face, and she's the Wicked Witch of the West. And then you got the other one, who is another large woman, like trying to go up, and like she just talks so slow. It's like, you know what? I'm like, I can't with these people. I don't even care. I don't even know.
You can't make.
I don't care what they say. It doesn't even matter. But I thought it was funny.
People are absolutely nuts. Like, it's funny. They want to call me nuts. Like, I'm sorry, but these people are nuts. Anyway, yeah.
All right. So this is your personnel records. Okay. Let's go through. Okay. Now, some of you may actually seen this because Jerem posted something about it, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a timeline here. Okay. Now, Jeremy called, we've proven, the police report proves that Jeremy was the one that called Leslie's school and said defamatory stuff to her and brought, this whole thing up that eventually led to her getting fired, right? That was what, November 6th?
November 6th, yes.
2025. Okay. So here are her HR records, and this might look familiar to you because Jeremy posted something like this when he was...
Really go back for a second, because I actually want to brag about this for a moment. Go back to that first page. So any of these idiotic people out there, go and see the freaking rigmarole that I had to go through. I had to go through FBI investigation because I'm teaching high school, for God's sake.
Right,
how like you know what the attorney was talking about today, so defamatory to call me dangerous. I've never been arrested in my life. These people
right.
I took drug tests, I took freaking FBI background checks. Like they're not going to let anybody just teach. And so
Right.
and look, I have no criminal background. You know what I'm saying? Like look at everything I had to go through just to
Yeah.
get cleared to teach. And this mother effer goes and says I'm dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. So it goes through all this, right? And this is basically it's part of your like application, right?
Well, no, this is what happened was once I was hired, I had to go to OCPS and I had to do all the drug testing because you can't do any drugs. And I had to,
Right.
and I don't do drugs. I'm not a drug user. And then I had to go through criminal record history. I had to get FBI, background check. So this is my consent. To a lot of this is my consent. So
Okay.
yeah.
So she was asked all these questions, and Jeremy actually did a post. I'm going to show you the post in a minute, but this is part of her HR report, right?
And
So
remember that picture that's on the screen right now. I want everybody to remember that. But keep going.
all right. So this, I'm not. The reason I'm not really going through it was one. It's her, information. If people want it, they can get it because it is public, right? However, there's 122 pages. Okay, so it's pretty extensive, right? And it has all this stuff in it. So let's just scroll through this. If there's something you want me to stop at, Leslie?
No, just keep going. This is like my consents to doing different things. This is, like me signing up to get paid, me getting benefits. It's an HR packet. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to do a lot of background. Like I said, they vet you for all this stuff. They had to get all my college transcripts. You'll see that towards the end, but you can go through this pretty fast because this is going to be boring for everybody.
Where's the one that Jeremy posted?
I'm going to show you. There's a reason. I'm getting to it. Okay.
You're going to shit, Gabe, if you don't.
You guys, wait till you see this, guys.
So this goes all the way through, and then it goes back in 2005 when they had all my records back then. When I used to teach. So they have all that stuff. So like you keep going. It has like copies of my driver's license with things redacted, my social security card redacted. Just goes through all that good old stuff. But anyway, keep going. My ethics, like you have to abide by certain ethical rules, as a teacher. So I had to attest to that drug testing consent. You just keep going.
Oh, what about the transcript?
Well,
You want me to-
I'm at the very end, so you can keep going down. But you'll see my college transcript since Megan thinks I'm full of shit, that I have no education, I'm some con. I don't know how I practice law, and I don't know how I got hired as a teacher, Megan. I mean,
Yeah, especially chemistry.
I don't know why I'm not. If I am a con, why am I not sitting in jail for that? For conning.
Right.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
these are all
It's like-
fake, guys.
Like
These are
people
all
can't
fake.
see this woman is like that's my maiden name. That has my maiden name on it.
Joking, of course.
It has recommendations. Where people recommend. There's my college transcript, but these are like all the colleges I went to. But like, I just want to say this because this pissed me off when she said I was a con. I went to chiropractic school for 2 years, so that's how I took a bunch of science courses. I went after college at DePage. That's when I went and took all my prerequisites because I was thinking about applying to dental school. So I had to take organic chemistry 1 and 2, chem 1 and 2, and I had almost 4.0 and all that shit, bitch.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was really good in chemistry. But anyways, there's my license. You keep going.
I'm at the last page.
Yeah.
So
So funny,
basically,
I saw my license from 2005 and I was laughing. There's my license. Like, go back. I was laughing at that. I saw my license from 2005.
right.
There's one of my resumes. I mean, so I don't
Yeah.
know. But okay, stop. Go back. Go down. Just a smidge. Keep going. Go down.
All right, guys, are you ready?
You ready for this? Now, mind you, don't forget, Jeremy called my school and defamed me on November 6th. Now, before you see this, I want you to remember, he's suing me for abusive process. And what that means is that what he has to prove is that I had a frivolous finding. Okay. What I do for my work and what I do as a school teacher has absolutely no relevance to anything that he's suing me for at this point. Okay. Just so you know. Keep going.
Okay. So basically, anybody can FOIA this information, right? And you know how Jeremy loves FOIA, 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 FOIA.
FOIA, FOIA, FOIA.
Yeah. So I want to show you who FOIA'd this information. You ready?
You ready? Everybody ready? Go ahead, Lisa. Did you show it yet?
Yeah, I just got to
Okay.
open up a little bit more.
Look at the date.
On 11/13,
4 days after Jeremy called my school.
Randall Shochet,
Randy Shochet,
Shochet,
the
FOIA
lawyer.
his lawyer.
HR file from my school.
Hold
Here,
on.
let me zoom in a little more so y'all can see that. See it? Name of individual company that requested that. Hold on, it's cutting off. Let me open it up a little more so you can see. Requested the file, Randy Shochet.
Now, this, I want to say, this has zero relevance to what he's suing me for. So the
Right.
only reason he could be requesting my HR file is to harass me, to give his client this to harass me. And
Let's show you something though. Let's
Yeah.
show something else. I want to show something else.
Yeah. No, really fast. I want everybody to know I was forced to resign on November 21st. So from November 6th, when Jeremy first called my school, 4 days later, Randall Shochet FOIA requested my HR records. And then there were 2 posts, aside from videos, that Jeremy made prior to me being forced to resign.
Who posted that?
Jeremy.
And
So
look,
he posted something Shochet gave him?
Yep,
look on the bottom. Remember I told you guys to
You
remember
can't do that.
he did.
remember that photo that I showed you? I said to you guys,
Oh, man.
don't forget that, because that was part of my HR record. And
Yeah,
Come on,
you see these questions.
So
See those?
Shochet got forward personal information about.
even though it's public record,
You can't do that
he
as a
gave
lawyer.
it to his
but this is
client
Yeah, especially your client.
to harass Leslie
to
online.
harass me online.
Oh
This
my
had no
God.
relevance
Did he actually
whatsoever.
post it?
Yeah,
let me tell you,
and
What did you
This-
think? You couldn't see that? You couldn't get this?
apparently not.
tell you, I forwarded this to the Florida bar today, and I said, if this doesn't show you that this disgusting,
Because
I was going to
disgusting
say, did you
attorney.
did you send that to the bar?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, I sent the whole thing to the bar, and I said, look,
Oh, he's
I
fucked.
said he FOIA requested. His client posted the FOIA request to harass me,
Yeah.
and then here's the irony. The next photo, Lisa, I think you're going to show is the one
He's
where
a conspirator. He's
Yeah.
He's,
Well,
he's
here's
a
the whole
co-conspirator.
Exactly. And we just proved it.
Yeah.
We just proved it. Because we've been saying it all along. He's
What
been
lawyer does that for?
because he's Shady Shochet.
let me tell
That's Shady Shochet.
I've never heard of a lawyer
you, no convict.
shit somebody so they
Yeah. So
can
then
harass him. with it.
let's show something else.
Oh, he's a piece of shit.
He's
He's
a
just
piece of
Jeremy.
shit. And he's dumb. I'm sorry. I think, in my opinion, the guy's dumb as freaking dumb.
Well,
And-
he had a failed tooth dental practice, didn't he?
Listen,
Yeah.
that guy's not
No,
only
he got in trouble
disgustingly,
for
like, morbid looking, but he is got probably the worst character of anybody I have ever met in the legal profession. It doesn't surprise me because don't forget, he was a convicted felon.
Yeah.
You know, he never, and even the Arkansas bar said he didn't change. Do you think the man's going to change? No, he's just
He
doing
never
it
did.
in Florida with another freaking guy, as far as I'm concerned, is insane in my opinion. But
Yeah.
but you see this
So
picture
look
right
at this
here.
post.
What?
Look at this post. This
Now,
post
let
is
me-
cartoon.
Let me
cartoon
tell you
today.
about that post, Lisa.
Go
That
ahead.
post was posted the day before I was forced to resign. How did he know? I will tell you how he knew, because Shochet was probably calling the district office. And Shochet was exercising his lawyer status and doing whatever he had to do to make
did
my
it
life.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, he's fucked.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, let me
And
tell
he's
you-
trying to
let me tell
prove to the bar with all these rebuttals that we're just like, because I saw mine, I saw a couple of the rebuttals because now I'm like, what the hell, right?
Yeah.
So he's basically trying to deny everything that's being said, and it's just like some type of retaliation because he sued us, right?
Well,
And we're trying to prove that he's in cahoots and he knows what his clients are doing, and he's trying to deny it. And I'm like,
and they did, and she just sent her that.
yeah, and it was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You literally requested this, and Jeremy aired it.
Yeah,
And you sent it to your client to harass her.
Well, Lisa, another thing.
Just like they sent the transcripts, okay?
Yeah.
How is you think Tug is paying for the transcripts of Michelle's depot? I don't think so. And by the way, guys, I find it really funny how he has an image over him reading these supposed transcripts tonight. Okay, he's not showing the transcript at all. He's reading. He's got an image over it. But go ahead, Leslie. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is that, you know, when this goes into litigation, which this is, I'm just trying to figure out the best Miami attorney that I want to freaking slam him with, like somebody really good. And like I've been talking back and forth all day with this guy that got over $11 million verdict against an online defamation case. Not even to include the torturous interference with my work, but we're going to get all the records from the Orange County School District of anybody who called about me, and because it's all recorded and it's all under Sunshine State laws, I get all those records. Anybody who emailed, anybody who called, anybody who expressed concern. And I will tell you right now, if Megan Melissa Fox comes up or Matthew Lewis comes up, their ass is going down too. Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not playing. And if anybody else is responsible for this, your ass is going down too. Because you ruined my fucking profession, you ruined my fucking job.
Right.
And then you all want to laugh at me being in foreclosure? Go screw yourselves that laugh at I can't. You ruined my goddamn job.
Yeah. Yep. They mess with your job after mocking you and saying whatever about being in foreclosure, and then stopped you from creating income so you could even, live. You have children. You have children that live under that home.
No, Lisa, then they lie and say, I go get Botox and I don't pay my mortgage. Go F yourself, you idiotic freaking losers. The whole thing is I haven't gotten Botox and I can't even remember years, okay? Yeah. And on top of that, you guys, the ones that interfered with my work, are responsible for the damages of my goddamn foreclosure that I couldn't pay my mortgage because I was unemployed. You don't think that's damage that's going to be presented to a jury, punitive damage? Come on. Yep. Come on, people. Wake the hell up. If you're in La La Land now, you little delusional people that screwed with my job, you won't be in La La Land in the future. I can promise you that, because I will not let you get away with ruining my livelihood. And for the audacity of Jeremy to go live and sit there recruiting people to find out where I am applying to jobs, people freaking stalking me to get my resume, so you can find out to stalk me more. You guys are sick in the head. Get a life, people. You're going into what type of people are you? Seriously, I'm so there's no words, Lisa. There's no words.
I know
exactly.
Trust me, I can't even tell you how when she noted, and she had this because she had these records, right? And she just didn't go through them, and today she did. And at the very, very last page, that's 122 pages on there. The very last page, she recognized who requested this FOIA. And I remembered when she showed me the posts with the questions on there, I'm like, I remember that post that Jeremy did, because I see, when he puts up posts on his wall and they're all negative, whether it's with me, Bruce, Michelle, I save it all because that's evidence of defamation or whatever.
I'm so glad that my job, that my business is based off word of mouth.
Yeah.
Not advertising.
Yeah.
I don't advertise at all.
Well, you don't mess with someone that is working in a profession.
You don't mess with their home, their landlords, their foreclosures, their banks. You don't mess with any of your jobs.
Well, I'll tell you right now what I'm learning. All the time I thought it was some of these crazy people on Facebook. I don't think it is at all. I think it's Jeremy Shochet. Now, I mean, we got the proof now. Jeremy is demented. Like the fact that this is what this guy lives for. No wonder his family doesn't talk to him. No wonder his kids don't talk to him.
Yeah.
What type of man sits there and obsesses like this? You know what I'm saying? To bring people down. I wasn't. Don't forget, Lisa.
Now, is any of this, all this, is any of this criminal, or is it mostly?
It's absolutely criminal too.
Civil.
Listen, I'm gonna identify him. I'm gonna identify him to the police. I'm just waiting, and he will be charged. So he hasn't gotten by yet. I just haven't identified him yet. But you know, if you remember, I vanished during this time. Remember, I vanished. I had nothing to do with anybody. I had no social media. I was quiet. At least I think I talked to you every seldom. I vanished, and this is the stalking that they continue to do on my life.
Yeah. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Thank you, Jenny. But Leslie and I talk all the time. We have conversations. We get it. So Leslie, what is this here? So this is
okay. This is when
they said. Now Rosalind Duke, posted that this person.
Who the hell? Let me stop for a second. Who the hell is Rosalind Duke?
Megan's little cohort, Megan's little buddy that she brought into all this.
She interfered with my job too. She's damn lucky I haven't gone after her yet. You know, who is she to contact who I work for? I don't know that bitch from Adam. Who is she to contact?
She got a response from them and says that the principal said nothing like this ever happened, right? Because she went to him saying the school was shut down and kids weren't being educated or something.
Well, look at the email. Look at the email. The principal clearly sent an email the same day. It's November 6th. It says, "Team, many of you are receiving spam emails asking you to click on a link. It's from a concerned citizen. Please delete. I have let the district know along with the district police." This came from the principal. Okay. And so what happened was they had sent that spam email with the link telling them, you want to know the real Leslie Rodriguez, click the link, right? And the principal got it and it got sent to every teacher in the school. And he immediately sent out this email to all of us telling us to disregard. At this point, I had no idea it had anything to do with me because I hadn't even opened the email at that point.
Right. Now, Leslie, let's correct the trolls here, okay? When this went down, right? They stopped your class. They pulled you out, and they started.
I had to go home early that day. I got pulled out of class. I had to. I'll tell you. You want me to give you details for the trolls that don't believe? Listen, I'm not here to. Trolls are insane. You're not.
Well, they're saying the entire school was shut down.
No, the entire school was not shut down. The entire was not shut down. But
the teachers will put on awareness with all this. Everybody
was put on awareness. The principal said he's reporting it to the police. You know, I mean, it was obviously serious enough to report to the police now, wasn't it? You know, the school was shut down. I mean, this was a big ordeal. It disrupted the day.
This wasn't shut down like a school shooting or something like that. No. This was just stopped for a moment, and then Leslie was, obviously talked to.
Yeah. And so they came. I worked on the third floor, and they walked me down the stairs. The assistant principal came and got me. I had to walk down across, the whole common area where the students hang out. I had to go to the building across. There's an area in there where there's two sheriffs on duty, to patrol the school. I had to go in there. I had to fill out an affidavit. The assistant principal. That's why I said, Lisa, request the affidavit from the assistant principal. The assistant principal had to fill out an affidavit where she had to say in detail what happened because she was the one who took the call with Jeremy. She was the one that came up to me because what happened was I was no fool. I knew this guy was a psychopath. And so when I started working there, I gave the school a copy of my original lawsuit. And I said, I have a stalker. This guy's stalking me. I'm afraid. I don't want to go by my legal name. And they said, you have to, because that's how we have you cleared. So I said, can I go by Miss Leslie? Because I was scared. I honestly was legitimately scared of this man. Okay. Right. And so I already prepped the assistant principal on who this man was and what he had done to me in the past. I gave her a copy of the lawsuit. So she already knew. So when he called her and tried to pretend to be a parent of one of my students, she asked him his name. She couldn't verify, because it was a large school. We had like almost 2,000 kids there. You know what I mean? She's not going to know the parent name. So when she looked him up, she couldn't verify it. Then he said to her, I'm a famous YouTuber. Well, that ringed a bell with her because she remembered what I told her when I started working there and the lawsuit that I gave her. That's when she came up and she got me and she said, I need to tell you something, Wesley. This guy, the guy that you told me about, he called the school. He just called the school. And this is going to be in an affidavit. I'm not lying about this. You just FOIA request the affidavit.
Well, it's in the police report too.
Well, her name is Nancy Murchison. She was the assistant principal. She actually filled out she was the witness to all of this. She filled out the affidavit giving details as to what Jeremy said to her when he called. And so she obviously didn't tell me all the details. I wish I would have known. She more or less just told me he called acting like a concerned parent, that he was a famous YouTuber, and she realized quickly that he was not a parent there. And so she came and got me. We filled out police reports. And then immediately I started bawling. I was crying. I was having a panic attack, to be honest with you, because that man gives me PTSD, at least at that time he did. And so I was like, oh shit, how does he fucking know where I'm working? Because that was my biggest fear, that this man who stalks my life is going to find out where I work. This is stalking. Okay. Yeah. And so I started shaking. I broke down. She gave me Kleenex. She sent me to the lady on campus, the therapist, told me to go meet with the therapist. And then they both agreed that I needed to go home early because I wasn't in the condition to teach after that. And so that's what happened. That's what happened. And so it was just and then of course, when I went back, I was paranoid at this point. I'm like, oh my God, this man knows where I work. What else is he going to do? And then the weird thing was, and this is why I know when I requested, the sunshine laws, all the correspondence with the district, we got some weird email as teachers from the district office. And they were telling us our rights if we had a First Amendment person show up at the school to interview. And I can almost guarantee you it's Megan or one of those people said they were going to come because they have a right to enter campus. They have a right to talk to the teachers. And so we got this really weird email telling the teachers, this is your right. You do not have to speak to them if they come and try to interview you. So and this came right after Jeremy called. And I remember talking to my friend Carla. She was a teacher there. And I remember saying, Carla, I think this weird email that we got about these First Amendment people wanting to come on campus and do interviews, I think it's these Hales people. And I said, because it's too ironic that the minute they found out where I'm working, a phone call is made. A few days later, we get this letter, giving us our rights to not have to speak to them, from the district office. So then I knew. I was like, I know they're doing something behind closed doors, but I couldn't figure it out. Nobody was really telling me. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. Now this letter here is the acceptance of your resignation. This is on the 21st.
Yeah, that was my resignation because I didn't really have a choice. Because I was on, you guys got to remember, when you're a first year teacher, you're on what's called a provisional contract. So it doesn't matter how well you perform at your job. If they want to get rid of you, they can get rid of you. And so clearly, whatever was going on with the district office, with all these people probably bombarding them, and I'm sure when I get all those records, I'm going to find out even more of this story that I don't even know. They could get rid of me for whatever reason. And these people clearly, were too much for the district office. You guys got to remember, these are educators. They're there for the kids. They're not there to get wrapped up in drama. They're not there to waste time on this bullshit. And that was it. You know what I'm saying? Like they just probably didn't want to deal with it, and they wanted me to go. They wanted me to go after.
Unreal, man.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah.
So just to quickly go over, so we showed the the HR, right, that he requested this information on the 13th. Randy Shochet requested it. Yep. And with what he received, now I'll scroll all the way back up here. Hold on, let me just move my screen over a little bit. All right. Well, so in this HR, here's the questions, right? All these questions. And as soon as he received that, he puts up a post attacking Leslie with the same questions on there. Where did he get this from?
And
Where
see,
did he get any of this from?
I had never seen my HR records until today because the attorney in Miami asked me to send them to him. So
Yeah.
I had not seen the HR records until today. And when I saw them, I was like, holy shit. Because then what the attorney wanted me to do is he wanted me to send him, just some video links, to where I was being defamed, and, he wanted me to basically send him just, samples of what was going on with me. And then I
Right.
came across this and I'm like, holy shit, this is my freaking HR records.
Right. And then down at the bottom, you saw what Randall said. Now, all of a sudden, Jeremy posts this. Okay. So, how can he claim that he has no knowledge of what Jeremy's doing, nor could he try and stop him?
What right was it to get I mean, I understand everybody has a right to public records, but what relevance was this? What relevance was this? There was no other relevance than to screw with my job. Okay. Because this has no relevance to the case that they're suing me for. This has no legal relevance. So this was strictly for the purpose of harassing me and tampering with my job.
Definitely tamper with your job, because then they did this.
Yep.
That's before you even resigned. How did they know anything was going on?
That's what I wanted to know. I was like, what is going on here? Like, they're so sure that I'm going to get fired. And this is why I absolutely know, because I have read cases with Randall Shochet where he has represented criminals and he has literally exploited and threatened the police department. Just so you know, I have to find those, but he literally goes behind the scenes and he does his dirty work. So when I read that, I was like, he tries to get his clients off the hook. So he tries to intimidate, and exploit and threaten law enforcement. And so I was like, well, if he's doing it, and then, you showed me, Lisa, what he did with Lynette with that deposition, and then having Jeremy call law enforcement, where Jeremy blatantly lies to law enforcement.
Oh, I don't know why she would text me. Yeah.
Here she is saying, oh my God, I'm so sorry I sent you this text. And then the next day or whatever it was after, Jeremy's on the phone with Shochet with law enforcement there. Law enforcement goes, well, why would she send you this text? And he goes, I don't know. I mean, that is a bold-faced lie, and Shochet knew all about it. So, this is how Shochet plays, because don't forget, he was a convicted criminal. He is not a man of character, man of character. And so, I mean, look, he just like cheat on his wife and leave his wife for Dorian Ankles or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That lady looks lady to me, in my opinion, that woman looks either like a crack whore or a transvestite with a wig on. I can't figure it out, but it doesn't matter. I don't have respect for her either, because she's behind the scenes too.
Some kind of something. Well, you saw how she was in that video, how she was acting. I'm like, that woman is on something.
That way,
some kind of something.
That girl's, I don't give a shit how fit she is. That is ugly. It's like, I'd rather have some meat on my bones than look like that.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, so this is just proof that Shochet is completely aware and involved in the stuff that Jeremy's doing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he has an enjoyment for it myself. But it's not just that he was caught with today. He was caught doing some other shit, and God only knows how long he's been doing it. Oh, sorry. Totally different message. But God only knows how long he's been doing it. So this right here is proof that he's been involved, and at least since November, right? With Leslie, okay? I've dealt with him lying and trying to intimidate me in a simple email in regards to a deposition. I also dealt with him trying to fool the court into, him quickly responding to a motion to dismiss that when the other, 5 people before me, or 4 or 5 people before me, he needed more time, to answer in opposition to a motion to dismiss. But because he knew I was going to change it, he went and immediately did it within 24 hours.
Can I tell you?
And the judge caught it.
Can I tell you what he's done recently in my case?
Go ahead.
I find this kind of ironic. So you guys know that I sent out admissions, I sent out requests to produce, right? And all I'm trying to do is just authenticate some things. And, if I can't authenticate it through them, then I'll authenticate it with you or me. There's ways to authenticate it. And he intentionally evaded sending me discovery. Now, admissions are yes.
Oh, okay, yeah,
You simply answer yes or no. He asked for an extension. He does not ask for a remedy. He doesn't ask for a time period. He doesn't even give it.
Sorry, Leslie.
What is Shocket's excuse going to be for him giving it to Jeremy? What's he going to say? What if they ask him, why'd you do it?
Right.
What's he going to say? My client needed to know about this?
His client didn't need to know about any of this.
Right. You know, like,
Client didn't need to know about a goddamn thing. Like, why did he have my HR records?
Yeah.
I mean, what's he going to say when they question him about it? Well, I thought it was relevant for my client to do this.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, he's going to use the discovery because he's in a lawsuit with you. So he's going to use that, but this still isn't relevant. He gave it to Jeremy to use to harass you. What's up, Robbie? Robbie's here.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Hey, Robbie.
And Scooter.
Hey,
Yeah, so Robbie, you kind of missed some of this. We just busted Shochet today.
What?
Leslie did Shochet actually interfering and being in cohorts with Jeremy to harass Leslie.
no way.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I never looked at my HR records because when I left the school, I was really depressed and I just didn't want to be reminded. But I've been talking to several Miami law firms that handle torturous interference claims with defamation, and they're very, very much interested in my case to sue the fuck out of Jeremy. And so today I was back
I would
and
add
forth.
Shochet to that.
Yeah, exactly. I was back and forth with a big time law firm out of Miami, and they were asking me to turn over a bunch of stuff so they could review it. And so one of the things they requested was, do I have my HR records from the school? And I went back through my emails, and lo and behold, I found out that, yes, I did have those. I didn't open it. I didn't know. So I went through my HR records, and as I went all the way to the very last page, I was shocked to find out that 4 days after Jeremy called my school, Randall Shochet FOIA requested my HR records.
You got to be kidding me.
No, and here's the thing. There's no relevance to
the
it.
screen.
There's no relevance to it. It has nothing to do with the lawsuit that he's suing me for. It has no legal, like, there's nothing relevant about knowing my HR records for what he's suing me for. So the only reason he could be, requesting my HR records is for the purpose of harassment and tampering with my job.
And then after he got them, we showed the part where it's questions and stuff like that they asked her in her records. So after Randy got it, he gave them to Jeremy, and Jeremy made posts about it. And this is part of the questionnaire part, and he posted it, and this is one of his posts. So Randy gave it to Jeremy to harass her.
Oh my God! Please get this guy disbarred. This is
I
so
Robbie,
unethical.
I sent this straight over to the Florida bar today. I sent everything straight over to the Florida bar, and I reminded the Florida bar. I said, you are in receipt of the police report where Randall Shocket's client defames me to my employer. I said, you are in receipt of the harassing posts, that he sent prior to my, me having to be forced to resign. You are in receipt that I lost my job. This is all during litigation. And I said, and now you're in receipt of Randall Shochet requesting my HR records 4 days after his client criminally calls my school pretending to be a concerned parent while defaming me.
And then he puts up another post, a cartoon thing of her getting removed from the school a day before she resigned.
Yeah, a day before. They brought me into the principal's office the next day on the 21st of November. That post was made on the 20th. It was the day before. So they knew they were concocting and they were up to something. They were bombarding the district office. Yeah. I will get all that information, and I will uncover that, especially if I get, an attorney that's going to be taking this case. They're going to uncover all of it. But yeah, so it's like crazy.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This is
I mean,
so
we knew it,
unethical.
but now the proof of it is just like, wow. So you want to go about Tizzy the Bow Wow and her timeline. Look at these timelines, guys. This is real shit. Okay. The other thing, Leslie, I wanted to ask you about is the emails and the arguments. When you were talking before about the JA, the JA.
Yeah, this is so funny. Oh my god, you can show it if you want. I don't really care, but this is really
But
so everybody understands when you a judicial assistant, we call them, in the field of law, we call them JAs, right? They are the judge's secretary. They're not there. They're not judges. They don't know the law. They're not there to decide the law. They're there simply to schedule hearings, or like if you need an issue brought before the court, you contact the JA. Okay, that's what they're there for. It's a known thing. When I used to be a practicing attorney, it's a known thing. You do not inconvenience a JA with lengthy legal arguments. The JA is going to get pissed off. You're going to lose credibility. It's unprofessional, yada, yada, yada. Okay. So the other day I said, look, I said to Randall Shochet, I need to get a short matters hearing so we can decide what statute is going to, we're going to be operating under for the evidentiary hearing. So you guys can understand, we're going into an evidentiary hearing on the 30th. There's a discrepancy and a question as to, do we go under the original statute or do we go under the amended statute? And there's a huge difference between both statutes. So that issue absolutely needs to be decided before we start presenting evidence, because think about this for a second. If we don't know what statute we're going under, how am I going to object to relevance, right? If evidence is being presented, I know that evidence has to reflect the statute. It has to be there to reflect the statute. If we don't know the statute, how can I object to relevance? So I asked Randall Shochet, can we have a short matters hearing to decide this issue? Now, of course, he's going to say no. What is he hiding from? If he's so strong in his, thinking he's so right, what does he care if we go to a short matters hearing on this issue? But of course, he's not going to do it. So then I contact the JA and I tell the JA, I said, listen, can you please ask the judge whether or not we need a short matters or whether or not this issue can be heard at the onset of the July 30th hearing? Randall Shochet freaking responds with literally, Lisa, how long was that email?
Oh my God. It kept going on and on and on and on. I'm like, oh my God.
It was 6 paragraphs long.
He's papering the JA now.
And he's literally arguing law with the JA. Now, that is the most asinine thing I think I've ever seen an attorney do. You're not supposed to do that. So then I say to myself, well, I'm not going to respond with a lengthy argument. I'm not going to feed into this idiocracy. So I simply tell the JA, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Shochet. I said, I do feel this needs to be addressed, to not waste the court's time. So then the JA says, well, I'm going to forward this to the judge. Okay. So that is what ends up happening. We still don't know when that issue is going to be heard, but it needs to be heard before we go into an evidentiary hearing.
Because if you're going to go in there and defend yourself, you need to know what statute they're going by.
Yeah,
either way, it doesn't matter what statute they do go by.
Yeah,
you still don't meet the requirements.
Exactly. Well, the thing is, if they go by the old statute, we don't even need an evidentiary hearing, because if we go by the old statute, they haven't alleged 5 cases. Slam dunk. Motion for vexatious litigant denied. You can't move past that. Like, you either, like with the old statute, they want 5 or more civil lawsuits, and they only allege 3 in their complaint. Then they allege 4 injunctions from family court. Now, in the new statute, they've broadened it to allow family court issues, right? But in the old statute, they did not. And so my whole argument, because it's very clear with case law, you can't, like, think about this. At least I said this to you the other day. You cannot say that you commit theft, right? And you commit theft 5 years ago, and it was under an old statute. And at that time, you were aware of what the elements of that statute was. You were aware whether or not you were committing a crime. Say 5 years later, okay, they broaden that statute and they make it 10 times easier to convict you for theft.
Right.
Do you think that's fair to now take that new statute 5 years later and apply it to what you did 5 years ago?
Oh, hell no.
No, they can't. They can't
this
go
is-
retroactive.
This is my whole argument. You cannot. When I filed my injunction cases and I filed my civil cases, I was operating under the notice of a particular statute that was in effect. Okay, I could have never known that this year on July 1st, they were going to change that statute, right? And they're going to broaden it to make it super easy to find somebody a vexatious litigant. I could never.
And by the way, Leslie, when did you file the case against Jeremy?
I filed it back in May, before the statute.
All right, okay. Just in case.
Every one of the cases that he's alleging to deem me a vexatious litigant is cases I did either 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. The closest case, to the last case I filed was against Jeremy, which was in May. Okay. So what they're trying to do is Randall Shochet wants to apply this new statute that went into effect on July 1st that makes it very easy to deem someone a vexatious litigant on actions that I did 5 years ago. Does that make sense? And so my argument is, no, you can't do that. That's a constitutional violation that deprives me of a constitutional right to access the court. Because if he wins on this motion, I'm not allowed to represent myself, which means I have to hire an attorney. I have to post a bond. I have to do all these things I would never. Basically, I'm penalized. For a statute that wasn't even in effect when I filed what I filed. Do you understand?
Right.
So that the issue of what statute is going to be the operative statute needs to be dealt with before we go into a full-blown evidentiary hearing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You need to know what statute they're applying to this but either way, it doesn't matter. They still don't have the requirements that you don't meet the requirements.
Even if here's another thing. Even if they apply the new statute, they still don't comport to the requirements. And Lisa, I called you about this earlier. You guys are gonna laugh your ass off. So if anybody doesn't know, I'll tell you a memorandum of law.
Oh, before you get to that, Ed asks, can Leslie file a motion with the judge to suppress your HR record?
No, because that has nothing. That has no bearing on the case.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was going to say. Why would she do that? It has nothing to do with the case.
And that's why. Why did they ever get the records? That had nothing to do with the case. It's not even. It doesn't even satisfy anything relevant to proving the case. It is completely irrelevant to the case. What I do with my teaching.
Right. And not only that, if they even brought this into the case somehow, I mean, you got them by the balls.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, here, like I said, I mean, I'm talking to a bunch of lawyers because here's another thing. I laugh. They want to determine me a vexatious litigant. That just forces me to go hire counsel, and then he's going to get forked with the attorney fees. But I mean, realistically, you almost want to go against pro se litigants because you're not going to get forked with those attorney fees. My goal is to get a lawyer so that this man can actually have a consequence. He can get forked with attorney fees. And I want to get a really good lawyer, like a really good bulldog lawyer out of Miami who does nothing but these types of cases. And like I said, I'm this one guy, I was really surprised. He was super interested in my case because I tracked my emails. He was opening my emails from 10 o'clock this morning till 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, right.
And he kept requesting what?
There's a lot there. Sylvie, now this will not be brought. This vexatious litigant stuff will be brought in on the 30th, but not the school stuff.
Yeah,
because it has nothing to do with it.
No, the school stuff has nothing to do with this case. And quite honestly, if I do get a lawyer, he might want to take this case to federal court. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? It might not be a derivative of this. Normally, if I were to respond to his complaint, I would respond with a counterclaim. Okay. But if I find an attorney that wants to take this and he says, no, let's take this to federal because, there are ADA violations too in all of this. Maybe they want to sue the school too. They want to sue the school for allowing this to happen.
Right.
So then we're in federal court at that point. So the whole thing is I have to file it. I think torturous, hold on, let me look it up. The statute limitations for torturous interference. Hold on. Statute limitations, torturous interference. Well, I just want to tell you really fast. Florida's. It is 4 years. So I have 4 years to sue them. Also the statute of limitation for defamation. And you got to remember too, like this is the funny irony about all this is okay, the statute of limitation for defamation is 2 years. But you have to remember, every time they defame me, which they do on a weekly basis, it opens
Sometimes
up
daily.
sometimes daily. It restarts my 2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
So even if like whatever they defame me in last May, it doesn't really matter because they're still defaming me. And so
Right.
if I want to file a defamation suit, I go to the last defamatory comment. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I have 2 years at that point to do them. So what I plan to do, I want to be very strategic about this, is I want to get a really good lawyer. Now I know I can lawyer my own case. I don't want to lawyer my own case.
Yeah.
I don't want to let these people off the hook. I want them, like, just like Helms. They're going to get stuck with Helms's attorney fees. I want to do the same. And
Right.
the thing is that because my case is so strong, these law firms will take it. Like the law firms I'm speaking to, they're not asking me for money. They're going to take it on a contingency basis, which means they believe in my case so much that I don't have to pay shit. They're going to get a percentage of what I collect, and I've already told them these people are not judgment proof. I've already done asset, searches on all of them.
Right.
They don't have complete homestead protection. And I can sue them up to 4 years on torturous interference. So, don't get too comfortable, people, because I might be coming.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but I am going to come for them because they like the smartest thing they could do is leave me the hell alone and let me get a job, because I would actually mitigate the damages that they would have to pay me. But instead, they're running out there defaming me more, recruiting people to find out where I'm applying. Listen, all I want is to make a lot.
That's why I'm laughing at Megan. I'm like, she knows I got her dead to rights with the copyright shit, and now what she's doing is she's trying to like really go after Gabe. And here's the funny thing, like what I was talking earlier about them like turning my face into a fish or whatever. Gabe's like, what'd they turn me into?
Yeah.
And we're like, nothing. I'm like,
Lisa,
so it's me, and they're trying to use Gabe against me, and it's like that's not going to happen.
Well,
but keep doing it because you're going to be sued for all of it.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen too is I spent the other night I literally sent like when you want to get an attorney, you don't want to bombard too much verbiage. You want to be short, brief, but get to the point, right? Because you don't want to overwhelm them. So the other night I literally sent a short compilation of what happened to me. And I knew it was torturous interference and defamation. And I sent it to about 10 law firms. And the next morning, I get calls from 3 of those law firms. It's a numbers game. And so in one of those law firms was so interested that he was literally emailing me all day long. And I was sending him evidence all day long. Okay. So now, if those don't work out for me, I'm going to keep going, and I will find an attorney who will represent me. And like I said, it's not that I can't represent myself, but I don't want to. I want them to pay my attorney fees. And so it's going to happen. And like I said, I have it's clear cut case. Like they can't get around it. I mean, I've got a police report with this man's phone number, with this man's name, saying 4 completely defamatory comments about me.
Just in the report alone.
Well, and another thing too with defamation is you guys got to remember, I was a school teacher. So when you say certain things about me, the law is gonna really hold you accountable because you're screwing my career. You're screwing my profession. I mean, when Martha went up there, I could sue Martha for defamation. When she went up with Jeremy saying that I'm a danger to minors. How do you think I'm a danger to minors, bitch? I freaking love kids, and I've always been good with kids. I have 0 criminal background. I don't do drugs. I have never been in any form. I've never been arrested. I've never done anything but be kind and love children. So it's like, you're going to sit there and call me a danger when I'm a teacher? Do you not know how defamatory that is?
I'm doing it.
I know. No, trust me.
Listen, I'm not, like I said, I'm not worried. I will be suing these people. I have no doubt. I'm just, trying to find the right law firm to do it. And I'm going to let the law firm take the lead. Do they want to file it in federal? Do they want to file it in state? I don't have to file it as a counterclaim in this lawsuit if I don't want to. And it's as simple as that. And here's the thing. It's like they can sit there and say, oh, I already filed and I already dismissed. No, they've done so many things after that lawsuit. The tortious interference happened after I dismissed that lawsuit.
Yeah.
And they continue to defame me. So now the clock restarts, people. The clock restarts.
And the reason you actually dismissed it because you didn't want them in your lives, and they started harassing you, extorting you, the blackmail, the whole 9 yards.
It was really. You guys are like I want to kind of have like a heart to heart with your audience. Like, you guys really don't understand. He published very private things in my life that were very personal to me, that were very hard on me, and things that that no normal person should be subjected to public scrutiny for. These things I did in private. Do you understand?
Oh, Megan even used those words, public scrutiny, that it's deserved.
I don't know how it's deserved. I mean, this was my life before these people came into it. And I had to, for my protection, I had to file injunctions. And I have written death threats against my children. That was one of the injunctions. This guy told me, and I have it, and I actually tried to publish it in my Amazon book, and Amazon wouldn't let me publish it. But this guy literally, he was a former client of mine. He had an extensive criminal background. He told me, I'm going to murder your kids, and your kids are going to die in your lap, and they're going to be in agonizing pain, and you're going to not be able to do anything to comfort them. I have this in written text. Okay. That's, if you guys want to know, they want to call me a frivolous litigant. There's not one fucking thing I filed that wasn't with merit. It wasn't necessary. So I filed it, and it got granted on an ex parte. Then what ended up happening was we went for a permanent injunction. But because the guy that did this to me was my client, the court said they could not get a permanent injunction between him and I due to the attorney-client relationship. So you have to understand, the things that I filed, the injunctions, absolutely had merit. I would have never filed something without merit. And so what happened?
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Just to jump back to Noelle's statement. Can you actually? All right. So if you're going to sue Randy, can you actually get him for stalking you too with that?
Yeah. What's going to happen is that what I suspect. Once I, exercise the sunshine laws, and I get all of the phone calls and I get all of the emails to the district, I'm going to discover even more. Okay.
I'm sure.
And so you guys got to remember, I'm not a vexatious litigant. I don't just file shit unless I have proof to back it up. And so you can always amend a complaint later. Do you understand? So like, if I say start out suing Jeremy, because I clearly have solid proof in the police report to sue him, that would not be deemed vexatious complaint because I have a freaking police report to validate it, right? But during the course of litigation, if I start to subpoena records, or my attorney starts to subpoena records, and they find out that Randall Shochet was calling the district or emailing or threatening or whatever he was doing, and I get the evidence to show that he interfered and he was lying to the district about me, I absolutely can sue him. But I don't want to do it without evidence. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. All right. So we obviously proved that he's involved in this. And now what we are going to show you, or try to, because it's pretty lengthy. So Leslie's going to have to explain this to you. And this is what she started to talk about before, and I kind of cut her off. I did.
Can I say something before you show this?
Yeah.
You guys, and I said this to Lisa, I don't want to bore you tonight, so I'm not going to read it line by line. I'm going to try my best to break this down. Let me explain this to you. What you're about to see is not emotion. This is highly skilled lawyering between me and Randy Shochet. This is like at appellate level where we're literally arguing as if we were going to do an appeal. This is going to be very confusing for many people. And it should be, okay? Because this is not easy shit. Like, this is very confusing unless you really understand the technicalities of the law. But what I am going to attempt to do with you is break my teacher in me, right? Lisa, the teacher in me. I'm
Yeah.
going to try to break this down in a manner that you guys can get it without, having to go to 4 years of law school to try to figure out, like, oh my God, how do I interpret this? I will explain it to you.
All right. So
Hold
I
on
have
one second. Lisa, hold on 1 second.
okay.
I just want to say hello to everybody out there. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say hello to you individually, but hello, everybody. I love you all. You may carry on now.
All right.
Yes,
So
Your
Oh, Lisa, can I answer? I'm looking at some of the comments, Lindy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Linda Life, and trust me, girl, I wonder the same thing. I will tell you what was told to me. I have filed 4 police reports on Jeremy Hales. I filed 1 in Levy County. I filed 3 in Orange County. And what every police officer has told me is that, so you guys can understand, when you file a police report, the police take the report and then they send it to a detective who investigates it. The detective investigates it, then the detective has to send it to the state attorney's office. The person that is in control of whether or not somebody's going to be arrested or convicted is
the state attorney.
attorney. So what has happened, and this is we are living in a situation where the laws have not caught up to what we are living in with the internet. And so
With modern day, correct.
yeah. And so what it will in time, like in years to come, we will have recourse for all of this. But what was told to me is that cyberbullying and cyber harassment, unless it's a complete, like, unless, I don't know how you do it, the state attorneys primarily do not pick up the cases.
Leslie, can I answer that for you?
Yeah.
Because I actually did talk to someone about this.
Yeah.
Okay. What they told me was, unless they verbally not verbally, but in writing threaten you, it's not taken to the extreme as of this date. Now it will come forward, catch up to it on the threats, but unless there is a written threat to your life as
Like
of
directly
today,
or on a video.
Yeah.
right?
Like someone coming to your house in the Villages and it's going down and showing a picture.
It can't, Elisa. It can't be verbal. It has to be written.
Well, what law enforcement told me was that they can only arrest somebody on a misdemeanor charge for cyberbullying.
Exactly.
And they said the problem is,
and that's something Levy County doesn't want to do. They don't want to arrest him on a misdemeanor because he'll get away with it.
Well, and what the thing is that the police have always told me the state attorney does not want to waste their time on misdemeanors. They want to waste time on felonies. And because they said specifically the state of Florida is not prosecuting cyberbullying and cyber harassment. If it's a minor, it's different, but if it's an adult, it's different. If they're going after an adult for cyberbullying or cyber harassment, all they can really charge them with is a misdemeanor. And the state attorney does not want to waste their time on misdemeanors and wants to waste their time on felonies. So that is why, to answer your question.
The other thing is too, not all these departments, these police departments, have like a cyberbullying unit yet, or a cyberbullying department, I should say. There is some, but not all these counties have that in their, in their
and so it's a lot of times what will happen is, like, you can go and report to law enforcement, which I've done many of times. They will say, oh, they don't know the nature of what's going on necessarily. Oh, it's a First Amendment right. Or then they'll say, but it's not a First Amendment right when you're actually, provoking hate and making fun of people's physical appearance. That's not a First Amendment right. But, But anyways, and so then they'll say, well, did they, like, when I went to the police the first time, because I have a binder of all my evidence and I've gone to the police 3 times. When I went the first time, they said to me, well, has he contacted you directly? And I said, no. And then I said, but I have had this girl named Anaya Waterman contact me, which I think is him. I think if you were to pull the emails, we could probably trace her back to him. she's contacted me like 30 times directly on my email.
Yeah.
And so, but unless they're emailing you directly, now I have enough right now to get Radis, so
Tabs.
because he has
Well, but
contacted-
that's why, like, everything that goes on between all those getting harassed, like
Yeah.
the detective that's working with me, he has everything. He has
well,
it
you're
all.
in different
He
circumstances.
knows about the other 3 counties that are involved in Florida and what he's done.
But Lisa, here's the thing that's going on right now. It's a lot of these laws are now laws, and they just haven't figured out how to go about prosecuting them yet.
Right.
Now, what's happening, especially in the state of Florida, is something that's going on that's taking away funding from that.
Right.
And it's, I explained that to you the other day.
Yeah.
And, but the state attorney he's going to grab one of these cases and make it an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because it's a brand new law, and it's thanks to the Daryl Sheets thing and several other influencers who have committed suicide and other things and have made content off of other people's BS.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I sent my
So,
detective everything
right.
that's going
So
on.
that's why.
Everything that happens on a daily basis, he gets a copy of all of it. Whether it's me, it's what they got the CP. He's got
Well,
the CPS.
that's
company
exactly
down.
why. Here's
Yeah.
exactly why they are collecting every bit of information, because now everybody wants to be the first case to do it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that first case is going to be made example of,
That's
Absolutely.
great. We need
and
that.
it's
we
going to
need-
be to the fullest. So
Yeah.
the more information you give them, the better, because it's going to be a slam dunk thing.
Yeah.
And they
Well, I
are
know we
going
got
to
all of it
prosecute it
for that.
to the fullest.
And that's
Yeah.
only just
Well,
for in the
England's.
future
I was going to tell you guys, England's more
cases.
progressive.
Yeah, that's the
They have
president.
actually,
Exactly.
like, there was that case, I think, Lisa, that I sent you, where they went after a YouTuber who did literally the identical thing that Jeremy has done to all of us, and he went to jail over it. They're a little more progressive. They also are more progressive on coercive control, which is a new form of abuse that the United States doesn't recognize as a crime, but the UK does.
Right.
But but Lisa, a couple people in your chat. Can I address, because a couple people in your
Yeah.
chat kind of
Yeah.
brought up an issue. They
Yeah.
asked, why would the school not have their teachers back? And I asked the same thing. I asked, I sent you, Lisa, in that in the emails I sent you today. I went off on the principal, and I said, "Are you a coward? You're really going to fall trap to what this YouTuber is doing to me? Like, what type of coward are you?" These are bold-faced lies. And I was like, this is how you treat your teachers. I went all the way, so you guys know, I went to the teachers union. I contacted my friends who are teachers, and I said, something needs to change. If I can have this happen to me, any teacher can have this happen to them. And that is the danger of the internet and these crazy psychotic YouTubers like this. And I thought,
Got the
my
right
God, I
one,
thought,
Scott.
well, I thought, look, like, I'm not, like, I passed an extensive background check. I'm educated. I passed this extensive background check. Like, how are they going to take the word of some guy from Ohio or some guy from Australia, or people that have never physically met me, let alone live in Florida? How are they going to take the word of these people? Like, if that's how easy it is to bully a teacher, like, what type, it's sick. It's like, what type of freaking education system do we live in?
Right. Right.
But I feel you. Look, I think it was Kim Shu said it. I feel you. I feel you. Because trust me, that was the same question I asked. And it really hurt me, because I really loved my job and my students loved me. And I was really doing well teaching them. I brought their testing scores up to 85% from a 65.
Nope.
But anyway. Yeah.
Grab it later. That one's hot.
Scooter.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just messing with you. So Leslie, do you want to explain this. Okay, so guys,
I'll explain it.
you got to
Okay.
try and pay attention because she's going to explain it the
Oh,
best
do
she
you
can.
want okay, this one isn't really good. You probably want to get the memorandum, Lisa, because I
The other
kind of
one?
because I kind of talk about it in the memorandum. Like this is kind of a boring one and it's really short.
Okay.
The memorandum was the one that I was telling everybody it's going to be very hard, but I won't bore you. I won't read it. I will explain it. I'll paraphrase it.
All right. So, all right, explain what this is about.
Okay.
Okay.
So what happened is we have this hearing coming up on Randall Shocket's amended motion to declare me as the vexatious litigant. The motion that you see in front of you right now, that is what's called a preliminary matter. What a preliminary matter is, it's a short issue that needs to be heard at the onset of the hearing, right? It needs to be heard prior to going into an evidentiary hearing. It needs to be determined, okay? So then what a memorandum of law is, which is what Lisa's now showing you, this is the law that the judge must go by. She must go by this law when she rules on this motion. Now, Randall Shocket submitted his memorandum of law, which I gave you, Lisa.
That's what I was just showing before. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it then. Sorry. You know what it is? I'm looking at my computer screen and I think everything's delayed. So I see it like probably like minutes after you do it. So that's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But anyway, so Randall Shocket filed his memorandum of law this morning. Once I was I had actually already started to write my memorandum of law yesterday. So I was already halfway there when he filed his. What ended up happening? So when you see this, this is the table of authorities. Okay, Lisa, I don't know, like let me see if I can. I'm going to try to go on my phone so that I'm in real time with you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what you're seeing is a table of authorities. This is the law. This is the law. Now, in the United States, not many of us understand the law is not just statutes. Okay, actually, the law is more case law than anything. These are cases that have been ruled on by the court that interpret the statute. So what I'm showing here is the cases that I'm going to reference in my legal argument to the court as to why the older version needs to apply. So if you scroll down even more, you're then going to get to the case law is the most important. Now you see where I have statutes and constitutional provisions. Okay. These are constitutional provisions from the Constitution, and these are statutes. These are made by legislation. So like when you guys vote for people to go to the legislator, they will write a statute, right? They'll write a statute, but they don't interpret the statute. Who interprets the statute is the judiciary branch, which are your lawyers and judges. And that's more important than the statutes, believe it or not, when you're really wanting to exercise your rights. So the first thing I do in my memorandum of law is I negate what Randall Shocket provided to the court. What he did and what I discovered him to do is he made the law himself and he just tagged on a case to validate it. But when I went to the case and I actually read the case, it said nothing about what he claimed the case said. So I'm going to point this out to the court now, to the judge, to ruin his credibility, because clearly he didn't read the case. Maybe he went to AI. I don't know.
So
But
basically, he's just throwing up BS.
yeah, he's thrown up BS, and what he's doing is he's tagging it with case law. But you wouldn't know this unless you read the case law to see that he's full of shit. So if you see that first paragraph, it says plaintiffs erroneously. This is Megan. This is, obviously Randall Shocket representing them. Confuses the difference between the right to refile a claim due to expiration of statute of limitations versus whether the right to refile a claim was decided by the merits of the court. So let me explain this to you. Remember, when you are determining someone a vexatious litigant, you have to show that whatever they filed, that the court ruled on the merits and found that filing, to be meritless, pretty much. That court denied it, ruled on it, just like they did with Jeremy in the federal 2 case, and just like they did with the prosecutor. They said I'm dismissing this with prejudice. The court said this for failure to state a claim. There's not one of my cases where the court actually ruled on the merits of my complaint. I always voluntarily dismissed it for whatever reason. I had my reasons for doing it. What Randall Shochet knows he's in a bind because there's no court orders out there. Like, it would be, if I was doing this motion on Randall Shochet, it'd be a slam dunk. I would say, oh, look, the court dismissed everything with prejudice on the merits, failure to state a claim. Boom, bang, done. 9 defendants, dismissed, right?
Right.
He knows that he does not have that same argument with me because a court has not ruled against my stuff. Okay. So
Right.
now what he's trying to do is he's trying to sideswipe some asinine argument where he says, oh, if I voluntarily dismiss my complaint, if the statute of limitation has told, right? So say that, I only have 2 years, right? Say I voluntarily dismissed a complaint 2 years ago, and
Mhm.
2 years later, I can't allege that again, right?
You
Because
can't bring it back up.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
trying to say that is equivalent to the court ruling on the merits in an adversarial manner. It is not. It is
No,
not.
that's different.
No. And so you get it. I mean, how this man doesn't, I don't know. So what he ends up doing is he cites a case, this McBride case. If you look in here, you'll see McBride v. Pratt in Whitney.
In the top. Oh wait, I'm
you'll
trying to
get-
scroll it on the StreamYard thing. Hold on.
Okay,
Do I go?
it's at it's right. No, go back, Lisa, go back. Go right, the first paragraph, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So when I pulled up this case, okay, he tried to make it sound like this case allowed the expiration of statute of limitations to deem the case as ruled in an adversarial manner. That's how he made it sound in his memorandum.
Holy shit. So
when I
he's just
pulled-
putting in cases
Yes.
to make it look like that dealt with this situation.
Yes. And then when I went to the case and listen, it wasn't just me that read the case. Michael read the case. I'm a retired attorney. Michael's an attorney. We were both astonished because the case didn't say anything like that. Do you understand the case? This is what the case said. So I said the plaintiffs cite McBride, right? Misleading this court by claiming this case found the statute of limitations expiring resulted in an adjudication on the merits. This is not an adjudication on the merits. That adjudication on the merits is what happened to you guys, okay? I said, however, this case never stated such. In fact, it simply cites the statute of limitations not told during the period that the defendant's action was pending, rather than the statute will run as a dismissed action had been never filed.
So Leslie,
yeah.
can't he get in trouble for making
Yeah,
these
he
false?
can. Don't think for a second I'm not going to report this to the bar. He's basically taking cases. He's not fully reading them. He's misconstruing them to the court. So once I realized that he did this on one, he submitted 20 cases and he argued 20 cases. So after I realized he did this on one case, what did I have to do all day? I had to sit there reading through 20 cases
over all the other ones.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And so I show that he completely misled the court. He regurgitated the law that he made up and just attached the case to it.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so then if you keep going, every single paragraph in this section is him misleading the court on case law. So if you scroll down, he relies on campus communications v. Earnhardt. So if you continue to scroll down, where are you? You scrolled too much, Lisa. Go back a little bit. I'm not going to read because this is going to bore the shit out of you guys. This is very, very technical.
No, it's educational.
This is very educational.
So what happens here is he cites this case, okay, and he says that because he cites statutory provisions and interpretations that are not actually referenced or supported by the case itself, everything he's talking about within the case that he's using isn't even found in the case. So then I said, rather than argument in the actual holdings or legal principles articulated in Earnhardt, plaintiffs extrapolates broad proposition about retroactive applications and remedial statutes that the decision does not address, or at best mentions only in passing without adopting the binding precedent. So this is all legalese, that is going to be very confusing, but I'll get to the crux of all this. So if you scroll down, every single paragraph here is negating what Shochet is claiming is what the case is about. Okay. So you can see all those paragraphs. He does this on multiple
McKelvey versus Kismet,
Yeah.
Memorial Hospital, West
multiple
Volusia versus
cases.
News
There was,
Journal.
there was one case where he cited a quote, and it was so funny because all you got to do is go into the case and you got to search the quote. The quote never came up. And I was like,
Yeah.
and then there was another case that he cited that didn't even come up in Westlaw, which means more than likely he used AI. I can't allege that with certainty, but I can tell you right now, there is a case he alleges that does not come up in Westlaw. So if you continue to
That's why I told you guys. I told you this once before. Like, even if you use AI in like a court motion or something like that, you have to go and research the case law.
You have to research the case law. You got to read the case. You can't just go into and just grab a case. You got to see, this is where real lawyering comes in. When we went to law school, and I want to kind of back up so you guys, I'm trying to educate you so you can understand. When we went to law school for 4 years, do you know what we did the entire time we were in law school? You ready?
Research case law.
We read about 200 cases a week. And what we had to do is we had to brief those cases and we had to argue them in class. So what happens is they teach you how to read case law. Now, the normal person that does not go to law school is not going to know how to do this. And it's highly, highly technical. That's why anybody who's going to interpret this, like a squid pro quo or a Megan or a Tug, it's absolutely, utterly ridiculous. They don't have the legal education to understand how to interpret and read case law, period. You have to know the districts. You have to know what prevails, what district prevails over the next, whether the Supreme Court law prevails over the district law. Do you understand? You've got to know. There's so much technicality in this. That's why this whole memorandum of law is extremely technical. And I'm going to try to break this, down as easy as I can, but this takes a lot of understanding how to read case law. So like I said, if you keep scrolling down, Lisa, so you go to the next paragraph, these are all paragraphs that Shochet misconstrued the case law to the court.
Every one of them?
Yep, every one of them, because you're going to get to the next prong. You're on prong A right now. This is all in Shochet's misconstruing to the court.
Holy
Hey,
shit.
Leslie,
Yeah.
if he's doing this on this case with this client,
No, this is all the other cases.
this is all the other cases with other clients?
That's why you have to read the cases that he alleges, and you have to understand how to interpret those cases, because he could be using AI, and AI sometimes does, give valid cases, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're understanding what that case is really about. Because what we had to do, and I want you guys to understand the power of case law and why it's so important. When you have a case, okay,
It's been ruled on.
and what happens is there's a certain set of facts in that case, okay? And that no facts are ever going to be the same because they're all different people in different cases, right? So
Yes.
your job when you cite to a case, your job is to show either how similar your facts are to the facts in that case and why the court should use that case to rule in favor of you, or you must show how distinguishable your facts are from that case and show that this case shouldn't be used in favor of you. Did you understand?
Right. You have to show how relevant it is to this case.
Yes. So this is the whole thing. So you must understand how to read case law. And a lot of the motions that you guys, I was going to say, like a lot of the motions that you guys are going to read are not, this is a memorandum of law.
His paid clients.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder how many other clients he's done this with.
If you go back in his client
That's what I was saying earlier. How many times has Shochet done this?
Well, other clients.
Yeah.
You saw that whole opening section was how he misconstrued the law to the court.
Yeah, he was trying to say that I misconstrued case law in one of the opposition.
He literally took like one little tidbit from a case and used that case to argue that should apply to me. Well, when I went back through that case, I was like, that's not even the relevant issue in that case. There's actually more relevant issues that are more important that he didn't even bring up, and that makes all the world of a difference.
Yeah.
So then,
Leslie,
yeah,
this just makes me think. How many times was he defrauding the government as a dentist?
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well,
You're this
he's got an
fraudulent as
issue.
an attorney?
He's got an issue with dishonesty. And here's my hurdle right now is that this judge doesn't know me from Adam, doesn't know Shochet from Adam. The last time I was in front of her court, he started to lie about me, in which case I naturally wanted to defend, right? Because he's lying about me. He's prejudicing me to the court. And so
Right.
when I interrupted him, she reprimanded me. And she doesn't understand. But so what the most important thing for me is that she reads ahead of time my memorandum of law. Because if she
Right.
reads my memorandum of law ahead of time, I have no reason to interrupt at that point. Do you understand?
This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, just so you guys know, if you remember how I gave you guys the example of if you say committed theft 5 years ago and
Yeah.
all of a sudden on July 1st, they changed the statute. Now they want to go back and convict you for theft for something you did 5 years ago, right?
Right. Right.
The issue is, can an amended, this is the real issue that needs to be heard and discussed for the court.
I blew it in there.
On fire.
Can the court retroactively apply an amended statute to actions done prior to the amended statute? That is the issue that we have to resolve at the court. Okay. Now, case law gives us guidance on this. Case law says if the amended version substantively changes the statute, right? Substantively changes the statute, you cannot retroactively apply that same. That then the other part of the analysis is if the amended statute remedially and procedurally changes the statute, you can apply the retroactivity. So naturally, Shochet's argument is going to be that the amended statute was only remedial. It was only procedural. It was not substantive. So what I'm about to argue here is that it absolutely is substantive. And I'm going to give you case law that defines what substantive change is. And I'll tell you right now.
Sorry, God. Did
No,
you hear
am I boring you? I know this is gonna be boring, Lisa. I told you it might be boring.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, Gabe is just being an idiot.
Oh, okay. No,
What's new?
So listen, substantive, something that has been substantively changed would be, say that they changed the statute for theft and they made it easier to convict you for theft, right? And they want to retroactively apply it on you. That's substantive change because now that has changed the elements of what needs to be proven, right? So my argument is that the new amended statute is a substantive change because now you're opening the door to bringing in all these family law cases that you could never have done prior to July 1st, which makes all the world of difference to me, right? It makes all the world of difference to me. So
Yeah.
now you're basically saying, oh, you can add in my injunction cases to count those towards me when, you know what I'm saying? When just prior to July 1st, those couldn't even be counted. To me,
Right.
and I will show you that is a substantive change. That is not a procedural change. That is not a remedial change. That is a blatant substantive change. So if you go down, Lisa, without reading all this to you guys, if you guys want to have it, Lisa, you have it. You can, distribute it. I don't care. So basically, I show you the two statutes. If you go up, do you see the original statute? Go down a little bit. The original statute, see where I have it bold and underlined?
Yeah.
Says doesn't include family law matters. That was the old statute. Go scroll down a little bit and see the next bolded. The new amended statute includes family law matters. Do you see that difference right there?
Yeah.
That substantive
Doesn't and does.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So keep on scrolling down. Then Shochet, here, stop right here. This is kind of ironic and funny. In Shocket's amended motion that's set for hearing, he actually doesn't quote the new statute. Did you know that? He quoted the old statute.
Yep.
And now in
Which
his
is why you were asking which statute are we going by?
yeah, and then but
Yeah,
it's
because
funny
he's
because
jumping
now
from old
now
to new,
well,
new to old.
well
Yeah.
now in his memorandum, all of a sudden he's quoting the new statute. Well, what are you gonna? What is it like in your amended fucking motion? You're quoting the old statute. Okay, so in the old statute, if the court rules that the old statute governs me, the motion gets dismissed at the onset of the hearing. You can't move forward because it doesn't meet the statutory requirements. Okay, so
Right.
keep scrolling down. Okay, so right there in bold, it says, nor would this court have jurisdiction to sanction the defendant, which is me, for filing unrelated to this instant case, whereas another court has found the defendant to be found the defendant to be vexatious or frivolous, nor filed or not found. But let me explain this to you. Jurisdiction, so you guys can understand. If you file a lawsuit, and say you filed it in family court, and you're given a case number, right, with a DR. In Florida, we have DR, initials to the case number. The judge that's assigned to that family law case has jurisdiction over all issues in your family law case. Okay. If I turn around in the same year and I file a civil complaint, like I want to sue someone for defamation, I get what's assigned to a CA number. I get a different judge who's assigned to that case. That judge has jurisdiction over that case. Okay. What I'm essentially saying is that all the cases that they allege were assigned to a different judge. And if that judge thought that I was frivolous, if that judge thought that I was vexatious, it was within that court's power to determine that I was a vexatious litigant. Not this court's power, that court's power. Okay?
Right.
So what I'm saying is, for this court, this new court with this new case, to go back through unrelated cases that this court has no jurisdiction over to handle, they're exceeding the bounds of jurisdiction. They don't have the power to go back through my cases and say that I'm a vexatious litigant when no other judge ever found me to be a vexatious litigant.
Right. Well, why would they? None of your cases were dismissed on the,
No, and on top of that, listen, let me tell you. Okay, I read like 30 cases on vexatious litigant. You know what a vexatious litigant is? Where these people get deemed a vexatious litigant. You see this a lot. You see this a lot in criminal cases. You see this a lot in family law cases. It's where somebody doesn't have the money to hire an attorney. They get very emotional. They don't know the law. They don't know what to allege. So what they start doing is they start thinking, the more I file, the more I file, the more I file, the more I file. And then the court will rule. And then guess what? They'll file again on the same thing the court just ruled on. Okay. Right. And they'll keep filing. And then what happens is it takes away from judicial time. And the only remedy the court can do is deem them a vexatious litigant to get them to stop. Okay. Right. It's under one case number. If it's not one case number, it's under a related case to that case. Okay. It's where you see one case number where someone just voluminously flooding the court. Court's ruling. They keep bringing the same issue back onto the court. That is a vexatious litigant. These are people with no legal knowledge. You will not find one of my filings. Look, I wrote this memorandum. I know what the hell I'm doing. You will not find one of my filings that is not backed up by law. These are people that don't know the law, that are trying to navigate with no legal knowledge, that continue to flood the court. So I find it ironic that they want to say, oh, she's vexatious. Because I'm exercising my rights to sue somebody who defamed me. I'm exercising my right to protect myself from someone who threatened to kill my children. I mean, come on. That's not vexatious. Right. And so for this court to determine that I was a vexatious litigant, not only do they not have jurisdiction to go back through my cases, they would have to go back through my cases and every single motherfucking filing in my case. And they would literally, this would take days for them to
Right.
say, oh, that's not legally sufficient. They don't have the jurisdiction to do that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
So
This
anyways,
is
keep going.
insanity.
Yeah. Am I
That's the
making
stuff on the
sense? I don't know if
where
I'm
he's
making
moving statute.
No, you're making sense. I mean, I get it. Does anybody have any
You make
questions?
great
Yeah.
sense. Thank you. You know, you're bringing a lot of light to this.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Opening up everybody's eyes to how he works.
Scroll back. Lisa, scroll down. Scroll. Okay, right there. Stop right there. Okay, this is the two-prong test on retroactivity. What a two-prong test is, you have to meet both prongs. Or if you meet one prong, you cannot constitutionally violate somebody. So let me explain. The two-prong test of finding whether or not you can retroactively apply is you have to, one, you have to show that legislation actually intended for this statute to be retroactively applied. In the case law, in all the case law, if you pull the cases up, every single one that found that this prong was met within the statute, the words say this is intended to be retroactively applied. It's as simple as that. It's straightforward. This should be retroactively applied. The legislation, when they sat down, they wrote that statute, they said this statute should be retroactively applied. We need to put that language in that statute. Okay? That's one. The second prong is that even if it
Thank
was,
you, Fabs.
even if it was, the language was in the statute, okay?
Thank you, Pebs. Thank you.
The court cannot violate your constitutional rights. So even if you had a statute that says, let's retroactively apply this, the next prong is, well, does this violate your constitutional right? Okay. So one, the first prong fails in the new amended statute because there's nowhere in the new amended vexatious litigant statute does it even have the words retroactive application. Nowhere.
Right.
Nowhere. Okay. And then secondly, even if it did, it still violates my due process, and I'll explain. So,
Right.
Scroll down a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to get to the first prong. You see where it says legislative intent for retroactive application, right?
Yeah.
So I say the plaintiffs, which is Shochet, erroneously, that means incorrectly, argues in their memorandum in support of their amended motion that implies you guys are going to laugh at this argument that he says, implies retroactive application based solely on a time frame broadening from 5 years to 7 years. Okay, let me explain. You guys are going to laugh your ass off at this far-fetched argument that he makes.
5 years to 7. What?
What happens is in the new amended statute, instead of confining the court to looking back through the last 5 years, they open it up to allowing the court to look to 7 years. Okay, to look to 7 years. Shochet's argument. Okay, now I just told you what legislative intent is. I told you the language has to be in the statute, right?
Mhm.
There's tons of cases that back this up. He tries to say that the mere broadening of the years implies retroactive application. No, Shochet, that's not how it works. And then he says, oh, well, because they opened it up for 7 years, that means you can retroactively go back. Well, if that was the case, then 5 years you could too now, couldn't you? Right?
Right.
It was just
Right.
what's more, 2 more years. Okay. The whole point is when you amend the statute, you start at July 1st, which means you move forward in time, right? So
Yeah.
you're not going to see the effects of this new statute for years. You don't get to go back in time. There's nothing in the statute that says you get to retroactively apply this. Yeah, but this is his argument. This is his argument. Okay. So, I mean, how asinine is this? Okay. So then,
I'm not a lawyer and I can understand this shit.
Right.
yeah, how this man doesn't. That's why I tell you, I don't think he's too bright. He doesn't have my respect as a former attorney. I can tell you that. So I just said in bold. Okay, in bold, legislature was clear in its intent when it twice expressly stated this was a statute that was amended. That be applied retroactively. legislative intent must be determined primarily, look at this, from the language of the statute.
Yeah.
Do you understand that? Keep on
Yeah.
scrolling. So right now they fail on that prong alone because there's no language in the statute. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
keep going. So now we move on to, does this, okay, so let's assume that the court buys into his bogus argument that 7 years all of a sudden implies that he can retroactively, even in the absence of language, which that's a whole appealable issue should the court agree with that. Then we go on to, is this constitutionally permissible? Okay. So here's what, if you look in bold, it says retroactivity is constitutionally impermissible if it creates new obligations or penalties or otherwise impairs pre-existing rights. Well, think about this. What did the new statute do? It allowed family law cases to come in, right?
Right.
Family law cases. So now that's a new penalty. That's a new obligation that I have to now bypass. Okay. Then on top of it, it allows for a bond to be ordered to either a plaintiff or a defendant. Okay. Which in the original one, it was only with the plaintiff. So it absolutely increases the penalties, increases the obligations to try to fight this. Okay. Because all you have to do is say, would I prevail prior to the statute? Absolutely. Is it questionable with the new statute? It is questionable based on, and that shows you that this is a substantive issue. So then it says, the defendant has vested right under the prior statute to litigate without being declared a vexatious litigant. Unfairly stripping those rights would impose new burdens and undermining the process. I had a right to access the court. I had a right to go through my life without being declared a vexatious litigant, under the old statute. I had a right to not have to post a bond. Okay. Now you're imposing new burdens on me with this new statute. So scroll down. Now, I think I'm going to define it now for you. Okay. So then, here's another thing. I said the defendant, like when I filed my injunctions for my protection, okay, scroll, I can't see it for some reason. Defendant has no notice. What did it say? Because your number thing goes in my place. I can't see it.
It says the defendant had no notice that filing injunctions for her protection would silence her ability to seek redress in the future.
I mean, think about this. I was filing injunctions for my protection. Okay. How would I have ever known under the old statute that me doing this would have led to me being declared a vexatious litigant? Okay.
Right.
So keep going down. You can keep scrolling. I'm just going to go to the bolded stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay. Here's how they define substantial change. So if you scroll down, you're going to scroll a little more. These are various. Okay. And it says a non-prevailing party pay attorney fees. So it says, as plaintiffs themselves have acknowledged the statutory requirement. So now we have an amended statute that the non-prevailing party pay attorney fees. Okay. So what did that just do? Well, if that means before the amended statute, they did not have to pay attorney fees. With the amended statute, they have to pay attorney fees. The court says that is substantive, which sounds very similar to my situation. Okay. So then you scroll down to the next case. The next case says a statutory amendment. Scroll back down a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Similarly, an employer's effort to enforce a non-compete agreement after a statutory amendment changed the governing law. Okay. The governing law. Well, can what is the governing law? If they're going to change it that you can enforce or cannot enforce a non-compete, that's substantive. You're now changing the law, just like they changed the vexatious litigant statute. Okay.
Right.
That is substantive. So scroll down. The next one, statutes permitting conviction of sexual offenses based solely on the victim's testimony, when the previous one, corroboration was required. So now what they've done is they've said, well, I can convict you now on less of a standard. I can convict you just on testimony. I don't need corroborating witnesses. Doesn't that sound similar to what's happening to me? That's substantive. Yes, that's substantive. So scroll down a little bit more. Changes in evidentiary requirements for trial. Oh, sorry. I don't know where you went. Go up a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay. changes the evidentiary requirements for trespass convictions after the alleged crime occurred. Well, they're now, just like I told you guys with almost the littering or the theft, they're changing the statute to convict you for trespassing. We don't know if they made it harder, easier, whatever it was, but it clearly changed, just like my vexatious litigant statute changed. That is
Right.
substantive. That is substantive. So go on down. So I just said, here's what I said. Here, go back up a little bit. I just said the retroactive application is, now I'm talking on behalf of me. The retroactive application of the amended version of the Florida statute is constitutionally impermissible because it changes, the changes it introduces are substantive, not procedural or remedial. The amendment expands the type of cases that may be considered under the statute. It extends the relevant time frame from 5 to 7 years. It authorizes either party to request a bond when it used to just be the plaintiff that requested a bond. All of which impose new obligations
No.
and penalties, thus altering existing rights that were in effect when the defendant filed the various cases. Do you see that?
Yep.
To me, it's
Yep.
very clear. It's very clear cut. Okay. So then you scroll down. I'm going to kind of get you past this a little bit quicker, not go through it. I mean, okay. This is remedial. Now, this is what Shochet argues that this should fall under. Now, I'm arguing this is substantive, right? It's changing the statutes, changing the requirements. Okay. So now Shochet is arguing that this should be considered remedial. Okay. So hold on for a second, Lisa. I gotta hold on for a second. Okay. All right. So if you scroll down a little bit, I just want to get to like the cases that define remedial. Okay. So stop right there. Okay. So in State v. Kelly, the courts considered whether a statute granting the state a right. Now, this is just a right. Can you appeal a judgment of acquittal? Right. So basically, the statute just changed when you can appeal something. Does that seem substantive or does that seem remedial? Do you see the difference? It's changing when you can do something. It's not changing how you can prove something.
Right.
Okay. So then
yeah, you can get rid of malice, gaslight, because obviously they're here to gaslight. Go ahead, you can toss them. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, so scroll down a little bit.
Mo's on top of it.
All right. The next case, it says application of Tridata's ongoing fugitive status was not an unconstitutional retroactive application. So basically, he's just applying to find out whether or not he still has the fugitive status. That's not proving the law, right? That's just application of your status. That's
right.
So scroll down. This next one says statutory exemption for attorney-client materials enacted after the cause of action occurs. So this is just an exemption. This is an exemption saying, oh, this is exempt. This is not, you're not proving the law here, okay? That, again, is procedural remedial. And the last one, deadline for attorney fee motions applied in cases pending on
Lisa,
appeal.
read Mo's thing.
What?
Oh, is that right? Well, we'll have to copyright strike that. Can you get me the correct name of the YouTuber? Just jot it down for me, please. Somebody. Thank you. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, so
So
this case, you can just see this is a deadline, Lisa, right? You're not proving the law. This is a deadline. It's procedural. Now,
yeah.
is my issue procedural, where it's a deadline, where it's, whether or not I can move forward in something due to a time constraint? No. My issue is proving whether or not I'm a vexatious litigant, which is proving the law. And the law itself has been substantially changed with the amended version.
Right. Okay.
You can go down. I'm going to go past this pretty fast. Well, we don't have, you guys get that. Okay. That's the biggest argument. Just keep scrolling. That Shochet is, basically saying, I mean, this is really good law. If you have a chance to read it, it's very, it's very technical, but you'll learn a lot from it. Procedural changes, more definitions. I'm just giving you more definitions and showing my case is not procedural, because if I was considered procedural or I was considered remedial, then retroactive application is allowed to happen.
Right.
All right, so you can keep scrolling. Those are just different examples. We'll just go to the next prong. So just keep scrolling. So the next prong, basically, I just reiterate again that the court does not have jurisdiction. I think that's my next prong. Keep going. Prong C, I think. Yeah, right there. The court, right there. Go back up a little bit. I just said that the court does not have jurisdiction to decide what other courts should have decided. Okay, scroll down. This is a law that back, and then right there it says is limited. Okay, so resulting in. Okay, so I just said the statute's plain language and case law interpreting it makes clear that the findings of a vexatious litigant and any resulting sanctions must result from the judicial determination made by the court with jurisdiction. How does this judge have jurisdiction over my injunction cases? How does this judge have jurisdiction over my my civil cases? I had a judge assigned to that. Okay, if the judge assigned that thought I was vexatious or thought I was frivolous, it was within that court's jurisdiction to determine me to be such.
Right.
All right, so scrolling down. We'll just go past it. This is all case law. You see how technical this is, right? You see how technical.
Leslie, my heart goes out to you because you gotta research everything he's putting in as case law.
Yeah, I have to research everything to make sure that he's not bullshitting. And
she went through 20 cases today.
Yeah. So this is his whole bullshit argument that I totally knocked down because he tried to misconstrue the law where he says, oh, the mere tolling of a statute of limitations is an adverse finding. Bullshit, it's not an adverse finding. Yeah, can you pursue the case? No, but that's much different from a court finding you to have a meritless complaint. Okay, so you can scroll down because we already read that beginning one. And then let me see what else.
Lucinda, prayers up, honey.
Oh, okay. So stop right here. You guys are going to laugh at this. Shochet thinks he can be a shyster and deceive the court. Remember I told you that memorandums of law, you are just the law. You're not alleging new facts. Okay.
Right.
What he does in his memorandum is he tries to bring up another case that he never alleged in his amended motion. And then he tries to bring up facts that he never alleged in his amended motion. Well, I'm sorry. His amended motion is what's set for hearing. That is what I prepared my defense for. You don't get to go and allege new facts in a memorandum of law. The memorandum of law is not a motion, okay? He even goes in his memorandum, he even asks for court resolve and a remedy, which it's not a motion. You can't ask for court remedies without a motion. So he is literally trying to deceive the court with his memorandum, trying to bypass and add more facts in that that I've already written my defense against. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have the opportunity to defend against his new facts because I defended against what I noticed for the hearing on.
Right.
So he's just papering the court.
Yeah, I just said deceitfully attempts to use their memorandum of law to allege new facts that were never alleged in their amended motion. Scroll down just a little bit.
This is crazy.
It is.
I said, additionally, they now cite the amended statute. So now all of a sudden, in his amended motion, he cites the old statute. Now in his memorandum, he's now citing the new statute. When their amended motion, they cited the original version. Memorandums of law are not intended to trick a court into hearing newly alleged facts when a hearing has already been set and noticed on their amended motion. Memorandums of law are intended to provide the court with a legal analysis to support the operative motion. For the court to allow the plaintiffs to allege new facts in a memorandum of law would violate the due process.
Yeah, it's just papering.
Yeah. So scroll down, just scroll down.
Using the old law and memorandum.
I basically cite case law and that's it. That's it.
Trying to manipulate the court.
Crazy, man. So he's basically lying to the court by papering it because he probably assumes that these judges aren't reading it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, because when it becomes too much, I remember Belissa saying that in Fed 1 that, you're basically making the people that work for him in his chambers do like so much crazy work, between all that he's never seen so many filings in a case that hasn't even gone to, read motions to dismiss yet, or whatever it was. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he couldn't believe that there were so many filings. And then they all tried to say that it's Bruce, and then Shochet even tried to say, I'm just responding. Hey, assholes, if you go and you check that docket, look how many filings there was from Bruce and from Shochet. They had basically the same amount. Bruce maybe had 2 more. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you right now, Shochet unreasonably just objects to things that shouldn't be objected to. It's like, if you really want court efficiency and you're really wanting, see, this is the problem, guys. I want your audience to know this. This is the problem with the American justice system. It's lawyers like Shochet. They are the ones that ruin your justice. You know what I mean? Because realistically, if you had a character-driven attorney who was reasonable, right, and who said, okay, well, yeah, I'll agree to that. Let's work this out outside of the court. Let's agree to this. You could expedite something so fast. It wouldn't cost you nearly as much money, okay? And you could get resolved. The problem
how many
is,
cases settle out of court?
but that's what I'm saying.
What I mean?
I'll tell you right now, the attorneys
Literally
that settle,
thousands, Lisa, a day.
That's why, like
you,
when they were trying to say, like, Leslie dismissed this case, or Leslie dismissed, I'm saying, okay, maybe because it's settled out of court. Hello?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens.
The whole thing is, when you've got mature, character-driven attorneys who want to be fair, who want to not drown you of all your finances to pay them, that really want resolve for you, the best bet is to work it outside of the court. Okay. And, really good negotiators, in my opinion, are probably the best attorneys, because what happens is you have people like Shochet who are so unreasonable. They'll just object for the sake of objecting. They'll create an issue that's unnecessary. I mean, he's doing it with me right now in discovery. It's ridiculous. And
Leslie, wait a minute, Leslie. I see it. I can see the future now.
What?
I think you should take the settlement for $7.5 million.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm telling you, but I'm just saying, like, he is.
And you know what? Go for all his Florida properties. That way, you could help out a creek and get him out of there.
Well, I already informed, because I've already done asset checks on these people. So I already informed the attorney, like, look, like, even if you don't sue the school, because I know that they can get a lot of money from suing the school too, but the problem is the school does have immunity because it is a public school. So you have to fall within an exception. It can be a little more difficult. You have to take it into federal court and everything else.
Yeah, like YouTube has the Section 230, Rumble has a
it gets a little more complex. But I said to the
attorney, Rumble's screwed up.
I was like, I've done an asset search. He's got plenty of properties. He has a bunch of rentals. And I was like, he's got a couple of businesses. I provided him the businesses. I was like, look, I'm like, even if we got, like, and do you know that you cannot bankrupt a finding for a court ruling on defamation?
Really?
You can't evade that. You can't dismiss it in bankruptcy if you've been found for defamation.
Huh. How interesting is that?
Yeah. And so the whole thing is that, if I get a huge judgment against him, he'll be making payments to me for a very long time. And
so you'll be in his life forever.
Yeah, and I already enticed the attorney. I said, look, I don't care what percentage I give you. I said, I just want justice. I was like, take as much as you want.
This isn't about money. That's why, like, I told everybody, I'm like, well, when I win, I'm like, we're all going somewhere. We'll do something. I'll throw a huge freaking party and somehow get on.
I told everybody, I don't need a penny.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I told the attorney. I mean, obviously he's gonna have to give me something, but I told him, I said, look, I'm like, I don't care what percentage you take. You know what I mean? I was like, I want justice. I said, but I know he's got assets. He's not judgment proof. I said, I know Megan's got a house that's not fully, protected under homestead. In Tug, I got to do a little more research on, but I can definitely get to that research. And these Miami attorneys, they don't bullshit around. They're not gonna.
It's not like you didn't warn them, Leslie. To like, look, if you stay in this, sanctions are gonna get you.
They could have had me out of their life. I just wanted them to leave me the fuck alone. Like, I was like, leave me alone. Like, let me go on with my life. I'll go teach high school. Leave me the hell alone. They would not. It's like, I guess I was too much of a character in their show. they're making too much money from my character, which is so ridiculous, you know.
Same here. Same here.
Yeah,
And they're
but
ongoing with me right now. And
but
it's like, okay. Because like I said, with the copyright thing, I got them dead to rights. And not just with that alone. I mean, the defamation that's in there is insane. You
well,
know?
that's what I was going to tell you, Lisa. What I wanted to tell you is once I find an attorney, you know, that everything, you know, lines up and we move forward,
Mm.
I'll kind of be like setting the stage, you know, and then what will happen is they'll get to know my case. So it'll be much easier for you guys. And then I'll say, hey, you know what? You know, you want to sue? You want some more people to represent? Here you go. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It's kind of like, in a sense, like I'm going with the copyright infringement first,
Yeah.
right? Because that's just dead to rights. Like that should be open and shut, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going with that on one end, and you're getting it on the other. So it's like we're gonna somehow meet in the middle. Boom,
Well,
boom, boom,
you know what it is? It's like,
and if you want to think that strategy, guys, it's not. It's just how it's happening.
well, I'll tell you right now, what really drew the interest of the attorneys that called me back today was the torturous interference with my employment. And
Absolutely.
I needed that evidence, and Lisa, you got it from me. You know what I'm saying? So I did not go seeking representation because I didn't have the evidence. I knew from what my assistant principal had told me, but I didn't know for sure until I got the police report. And so then what happened was when I started contacting law firms, I told them I have a police report. They have the statements, they have the phone number. I said I have an affidavit that we can request, you know, through records from the assistant principal. And so as soon as I kind of just changed it to the torturous, because you got to understand there's serious damage in that. They ruined my career. And they not only ruined my career, they there's damage upon damage because then I couldn't even contribute to the foreclosure. Then we couldn't get Michael couldn't get approved for the bankruptcy because I didn't have a job, even though I wasn't in bankruptcy. So there was a lot like interest that we accrued that if I had my job, our intention was to start paying all this stuff, but under one income, it doesn't cover it. And so I have gone out there, but I'm so petrified, especially, and I have reason to be. He's out there recruiting people to find out where I'm working and all this other bullshit.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's like I have to do something because right now I can't be with the amount of defamation online from what Megan has published, what Jeremy has published, what Tug, what Radis, all these people have published. I cannot teach.
Sorry.
I cannot teach without parents being concerned, students laughing at me. The defamation's got to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not only that, we have people stalking our homes, people stalking our lives. You know, I don't even leave my house anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? I was in the hospital due to stress.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, I mean, when you're being sued for $4 million and it's an online daily thing of harassment and that you're debunking it all the time, and you're not just debunking one jackass, you're debunking about 7 of them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it affects you in all aspects of your life. So if they think it's just that, they have no idea what my medical history is.
Here's the problem. You know, it's like when you make your money premised on defaming others, harassing others, it's going to be a short-lived time frame for you because eventually the people are going to be fed up and they're going to seek legal recourse. And you know, the smartest, like you look at these YouTubers, like I don't know if Mr. Beast, like these big YouTubers, right? They don't sit there and like defame people. They don't run their channels like these people run their channels.
And you know what's funny? I went through Tug's posts, right? And here, I mean, I'm going to show some comments and stuff. Let me just show one of them. Here, I was like, what? I couldn't even believe this. Where is it? Hold on. Let me get it so I can. Oh, I had to open up the other folder. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Because I pulled up the memorandum, which was in the other one.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to show a couple of things here. But this one, he's talking about transcripts and stuff, but it's okay for me to show his post or whatever. Yeah, you publicly posted this on Facebook, jackass. This isn't your YouTube channel and copywriting you.
Yeah.
Okay. So he needs to learn what the laws are. All right. So he makes this post, right? It says when anti-Hales threatens people with mob contacts. Okay.
What? Who has mob contacts? I'm confused.
This is what he's saying about me. Okay. He's saying about me because he, on one of his live streams, was talking about how he knows people. You want to threaten me? You want to sue me? Blah, blah, blah. I know this one, that one. And I'm like, what is he talking about? Is he talking about bikers or he's talking about mobs? Because if you're talking about mobs or bikers, I got you beat, dude. I know I do.
Yeah.
And then he comes back with this. This is how he twists things. He'll cause the fucking comment to come out, right? By making statements. So I'm like, rebutting him. Like, are you joking? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I got both. I'm not worried about you and your little threats. Like, well, what kind of baby games are we fucking playing? Because here's the reality. The reality is, if I have those contacts, I sure as fuck I'm not going to talk about it. Why? Because you don't. It's
Yeah,
that simple.
Lisa,
You
Lisa,
just don't.
Lisa, it's like, Tug is like one of these like seedy, like he reminds me of like that, like almost like what do you call it, like the bomber in school or something. That's like
Right.
was really quiet, but he was picked on, not
Yeah.
very attractive, like
I
kind
mean,
of
he's
dorky.
definitely. I mean, he looks like a dweeb. So I mean, you think he's? I mean, he still
No,
has
I
that.
mean he's definitely like, but I started to think to myself, I was like, what provokes somebody to be such a freaking?
But let me. He goes.
shit?
Hold on.
Yeah.
The best is this. I was told to sleep with a Glock under my pillow, but hey, Tug called someone fat. First of all, Tug, you're fat. So
First of all,
don't
Tug,
even
you're
go there.
ugly. Fuck,
Who
man.
the hell
like,
told him
like
to sleep
seriously,
with a
like
Glock under his pillow?
that guy
Where did
seriously,
that come from?
you know what he reminds me of? Like, you know, when you go to those like haunted houses where the people are like standing and like they greet you and they're seedy as hell. Like
Right.
he's a scary looking dude, man. If anybody's ever seen what he looked like, you
I
said
think that's why he wears a mask.
he's a scary. But you know what I
No,
think?
doesn't
I'll
count.
be straight with you. I'll be straight. I think he came from a fud up background with a dad that picked on him, and I think his dad maybe
knows?
had addiction problem. Who the hell knows? But the guy's clearly like out of his like he's evil. He's evil.
And
You
like
know?
we sat there and we're talking like one day Tori was on with me and we're like, really? I'm like, you want to talk all this shit? You want to stalk people? You want to dig? You know what I mean? Fine. And I'm like, well, according to like the whole like Vicky, no, I'm sorry, not Vicky, Wick, Reddit, and the Comic Gate stuff.
Yeah.
There's stuff been said that's been out there for so long, and he wants to try and blame it on me about how he met his wife.
Oh my god!
Now-
I sat there like I sat there and many people did this. Like I've talked to many people who like put him into Google with Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, and it's
And
like, hello. I'm like, this
He's
is
not
what's
a
all
very
over the
liked
internet
guy.
about you.
Like no, what he is, he threatens people because first of all, the guy couldn't beat up anybody because he has no muscles and he's nasty. He looks like
Right.
a freaking woman, but a scary
Oh,
looking
did you
woman.
see his strut down there on the
No, but-
beginning of the freaking video?
So all he
Oh,
can do is
God.
threaten and try. Oh, if you do this, I'm gonna do. Well, I'm gonna tell you, Tug.
Yeah.
You fucking fuck with me, man. I will freaking bring your ass
I
to law.
got this, I got that. Oh, Megan defamed you. Well, what about you defaming her? Really?
Yeah. No, I'll bring that guy so fast to law enforcement. He thinks he's going to screw with me. I will go so fast to law enforcement. And you know what else I'll do? I'll find out where the hell he lives and I will freaking call the police. I'll have them do a drive by. I will. You want to screw with my life, man? You don't want me to mess with you because I will.
I'm telling you, like what they do though, Leslie, it's like they try to flip it like so you did something to them. And meanwhile, it's like, well, at least I could say on my show, okay, I'm debunking everything that they're saying.
No, that's the difference. What it is, they initiate it. They initiate it, you react, and then they play victim. That's what they do. It's a very abusive, it's a very, like any girl who's been out there who's been under coercive control or has been abused. You guys know, like, the abuser, and it can go for guys too. The statistics are higher for girls, but either way, you know what abusers do. They pick on you, they'll film you as you're reacting, and then they'll call you the abuser, right? So it's a very cliche.
That's what Hales does with everybody. He starts arguments with them and then turns the camera on.
That's what he does. He's an abuser. He's an abuser. That's why he can't look. The guy's almost 50. Like, think about this. The guy's almost 50. He has a failed marriage. His freaking girlfriend just left his ass. He's running around just being a bully, thinking that he's all cool and all this shit.
Yeah, but he was doing it before any of that happened. Here's another thing I want to show to all the trolls out there. They're trying to say that the report that I pulled from the police department's fake. I mean, there's posts
So
like crazy
please
on that.
don't even explain yourself. If they're that, can I say
There you go.
something,
You want
please?
the report number? There's the report
No,
number.
Lisa, you don't need to waste your time. Can I say something to the trolls that say this? Trolls, you can FOIA request as easy as Lisa FOIA requested. Stop running your mouth like a flaming fool. If you don't believe it, request it. It's as simple as that. Lisa, it's all you need to say to these people. Listen, you're not going to defend yourself to stupidity. You can't. I think these people did too much acid and freaking ecstasy, or maybe freaking what is it? What's the other drug that people use? What is it, like the freaking meth? I think these people are meth heads. Like,
They
something.
act like they're on something. That's all I know. But
No, don't explain yourself to that bullshit, please. They don't believe you. Go freaking FOIA request it, you trolls. Don't come talking to me, tell me it's bullshit. Go freaking whatever. What is this? Oh my god, what is this?
this is.
How the hell did you get this?
Oh my god! Hold on, it's so muggy in here.
Okay, how'd you get this?
Okay, this was posted on the Facebook. It was sent to me, and apparently, according to the Bankruptcy Noticing Center, they sent something to George at the schoolhouse, and it came back. So it looks as though they're not, either they have the address wrong, or the people that work at the schoolhouse on Jeremy's behalf are no longer accepting her mail.
Okay, hold on. I got to read this for a second because I need to see. Okay, so it says July. So this was just a couple of days ago. July 15th, notice of return mail to court, adversarial proceeding. Bankruptcy Noticing Center. Return mail notice, adversarial proceeding. In re, Jeremy Hales, plaintiff Lynette, Okay. The attached document was mailed to the notice recipients listed below via the U.S. Postal Service, and it was returned to the Bankruptcy Noticing Center as undeliverable. This notice is being sent for appropriate processing as your court may determine. Notice recipient's address on an envelope returned to the, what is it? I'm still confused. So Martha sent this?
No, what happened was they sent something to Martha at the schoolhouse address.
And they said she no longer resides there.
Yeah.
How much does Martha have in assets? Because I got to sue her too. Because she said that I would.
Leslie Guapo can get you her parents' address and her address.
Got to have some assets. See, these people don't realize when you got some assets, man, you're not judgment proof.
She owns a house.
You don't get to take my income away without me freaking coming after yours. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna sue her because I distinctly remember on one of her lives she says I was a danger to minors while I was teaching school. Who's the hell is she? She doesn't know me from Adam. I'm a danger to minors.
Yeah, she actually said that on two. So here we have another one, another comment going on.
Megan.
Actually, hold on. Let me pull this one up. Where is it? All right, I'm trying to find the beginning of this thread. I know I had it. Hold on. Maybe it's. Okay. So it is the original. All right. Hold on. Let me show this one. So this is from the What the Hells versus Anti-What the Hells group. Okay.
Well, can I stop for a second? I'm sick of this anti-what the Hales. I don't want my name associated with the Hales name in any capacity.
I've never been anti-what the Hell's anything.
Think about this. How pompous this narcissistic man is.
Right.
To label his enemies with his own name as anti.
Right.
Nobody gives a flying shit about you, man. I'm my own person. I'm not an anti-what the Hales. Quite frankly, I don't give a shit about anything with the Hales, and I don't want my name associated with Hales. Hales, freaking whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like I think this anti-Hales has got to go, and we got to come up with a new name because this is a narcissistic man that wants to feel important by naming his enemies with his own name.
Right, right. All right. So this is the admin for that group, right? And yes, we are. We're anti-bullies. Exactly. We're warriors. All right. So he says just to avoid confusion, the bullying and harassment rule is up to the mod admin discretion. Last night, I was trying to make a point to those that love to start drama and cry when they get the same type of pushback, but says it violates bullying and harassment. My take on it is we're all adults. If someone is harassing, use the tools provided by Facebook. Crying to the teacher is what second grade tattletales do. Okay? Then he says, I'm sorry if I seem mad. I am not. I might be a bit frustrated that grown adults can't use the tools provided or that others take the criticism and ribbing they get here seriously. This, in my opinion, is not real life. I don't take any of it seriously. I don't understand those who do. And he put at everyone, right? So there was a response here, and I just want to make sure I do it in order because it might do it out of order.
Yeah.
There was a response here, and I'm going to put out kudos to Ed because Ed is absolutely 1,000% correct. Okay? Let's see. I knew I was going to go the wrong way. I'll get to that one. All right. So Ed posts, Hell's hurting people is very real. Calling it not real life is diminishing the hurt and trauma he causes and incites onto his victims. This post is an outrageous excuse for his heinous acts and those of his supporters. Not real life, 45 CPS visits, real. Traumatizing a young child, real. Women losing their jobs due to harassment and lies, real. Abusing and traumatizing his own children and being deemed an unfit father, real. Stole money from his own children, real. Harassed a man grieving for his dying wife and deceased wife, real. Supporters of his threatening to riddle a privacy fence with bullets or burn it, real threat. I could go on and on. To not take any of this seriously just goes to show your lack of character and diminishing the trauma inflicted by Hales and his minions by calling it not real.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, Ed. And then somebody came back. Somebody came back with Ed Tang. Wow, still calm, I see. What can I say, Ed? Where's the child's money from Fat Fleece stole from HG? Let me tell you something.
Wait, who said this? Who said this is German?
Whoever this, Eva Ramberg. Okay.
Okay.
So he comes back and he says, Eva Ramberg, where's the evidence Preston stalked Hales? Where's the real receipts for JH's lawyer's fees? Where is the proof Lisa stole any money? Gifts are gifts that are used for projects that offers asked for. Fence done. Christmas is done. Barn materials purchased. Nothing stolen or not done that is supposed to have been done. Supposed to have been done? Okay, yeah, I read that right.
Yeah.
No money was earmarked for Preston except for one loan gifted amount, and that was given to Preston. Lisa stole absolutely nothing. Ed, you're absolutely correct. So I wanted to throw kudos out there because he, in his, defending us, speaks the truth.
Well, Lisa, can I say what's on my mind as you're reading? Yeah. So first of all, I want to say to Ed, you're a real man. You're a real man. I mean, I'm just being straight up with you because honestly, I have to wonder some of these men that support this man. To me, that's kind of weird. I mean, okay, realistically, I know I'm not listening.
I can tell you there's a lot of men who don't. And I know that because of a lot of the emails and the people I know that I've come to know.
I grew up with this assumption, but I'm learning now. Obviously, my assumption was wrong. I grew up with this assumption that men don't get involved in drama, right? That men kind of keep their distance. They don't fucking get involved in drama. And it's not really a manly thing to do, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just saying from a attractive standpoint with a woman, you don't want your man to be all drawn up in drama and freaking whatever. Now, the guy that said the dispute, I look at him like a man because he stood on his own 2 feet and he's not endorsing some other crazy man. I look at this. What's the guy named Germ? Who's this guy, Germ Jr.? Well, who is he? The one that originally posted. What's his name?
The one that originally posted, John Graham
Jr. Yeah, because I've seen him. I've seen him when I used to go onto Facebook. I don't go on Facebook anymore, but when I used to, I seen him. but you have to wonder. I mean, I'm just saying, realistically, he is a guy, and he's like worshiping Hales. like I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to say like whatever, but I could understand like an older woman, maybe she's like fantasizing about Hales because like she's old and she's whatever and whatever. I don't really care. But the point is when I see a man literally get drawn into this drama and support Hales, I have
Leslie,
yeah.
Leslie, how dare
Yeah.
you call them a man?
Well, I started
Right.
saying, like, I think that he's toying with his sexuality. I mean, listen, I love, like, my best friends are gay. Like, you guys don't know how much I love gay people because I love gay people because I had a dance studio. Everybody who worked for me were gay. They were my best friends. To this day, the only people that, aside from Lisa and a couple others, that had been around for me, they were my gay friends. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking on gay people by any means. But what I'm saying is, to look at this guy like John D. Grimes Jr., okay? And he's sitting there, think about this for a second. He's sitting
I
there.
just can't keep this up anymore. These are the people, just so you know,
Lisa,
these are
let
the people
me say
doing
this.
live shows and harassing how I or Leslie look.
Okay, but Lisa, let me say this.
Sorry.
I want everybody to get this visual in their head. This John Grimes Jr. is sitting around as a
What's up,
man,
Todd?
and he's sitting around on a Facebook page supporting Hales, pondering, probably checking his fucking phone every 5 minutes to see what the next thing he can post to support Hales. I'm sorry, you're a freaking pussy boy. Pussy boy. Like where's your freaking manlyhood where you're gonna worship some freaking imbecile man? Like,
Yeah.
like, you know what I'm saying? It's like at least the other guy had enough sense to freaking stand on his own 2 feet and stand up for all the bullshit. But you really gotta wonder about the men, the men on these Facebook groups that get so drawn up into the drama and support.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a legitimate like idea that I have in my head. I don't know.
There is a lot of men on there, but I can tell you straight up that there's a lot of men that don't agree with him at all.
I'm talking about those men. I'm not talking about
Yeah.
those. I'm
Yeah.
talking about men that agree and that support him, that fight for him, like they're his little pussy lovers. And you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, to me, like, you are disgusting. Like, thank God I'm not married to you. Like,
Yeah,
like
right.
what type of man are you? You know what I mean? You're going to support some freaking guy and like fight for him. Go get yourself a wife.
Here's another man that's on their side, I guess. But I actually think this person that I'm going to show next has something to do with bringing that girl Allison in the chat. Now, Allison has been on a mission. Allison posts my chat all the time. You know, she copies the chat every night. She's probably doing it right now. I believe King Paco just said they're posting it, and it could be her. Who knows? Because she posts the chat. Everything the chat says, she goes on Facebook and she posts it, right? So apparently the other night, somebody came in here using her name, right? Yeah. And she's denying it's her. Now, I know she's Moling in Otter Creek. That's her YouTube name, right? Yeah. And she's blocked, okay? But somebody came in here using her name, and she was immediately blocked. Immediately. And whoever this was had the screenshot, right? So quick. So I'm guessing whoever did this is this person that's under this name. Okay?
Okay.
See that? This guy, Jack Walsh, is trying to say
I got some glasses on, Lisa. I can't see anymore, girl.
I'm gonna zoom in on it. I'm gonna zoom in on it here.
Is this guy?
First of all, you can't spell. That's number one. You can't even get the name right. Okay, so that just goes to prove my fucking point from years ago.
Fucking guy, like Lisa. Is this guy married?
Another guy.
Wife? What the
another
fuck?
Guy
is sitting on a Facebook chat.
Another guy afraid to show his face. Right. This account on your channel is operating under falsified identity.
His palms are sweaty. His palms are heavy.
And here it is. This post came in my chat. This is a post from my chat from the other night, right? Yeah. And this is what from the night where we had the Blockbuster thumbnail on it. Okay. And someone said, "Is that Allison?" And I repeated it. So what Allison do? She went and reported my channel for a privacy complaint, right? And I responded and I said, "Hold on a second. This person is in my chat under that name." And I showed all the shit, right? I showed all I showed this comment. I showed the screenshot with someone questioned, "Is that the real Allison?" And I also showed that Allison's blocked. Okay, so I'm like, there's no nothing. I talked to my chat.
You know? He just did. Like, he's like wanting to get with Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't even know how this happened, but this is what's going on. So I'm laughing, and she didn't just do a privacy complaint on me. She's done a privacy complaint on a couple people. Okay, so I'm like, wow. So she's posting all my chats, and then the second her name is mentioned, she's making a privacy complaint. So I'm like, okay, let's go to Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay. Because now, do you have any idea how many infringements on my channel she has by posting all my shit on Facebook? Okay. Yeah. So I went to Facebook and I was like, okay, let's do it. Right. You want to play? Let's play. Because your YouTube name, this YouTube name is a YouTube name that popped up. If it's not your name, then that's your, then guess what? There's another Allison out there, and you cannot take control of everybody with that name.
Yeah.
Okay. But that is a YouTube name, and that's what was in my chat. And if you have the same name as that person, honey, that's not my problem. That is not my problem. But my guess is if this is a fake imposter, like this guy Jack up here is stating, okay, if it's a fake account, my guess is as quickly as that was removed from my chat, because my mods are real quick, as quickly as that name was removed, that sucker posted it, said what it said, and then screenshotted it. So he had it. Because unless you're a mod, you can't see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? And so I'm believing it's this person here, whoever Jack Walsh is. Now, whether that's his real name or not, who knows? Okay? But I believe that this person here that came in the chat is this person. Because nobody would have screenshotted it that fast.
I'm still
like a Senate, Mo.
I'm still dumbfounded. Maybe I was, raised with different men in my life, but like, I get mad at my husband, for instance. Like, if my husband goes and goes onto Facebook, or even like my husband will sometimes look at shit and then he'll come back and tell me, I'm like, shut the hell. Do you know what I said to my husband the other night? I was like, shut the hell up. What type of man are you? You can watch this shit get drawn up into this drama. Like, what type of shit? You know what I mean? And I'm like, I can understand girls getting into it, but like, the guys that go to bat for this man.
Yeah, normally there's, I have to agree with you. Just growing up, like, guys just don't get into drama like that.
Into this shit. Like, a real man stays the fuck away. But not only do these idiot guys get into it, they like go to bat for him. So it's almost like I'm not gonna say, but it's like they kind of have something for him. Like, it's just so weird to me. Like,
yeah,
I mean, is
Jack really Allison? You know what? It has a good chance of it because they were not here that long. The second they posted something, that name was removed.
I don't know, but I think Jack likes to swallow.
Warrior.
And the fact that they posted it, got a screenshot, and was able to post it saying what they're saying, I believe it was a setup. They tried to do something there. And then Allison comes and tries to give a privacy complaint. And I just showed all the screenshots.
Allison,
I showed them. I said, she can't complain about nothing.
Lisa, is Allison a real person?
Allison probably, for all I know, it's one of them. I honestly don't care anymore because when it
I was just going to say, who cares?
Yeah. Because I just send everything over to the detectives on my case, and they have access to Facebook. They can go in there and they'll find out exactly where everybody is, and they'll take care of it. So they know who's part of everything. And I could give you names straight up. All the people Jeremy has been thanking recently, the Facebookers. Okay, and I'll tell you, it's I Watch So You Don't Have To. Allison, Melissa, Mark, they're all part of the investigation. Every one of them.
Yeah.
And the only thing that is given them any kind of kudos to ignore, which is fine, okay, because I can tell you right now, they're not going to be contacted with questions, okay? there's too much of this shit going on and there's too much proof and evidence of it. They don't need to ask them questions. They got their evidence. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen is they're going to be part of it in the co-conspirator shit. And Jeremy has literally said that he's using everything that they post and use and say in court, which means this is not directly. This is their versions of my show.
Like this guy just runs his mouth like a flaming idiot.
Right.
It's like for what? First of all, you got to have something that's legally relevant to use it. Secondly, that's hearsay. You got to, you want to have testimony in court. You got to authenticate. You got to bring somebody, subpoena them into court. Like you don't just like you can't even use an affidavit in an evidentiary hearing. That's hearsay. You can use an affidavit on a motion just to get a court to grant something as ex parte. You can't use an affidavit for actual evidence in court during an evidentiary hearing. This is the idiocracy of this man. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's oh god, it's actually comical. Like, but
when you look at it, because I'm watching this and I'll get a link to this or a link to that, and I'm like, oh my god, these people don't realize how stupid it is. We've basically told them what's going on, what we're doing. If you think people are real, if you think that you're not having a part in it, or you're not taking part in any of this, you're sadly mistaken.
But
and
Lisa,
they keep doing more. Like even last night, more and more and more and more. I'm like, oh my god, how much money do you want to actually have to pay out for damages here? Because that's what you're doing. You're creating more damages.
I tend to think that these are sock accounts that he runs, and I think he gets off on it.
Well, he has a lot. He has a lot of them.
I think he goes back and forth and has conversations with himself under different names. And I still laugh because he still thinks this whining crybaby is me, which is not me. I don't give a shit.
Oh, I know. They say you're the one.
I'm sorry to toot your own. I'm not going to toot your own.
I can verify.
No, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, what you think that I give a shit to sit on Facebook and freaking talk about your ass, man? No, I don't really care. Like, what I'm doing, the only time you're brought up is when it's an actual legitimate legal filing, or I'm trying to get a freaking lawyer to sue your ass.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, I'm not going to sit on Facebook wasting my fucking
time. I have
time.
to ask this, though. How on earth does this guy, between storage units, all the bullshit he creates, all the drama he goes in with all these channels.
He's a drama starter. Like, as a man, that's so
how
weird.
Does this guy have time? Because I don't. I don't have the time.
I don't have learning in life, Lisa. It's like I guess maybe I was just raised around different types of men, but like I never knew men to get involved in this sort of shit. That, you know what I mean? It's like what type of man?
Well, we know why he's doing it. We know why he's doing it. It's the content, it's the money, it's all that. I mean, we know why he's doing it. So maybe he just thinks it's his job to go and keep creating the bullshit, you know, and creating the bullshit would be creating these sock accounts.
If he was really smart, he'd create a YouTube channel that didn't place him in freaking liabilities way to be sued. Like how smart are you? You want to create a YouTube channel, do it off of something that actually is legit. It doesn't hurt other people, but you're not smart enough to do that.
Well,
you're dumb.
He had that until he came into a situation where he was going to lose his warehouse because the woman who owned the property, Marilyn Raby, she wanted to sell her property. And he was actually leasing it from someone who was taking care of her property.
But why did that have to change his entire content? Like, I don't get that.
Because when it did, people became real interested in what was going on with the case and what was happening with it.
Well, then you know what? Like he's got like you know what? We can all go commit crimes, right? We know it's going to be short-lived because eventually we're going to get busted. We might live a high life for about maybe 5 to 10 years before we get fucking busted by it, and taken down. Like if he was really smart, he would set himself up and his YouTube channel up to have longevity. Like this can't go on forever. He's gonna get. Well,
he's made it go. That's the whole thing with these cases. He's stretched them out. So
how long has this been going on? How long?
This has been going on. Well, Michelle and John's been going on probably close to 4 years.
Okay. Well, I give him about 7 to 8 years before he's completely taken down. And the thing is, it's like if you want to have longevity with your YouTube channel and make money, Like, focus your shit on something that's not going to hold you to, civil liability and criminal liability. Like,
Yeah,
you know
well,
what I'm saying?
when he did the Marilyn Raby thing, okay, people were really interested in the court cases and knowing what's going on. I was kind of shunned away because he's trying to sue this woman for $1 million, and he bragged about it all the time. And it was like, this lady's probably just trying to settle her estate. She's 80 years old. You know what I mean? Like, why are you even giving her a hard time? You know, you're loaded. You got this move. You don't even have a real lease with her.
Well, then he obviously can't create content because he's not. I don't find him to be an intelligent man. He can't create content that's actually entertaining. Well, no, but he doesn't really have the best personality. I mean, I don't find him funny whatsoever. I think I did in the beginning. The only reason I found him funny, Lisa, was because how you talked about him, and I actually found that actually comical. But he doesn't have
when
a
he
sense
did
of
his
humor.
storage units, he was kind of funny. He was kind of entertaining going through stuff, and that's when storage units were big and things like that. I mean, they still are, but it was like in the beginning, it was COVID. People were watching a lot more YouTube at that time, But as soon as he went to the Marilyn Raby thing, and he kind of started attacking this old woman, then attacked her family, and actually lied about them, trying to say they tried to run him over. The cops were called. And Jeremy is very in tune with like the YouTube creator videos, the creator panels, the background. Like, he follows the algorithm.
Well, does he want drama? Is he looking for drama? Because I have a great topic for him. Why doesn't he let his life be shadowed of him in the dating world? We would all sit back and fucking popcorn. We'd all sit back and popcorn. Oh my God, Jeremy's taking this girl on a date. What's he going to fucking say to her? I mean, like, that to me, would be way more entertaining than fucking legal cases. And at least he's not opening himself up to liability. He goes on dates and he says, and he tells his audience, like, hey, I think I found this girl, right? And then he tapes himself on the date, and then he recaps after the date, says what he does and what he doesn't like about her. I mean, at least he's not fucking hurting people. And honestly,
I think he would. I think he'd use that to hurt people too. But at least he'd be honest about what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
But so when the Marilyn Raby case was going on, he also sued a Robinson guy. I forget what he was there for. Plumbing? Was it plumbing or something?
Plumbing.
Something to do with his house, right? He lost that. Okay. He acted like he was, he was the good guy in the Marilyn Raby case. He dropped his lawsuit against her, his counterclaim against her, right? So everybody thought he was losing.
So let me ask you a question. Is he vexatious litigant? Because he claims I am for dismissing cases. Okay, anyways.
He is 1,000% a vexatious litigant. The only thing is he's got a lawyer, and the lawyer is filing the cases.
Well, this lawyer is the biggest moron I've ever dealt with in the legal profession. Like, I have zero respect. Yeah.
I want you to look up vexatious litigant.
She has.
I already have. Trust me.
Okay, you're going to see his picture.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely a vexatious litigant, but he has a lawyer, and that's his out. But it doesn't mean he's out. Okay,
Lisa, I think you could do. I think you could create, like, if he was smart, he'd just join forces and say, Lisa, be my freaking program director. Because I have to say, the most entertaining content about Jeremy that I have ever endured is you. I would say one of the starring moments of entertaining content was when you posted his Craigslist ads. That was the funniest shit I think that I've ever, like, put the woo and woo star. Yeah, like, that was funny because I could see this desperate man just wanting to get laid. You know what I mean? And, like, he's like trying so hard. What?
The posing pictures. I'm like, oh my God, this guy is ridiculous.
Well, we all know what the mushroom is. Well, I told you what the mushroom looked like because I unfortunately was at.
Don't make me play the Dickles.
The Dickles. Oh my God. No, but like, that was entertaining, like him desperately trying to get some action on Craigslist. That was fun. That was fun.
So my point in bringing up the Marilyn Raby thing is he was doing that at the same time they moved to Otter Creek. When he was in Otter Creek, okay, one of the first things he did was he went and met up with Robbie, right? When he came down, when he was buying the house and stuff. He had just bought the ranch, I believe. Or it was around that time. you know, and he started going off on his neighbors next door because they had the trash all around, you know, the one side of his property.
Yeah.
Then he started attacking Laura Mott. Then he went after Tina and Brian. Then he went after like Russell Meeks in the town council. Then it was Michelle, and then that's where he stood.
Oh, wait, Lisa, what did I see? Because I remember, because you know, I don't give a flying shit about storage. You know me, I'm not
right.
It. But anyways, so when Michael Volpe asked me to do this like interview, he's like, "Oh, do you like?" He assumed I knew who Jeremy was. I didn't know who the fuck he was. Okay, so for the first, I remember the first time Michael and I put on his channel, we're like, "What the fuck is this?" Like that's what we both said. We're like, "What the f is this?" But but oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. It was really funny. It was really freaking funny.
Michael Volpe.
Yeah, Michael Volpe, and it was like, oh god, I hate when it'll come back.
You know, he was talking to Robbie. He had met Robbie. He talked about things.
Oh, I remember, Lisa. I remember. I stumbled across some video where he was literally. This is when I realized, I actually thought he was doing this for like crowd, you know, like appeasement to like be entertaining. And I later found out it was really who he was. And then I had to say to myself, is this guy psychological? Like, is he insane? But he was literally arguing like before like a panel of people in the town about some sort of water bill where he was like claiming he paid $25 more than everyone else.
Yeah.
Is that serious? Like that guy's really.
He sued the town.
The guy's insane, Lisa. He's insane.
He sued the town, and when his friend became mayor, she settled it for the town, and he got $5,000.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. He went after the mayor, the ex-mayor, Russell Meeks. He went after like 3 people on town council. Actually 4, if you include Laura. Okay. He went after 4 people that were on the board in the town council. And at the same time, you know, he's talking to Robbie because Robbie, there was some kind of furniture thing. You bought furniture from one of your neighbors or something like that. And it came back. So he's telling Robbie to do a bad neighbor story. Right?
And so now I know why I'm so entertained by this guy. He is insane. He's insane. No, you know how you find like insane people like entertaining? Because it's almost like you can't believe that this is their reality. But keep going. Yeah.
No, so then he was talking to Robbie about it and trying to convince Robbie to do a bad neighbor story. And that's part of him looking at what's trending because of the court case with Mallory. He was trying to find another court case. You know what I mean? Trying to find another thing that he could jump on because of the views that he got with Marilyn Raby. Okay. So he was looking for that, and he went through every neighbor in Otter Creek. There's not that many people that live there. Okay. But he went through every one of them that surrounds his property and then found Michelle because Michelle argued back with him, which just gave him more fuel. Right. And he literally attacked her. Found out a couple of things and just figured, oh, hook, line, sinker, I got this one. And that's what he landed on and stayed on. And once he stayed on her, he like the whole Russell Meeks thing, like, pop up here and there. Pop up here and there.
All right, but guys, I got to get to bed. It's 1:00.
Okay.
All right.
No, this conversation.
Good night.
I'm actually up and I don't know how.
Have fun.
Yeah.
All right, Robbie.
Love you all.
Good night,
I'll be live tomorrow at
5:30. Yeah,
good night,
check out Robbie at Get Swamp, 5 o'clock, 5:30. Sorry,
5:30.
5:30.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Be there.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
No, but Lisa, like,
I
really think like, and you know, I think the guy, I really believe. This is my opinion. I believe it. I really think he's insane. And I don't mean that because look, I have my own mental health issues, so it's like I don't want to like, you know what I'm saying, like come down on, but I really think he's got severe mental health issues. But I actually, if he's so, you know, die hard about making money, I think just stick a fucking GoPro on your chest and just walk in everyday life. And I think we'd all be waiting on pins and needles with our fucking popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Not to like stir up strife.
I won't. I don't care about his life, honestly, anymore. You know, I mean, at first, like if he would have kept doing that without these lawsuits and going after people, fine. But now, sorry.
No. But what I'm saying is not the lawsuits, not provoking harm. I mean, I think I would find mere enjoyment watching him go to Publix and picking up a steak. Like, I think he's that crazy.
Not
No,
me.
you understand? Like,
But I
I
get
don't-
what you're saying. Yeah.
he doesn't need to interact
He
with
said
anybody.
that his show is documenting his life, but yet for the past 2.5 years, or I'm sorry, longer than that, he's been harassing his neighbors. He's pulling them into his life. They're not doing anything to
No,
him.
but that's not funny anymore because now that's evil.
No, it's
You know what I mean?
dead. I mean, it's a dead issue. All that's going on now is people who just want to know what's going on with these court cases now because they're so invested in what's been done. You know,
That's not really that fun. Like, I think he's so insane that literally him going to the grocery store, asking a deli person for some meat, and going to checkout would be fucking entertaining for somebody like him, because you don't know what the fuck he's gonna say. You don't know how cheap he's gonna be. I mean, I think that in itself would be entertainment, and you're not hurting anybody. He's
Yeah.
just that crazy, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like I can't imagine what he does when he walks into a gas station, or say that he wants to nickel and dime something. He's clearly he's got a problem with cheapness. I mean, to argue with a city council about $25 on a water bill. I mean, that
Yeah,
is
and then he'll go splurge on something else, and then come back. But yet, like, he doesn't live like he's got any kind of money whatsoever, except for owning that Ohio house. But to me, he trashed that house. He makes that, like, all the stuff that he's put in there just looks terrible to me.
Can I
I
just
would
say
never
something
do a
without
house like
saying
that and
something?
decorate it the way he did.
Can I say
What?
something without saying something?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna say
Leslie's
this.
held back for so much.
I've held back, god damn it. But Lisa knows the truth to this, and Lisa will not disclose, and I will not disclose because I actually am forbidden to disclose. Trust me, audience, I would tell you, and you will find out in time. But shit's not gonna fly so well in the next 2 years. Lisa, remember what I told you?
Which part?
Some big higher up people looking into some shit that is going to be
Oh yeah.
without
Yeah.
saying it.
Yeah.
So I can't disclose this because I have a duty to not disclose, like, with the government,
Right.
but it's gonna all come out in the next 2 years. You just gotta hang tight, guys. Hang tight. When the truth comes out, it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah. The procedures.
And I'll say it without giving away too much. If you can remember back some weeks ago, months ago, and, I was made fun of, right, Lisa, for some of the things I said. Don't make fun of that. They're in full blown fruition. And that's all I'm going to say. And I'm not going to say much more. But I was told by some very credible people, and I was sworn to secrecy, that this is not a fast process. This is a long process, but
Right.
it is being taken very seriously.
Yeah.
It's been assigned. It's been very, and you guys, you can use your imaginations without me telling
Put
you.
it this way, guys. There's quite a few case numbers that
Yes.
aren't made public yet, and those case numbers involve government officials. Let's put it that way.
And there's a case number.
Yeah.
And things are, and I was told by some very credible government officials that this is a process that does not happen overnight, that it does take time, and it could take up to 2 years, I was told, depending, because when they come in on him, he has, defenses and everything else. But what I'm going to say,
I don't know that, Todd. I don't know that he sued Mary DeGroot. I know that he had her arrested. I don't know that he sued her. He sued the town. He sued the town for sure. I don't know that he actually sued her. But that woman, I'm not sure how old she is, but let's just say I think she's over 65 years old. And he basically, like, in a sense, kidnapped her in her office because he wouldn't let her walk out. She had to tell him to leave, and he wouldn't. She touched his back with her finger, and he had her arrested for battery.
yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I did see that video.
They let it go or whatever, but she never went back to work after that. So that's another job lost.
Yeah. I wonder what it feels like to be so hated. You
Yeah,
know,
and
like
she had a stroke like 3 days later or something
yeah,
like
that's
that.
sick and twisted to do that to an elderly person who's lived the majority of their life and they want to just
80.
relax. Like that's
Thank
sick.
you, Kathy.
Yeah, he should be.
I wasn't sure how old she was. I just know she's over 65.
Well, listen. I want everybody to know that I don't bullshit, and I'm not going to.
Leslie, everything that you've stated, we've proven.
Yeah, listen,
We've
I don't.
proven.
Yeah,
I
I'll
mean,
tell you guys. I'll tell you guys. I don't lie, and there's a lot of reasons I don't lie. And even Lisa, when you ask me hard questions, I always tell you the truth. And I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Lisa, like I'm kind of embarrassed, but I'm just gonna be straight up with you.
Mhm.
I just don't lie because I feel like when you lie, you prolong what needs to be resolved now. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
if
but there's
I
no reason to lie. Like they want to attack you on this and that. Like because Leslie is very creative. She's got a very fast mind. She's smart. She's done a lot. In her lifetime, and like you liking to have fun and dressing up and playing because you're very talented in many ways. And
well,
they seen the funny stuff, the wigs,
because
they've
I
mocked
don't
you.
feel like it, girl, these days. I'm not gonna lie, girl. I
Yeah,
don't feel
they're
like it.
like mocking you and you having fun or you playing around,
Yeah.
and they sit there and they claim like satire and parody with the stuff that they do, but when something like the Hodunks come out, that's not satire and
I thought the
parody.
Hodunks was brilliant.
The Hodunks was great. Everybody loved the Hodunks.
I
But
actually I
it's
have
those
to
who
say,
consider
from
themselves a
you guys
Hodunk
gotta understand,
that don't like
I'm
it.
a creative person. From a creative standpoint, I actually felt like that was my best piece of work. And the craziest part about it was that I did it when I just came into the scene, and I really didn't know much about what was going on. And then after I did, everyone's like, "I can't believe how much you understand what's going on." You know what I mean?
Right.
But it didn't take much for me because I already pegged who he was based on me understanding personalities. I could already peg what was going on, just on, what I'm saying? But no, girl, no. So Lisa, can I tell your audience about my TMS therapy?
No,
No? Okay, I won't.
you can if you want to. I just wouldn't.
Okay, I won't. I won't. No, I was just going to tell them good things, but okay.
Well, but it's all good. No, Leslie, go ahead. She's getting good help right
No, I
now.
don't want to do it. If you advise me not to, I'm not going to do it.
I just wouldn't,
Okay.
because it's going to be taken and
Well, I
just
don't care
don't
about
even
the
give them that.
imbeciles. I don't care about the judgmental imbeciles. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I care about the ones that actually care. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't like I don't really care anymore, girl, about what
she's
you do.
getting really good therapy right now, and
But
she's
I want to kind of advertise it because it's actually really cool. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I kind of wanted to advertise it because I think maybe some people because it's covered under insurance and it might help some people. It helped me and it's helping me.
well. If that's the case, then go ahead.
All right, Lisa.
I,
So
I'm just I just
I know
don't
you're
want
looking out
this
for me,
kind
girl.
of
I know
attacking.
you're looking out for me because
Yeah,
I get made fun of. But at the same point, like
it is helping her. It's working.
all right, so everybody out there who okay, so I went to because I was in a with everything that's happened over the last year with Jeremy and the freaking my job and the foreclosures and everything, I was in a really bad state. Like I was on suicide watch, which I say that because I say that just to tell you that like for those of you who might feel like that, I understand. Okay. That's why I'm saying this, Lisa. I feel like I want to
It's
help.
very serious. Very
This is
serious.
very serious. Like I might sound good right now, but like you guys don't understand like my struggles on a daily basis and how I live my life. Like you see a picture or you see me looking my best at my best moments or you see me happy because I'm talking to Lisa, but you don't see me, when I'm by myself. Okay, in my own head. Okay. So what ended up happening was I was on suicide watch and I wanted to just give up because all I could think of on a daily basis was like, okay, I was like, I don't want to kill myself, but maybe if I die of natural causes from neglect, if I don't go to a doctor and I don't help myself, maybe I'll just die early and that will be a blessing to me. I mean, I'm just telling you the way my mind was thinking. And
Right.
so anyways, my loved ones came together and realized that I was not in a good state. So they brought me to a new psychiatrist because my old psychiatrist had retired. And lo and behold, I went to this place that was like really futuristic, and it they claim this is going to be the futuristic like approach to psychiatry. So the last I went with my psychiatrist that retired, he said to me, Leslie, I am going to give you this last cocktail of meds, and if it doesn't work, I have to refer you out. Because here I am, like in my psychiatrist's office, like crying. I'm like, nothing works. I can't get out of bed. Like, all I think about all day is dying. And that's no quality for anybody. So anyways, I go to this new psychiatrist, and they diagnose me, and they tell me they do not think I have bipolar. What they think I have is what is it, like severe depression disorder? It's not, I don't know if the first word's severe, but it's like implies the same thing, depression.
Right.
Because I said, look, like the only reason I get manic to do things, it's not that I think I'm on top of the world, it's that I get obsessive about finishing things and I get hyper focused, but I don't think like I'm untouchable. I don't think I'm better, like I'm superwoman or anything. I don't think I'm in a real state of mania, but I do get depression really bad. And so she asked me all the meds I've been on, which I've been on just about every freaking medication under the sun, always hoping. And like when I was in my 20s, for some reason the meds worked, and as I got older they stopped working, and I couldn't really understand that. So they
Right.
told me that because I have tried all the pharmaceutical drugs, that there was an option available to me that my insurance would cover. It's FDA approved, and my insurance would cover it. And I said, well, what is this? At first I was skeptical. They said it's called TMS therapy. And I
Right.
was like, what the hell is that? Remember, Lisa? Like I told you, I was like, yeah, I was like, what the hell is TMS therapy? And they're like, basically, you wear this like helmet. You have to go for 7 weeks, 5 days a week. And the helmet like puts in like magnetic impulses into the areas of your brain that triggers happiness and neurotransmitters, and it rebuilds those pathways. Because they showed me cats, like there's cat scans of a depressed brain versus like a healthy brain, and
Right.
the depressed brain is not lit up a lot. The healthy brain is lit up a lot. So what this therapy does is and I looked it up, Yale and Princeton and Harvard, like all these Ivy League schools have endorsed it. It, like I said, it's FDA approved. It became approved, I guess, in like 2008, but it just made its way for insurance, like, accepting it. But you have to have tried every approach and nothing works. So
Right.
now what I do is I go in there, they zap me in my brain, and they have to talk to me, and I have to set goals, and I have to basically reprogram how I think while I'm being zapped in my brain for 30 minutes. But I'm not put under. It's like, it doesn't hurt by any means. I can drive there and I can drive back. It's nothing like that. But it's really cool, Lisa. It's really freaking cool. And I started to notice that, like, for a while I couldn't eat a lot. Like if I did eat, it had to be like soup, or it had to be like a smoothie, because like I couldn't eat fried foods. I couldn't eat regular food because I felt like I was gonna puke eating.
Right.
I couldn't sleep, or if I did sleep, I slept too much. And so now I'm eating normally, and it's really cool. You know what I mean? And one of my goals was, you guys will laugh because you guys don't really know me. Like, you only know me from like what you've seen on YouTube. So I was talking to the guy today, because these are part of my goal setting, Lisa. And he's like, and I said, look, I said, I'll be honest. I said, I'm having a hard time aging. I go,
I'm having a hard time aging.
yeah. And I said, because like, because it's like, there's nowhere fun to go for my age anymore. I'm like, and then if I do go somewhere, it's like old people in their 20s and 30s. And like, I just reminisce on how fun I used to have in my 20s and 30s. And
Right.
then I like look, but I'm like, I'm still the same person. I'm just in an older body. And,
Right.
and so then it's like, then, I have no social life really. So then what
Right.
happens is I don't put myself together. Like, of course, when I come on YouTube and I show my face, I want to put myself together. But honestly, in my everyday living, I sit in sweatpants all day and I look like shit. And so I told my, like, the guy that administers the TMS therapy, he's like, what's your goal? And I was like, honestly, I'd like to put mascara on today. And he's like, I go, I feel really old. I said, I honestly do. Like, I feel like my life has ended, which it shouldn't be, but I feel like that. It's a really hard,
Right.
like, and I say this to your audience because I know we're all probably close in age, and it is really hard, because it's like I still like when it's it's hard. It's hard when you look at like younger people just starting out their lives and you like reminisce back then and you're like, oh my god, these are the goals that I wanted to have, and
Right.
back then it felt so easy because you had your whole world in front of you. So like if
Yeah.
things didn't work out, you just set a new goal and you go for it, where
Right.
it's like now I feel like time is ticking for me, and it's just harder. You know what I mean? Like I just wanted to say it because I want people to know that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
um you're not alone if you feel like I do. you know I mean, Lisa, you know me, girl. Like I try to like you know you know
I know.
Lisa, don't is it bad that I disclosed that? Is it bad? Like,
Is it what?
you think it's bad that I disclosed what I just disclosed?
No, because
Okay.
look, if it's helping you, it can help other people. So you were
That's
right
why I
about
said
that.
it. I
That's what I
felt
said.
almost
Go ahead.
compelled. If anything, it gives me hope. Like, because what, like when I was on suicide watch, right? The doctor and the therapist were like, "Well, do you have a plan?" And I was like, "Well, when I wake up in the morning, I think to myself, do I hang myself today or do I OD?" I mean, and I was in that state. I really, really, like I sound good right now, but that was the state that I was in. But then I
Right.
was too scared to do either. I was like, I don't really like that's a big chance I have to take. And so then what I ended up doing is like it was almost like passive suicidal ideation where I was like, well, if I just don't take care of myself, maybe I'll die young. You know what I mean? But like I realized like that's not a quality of life. You know what I mean? Like
Right. The good
yeah,
thing is, Leslie, you recognize what was going on and you got help,
yeah,
and that's what's great about it, and you're open and you're honest about what you were dealing with,
yeah.
where other people would turn around and ridicule you for it. They don't seem to recognize what you've done about it,
Well, it's like I really want to give like, and it's so sad that I can't give the accolades and the praise to the person who actually saved my life because I protect this person
Mm,
from the scrutiny of online, and the last thing I ever want is for this person. Lisa, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know who I'm
yeah,
talking. I protect this person with all my heart. But there was one person in my life that nobody would ever imagine. Um, and I will protect this person till the day I die from this sick, evil, twisted hell shit. Because the last thing I would ever want is this person to be hunted down and, treated the way
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
I did have somebody that truly loved me, and that really like came to my, you know what I'm saying? Like came to my, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Came to my, like help me.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And we all wish, we had that, and a lot of us do, whether you realize it or not. And I am not a therapist by any means whatsoever, never was, but
Yeah.
I've always kind of been known to be a good ear, you know, and
Yeah.
I would, if anybody ever, like, I mean, I told Leslie if she ever felt a certain way, promise me one thing. And she's like, what? And I said, promise me that you will come and hang out with me for 24 hours.
Absolutely. No,
You
you
stay at
you
my
you
house.
saved you saved my life back when all this shit hit the fan, like back last spring, because
Yeah.
I had no idea what I was getting into. I know, like,
Oh, we lost Leslie. I don't know if she hit something because it sounded like she was moving. Um, but maybe her phone died or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm glad she's very open and honest about her life, especially when it comes to being online, being that she's been harassed rather. Um, but she likes to help people all the time. That was one of her things when she was, in fact, a lawyer, and that's why she was into guardianship and stuff. And she's always trying to educate people and help them. And if something's working for her, then kudos to her for sharing it because it will help somebody else. And my hesitance at her even mentioning it is because they're just going to attack her for it. Um, but if it is helping, then that's why I was like, all right, well, yeah, go ahead. um, but I think she's back. Okay, hold on, she's back. Let me get my mouse if I can find it. Whoops. There you go. Okay, hey.
Okay, am I here?
Yeah.
I was totally sitting there talking to myself, and I realized I was no. But what I was just saying is that, like, I don't know where I left off, but I'll just say that, like, I was not prepared for that level of hate. I had
Yeah.
honestly, like, I had been bullied in high school. I'd been bullied in my 20s. I'd even been bullied in my legal profession. But the bullying and the hate that I experienced in this realm, with the Hales shit,
Yeah.
is I've never experienced, nor could I have ever.
Yeah, when she did that interview with Volpe, I did not know who Leslie was. I actually, believe it or not, have heard of her through Bruce, right? But I didn't know that the person that interviewed Michael Volpe was her, right? And I found this out after the fact. But then I was on Jury Room or something. I came on, right?
Yeah.
And so I started talking to Leslie, and one of the things that had warned her that was said that she got warned, look, you're probably going to experience a little bit of hate here or there or whatever. And I remember I chimed in and I was like, yeah, you will, just be prepared for it, but it'll go away, whatever. They went after her so freaking fast and so hardcore that I was shocked because I've been in this for quite a bit of time, and yeah, they go after me every day, more and more each day. That's fine, but like the way they went after Leslie was quicker and harder than they went after anybody.
Yeah.
And so her experience was instant and massive.
Well, I wasn't prepared for it, and I
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
I like my body went into shock, and I literally could not get out of it. I almost told my husband, take me to a hospital. I'm going to kill myself. I can't escape, because I was like, I felt like I couldn't escape it at that time, because at that time you got to remember, social media is still part of my life. As many people, social media is part of their life. So if I ever went on to social media, I could not escape it. Like, or if I would get emailed by random people and they would be telling me off and saying cruel things to me, and it was like I couldn't escape it. And then because I'm already I've already got a predisposition to depression. It amplified it. You know what I'm saying?
And then when they found that out, they just went for that.
Yeah,
and it was like with me, I'm here, I'm debunking all this shit. So it's like little by little, it got more and more and more. So I just got used to it, and I just kept going back at it. With you, it was like I don't want to say it was out of nowhere because they were doing it to everybody that was not on his side, but with you, it was immediate, and you were like completely unprepared for that.
But it's like now that I'm in therapy, like and I'm going to a therapist too, it's like there is triggers for me, right? And one of those triggers is that I am petrified of judgment, because of just my whole life. Okay. And so, like, I flee. Like, I actually, like, I can control who I'm around for the most part. And that's why I think I get along with people that are kind of outcasts. So, like I like my gay friends because, like, they don't judge me because they feel like outcasts too, So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I always surround myself around non-judgmental people when I'm in control of that. But like this was like something I could not control, and I had to see it, or it was emailed to me, or I couldn't escape it. And it was my worst fear in the world. It was something that I fled my entire life, was judgment. And so it affected me to like a major like degree. You know what I mean? Maybe where somebody might have been stronger, I wasn't. You know what I'm saying, Lisa? Like, and you were there for me, and you were checking in on me, And that's why it's like, the reason, like, again, I'll say the reason I did the hodunks is finally after a week of sitting in bed, um, I finally said I got to get out of bed. And the only way that I could process what happened to me was through humor. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like I
Yeah,
had
totally.
to, I
That's what
had to
people do.
work on something
You know
that made
what,
humor
Leslie?
of it.
You'll
Yeah.
you'll find if you look at the history of a lot of comedians, even including like Robin Williams, a
Yeah.
lot of comedians do that.
Yeah.
You know, and you'll find out if you look at their life or like documentaries
Yeah.
that they were facing a lot of depression, and it's kind of shocking because that's not the impression that they gave. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot behind people's lives, and before people judge, they really should um, try to learn more about their subject.
Well,
You know what I
I
mean?
want to answer. I want to answer,
Yeah,
Gianna
I was
there.
gonna ask.
This message, and I think it's important. Your mind, like when you're in a suicidal state, you actually, like, somehow your mind plays a trick on you where you feel like you're a burden to society. You feel like you're a burden to your own children. You feel like like, you got to remember too, I walked away from very toxic relationships that happened to be family members. And because I walked away from those toxic relationships for my own survival, my kids were rejected too. Okay. So then what would run through my head was, well, if I'm not here, maybe they'll come around for my kids. And then I was like, I would just, I felt like I just was a burden. Like I felt like I was a burden to everybody, and I felt like I blame myself, for like the relationships that went wrong in my life, like with my family, with my in-laws. And a lot of it, I think I like I've had to reflect a lot, and I think I overreacted because I'm so traumatized over judgment that the minute that somebody implied judgment on me, I would run, or I would intentionally sabotage that relationship
Yeah, and
because,
this is Leslie's experience. Not everybody's
yeah,
experience is
this is
the
my
same.
experience. Like we all have different experiences on
Yeah,
this. I just, like you'd have to know my whole life to really understand what is going on in my head. But I'm telling you right now, like, when you, and it wasn't like like I was going to just off myself, right?
right.
I was, but what was happening is I was neglecting myself in hopes that I would go from natural causes, if that makes any sense. And then I just woke up one day and I said, because this is what depression does. It's like it makes you have this like crazy talk inside of your head where somehow you logically justify that the world is better without you. I started to
Well,
isolate
I can tell
myself.
you right now that
Yeah.
is 1,000% not true.
No, but I'm telling you how I want people to understand, because I know a lot of people get upset when someone, like, there was a YouTuber, she was a
I just
mother.
want you to know that. I want you to know,
No,
and I
I
want
know,
everybody
I know.
else to
But,
know
like, but there was
1,000.
there was a heartfelt.
Look how much you have to offer the world.
Well, I don't really have a lot to offer right now, Lisa.
Yes, you do. You have no
No, I
idea
don't.
what.
I
Listen to me.
thought I did. I thought I used to. I thought I
No,
used to.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah.
What you did and what you said tonight, the education that you gave with the legal expertise that you have, with talking about what's going on with you, I
Yeah.
guarantee you have helped at least one person tonight. And as
Yeah.
long, and if you've done that, then trust me, you have plenty to offer this world.
You know what I would really like. I'm just reading your comments. I love your audience, Lisa. I love you guys. Do make me feel really happy, and I can't believe I'm up right now, because remember at the onset of this, I was like,
I know. I was like, oh my God.
oh my God, I'm so tired. Um, I did. I always enjoyed, like, the thing that this Hales thing really did to me. That really, it took away, like, you guys got to understand. I never felt like I was heard, and so social media gave me an outlet to feel like I was heard. Right? It
Right.
was like I didn't feel alone because I'm not a social person. I don't go out. I don't socialize. So, like, social media was nice for me because I could, like, get on, I could express my feelings, and I could, feel like I wasn't alone, right? And then what
Right.
happened was, it was like I couldn't do anything on social media. It's like I couldn't, like, God forbid, I like you guys saw, he calls me hairy armpits from a dress that I wore that had a shadow on my armpit, and he made fun of my appearance. And it's like, and you know what I told my TMS therapist? I said, he goes, "What is one of your goals?" I said, "I want to be able to see myself being made fun of and not let it affect me." And he goes, "We can do that for you." I said, "I need that." I said, "I want to be able, like, it's not fair. You guys, I have no social media anymore because of the hail shit.
Right.
I shut down, like, I silenced my YouTube. I don't have Facebook. I don't have, like, I have a TikTok that I don't use, but like I'll just jump on if I want to look something up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah.
not an Instagram. I don't even know how to fucking navigate
Right.
Instagram. That's like a different
And
generation.
someone with your creative talent, or you express yourself in many ways.
Yeah,
Your YouTube
yeah,
channel, you did all kinds of different things. Between dressing up, singing,
yeah.
dancing, you love to dance. So
Well,
it's like
I actually
you
enjoyed
took
it
away
because you guys actually, like, me, like, having that platform. I had a reason to put makeup on, and I never wear makeup. Like, if you guys actually knew me, I wear no makeup. I
It's
sit
kind of
in.
like when I say I like to sit here and chill, but being on camera, I'd want to be putting makeup on. I just don't feel like
Well, no,
it.
because because I felt like I had to. I felt like anything I did was going to be judged. I mean, look, I went to a hearing. Think about this. I went to a hearing, ex parte short matters hearing with Jeremy, and I just put my hair back on a ponytail, and he made fun of my appearance, said how haggardly I looked and ugly that I looked. And so it's like that doesn't make you, like
Meanwhile,
a
he's
normal.
sitting there with a decent shirt on, so he thinks, and in his boxers.
And then he says I have like aging spots. I mean, he makes fun of my appearance. He tells me that my lower teeth are all crooked. I know my lower teeth are crooked, but guess what? I actually like that. I'll be honest with you. I could have gotten my lower teeth fixed a long time ago. Um, I didn't. I kind of liked crooked lower teeth. I don't know why, Lisa. I don't know why, but I didn't really mind it. It didn't bother me, And I
Right.
never really thought of. I mean, I would show people, and they'd say, "Yeah, your lower teeth are crooked." I had braces at one point. They were not crooked, but because of the wisdom teeth, they ended up going crooked. But like, it
Yeah,
didn't
when you have
bother.
a tooth removed, the rest of your mouth moves too. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
all
but
about
it's like nothing. Like that shit didn't bother me until the hail shit. And then
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh, you have hairy armpits. Oh, you have crooked lower teeth. Oh, this. Oh, that." And first of all, I don't get any Botox at all. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I get no. Do I want Botox? Hell yeah, I do. I'm not going to
Leslie,
lie.
listen to this. I have, or don't have it anymore. Actually, I got a new one.
Yeah,
But in those body cam footages in my garage, they went through like everything on
yeah,
my walls, my shelves, everything. They attacked a chair that I had. Let me tell you something. That chair that I had, that leather chair, was so fucking comfortable. All right. I
yeah,
had two brand new chairs. I had a gaming chair and another office chair. They were like brand new. Okay. And I chose to still sit in my old one with the pleather coming off and
yeah,
ripping it, right? So check this out. So what I did was every time I would get up, that black pleather, it would stick to my leg, or because I was sitting in my chair for hours, right?
yeah, yeah,
It would stick to my leg or something, and then I'd go into the house, and the next thing you know, later on, I have these little black pieces of leather all over my floor, right? So
yeah,
I took an old towel that Gabe had used for something, right?
yeah.
It's clean, but there's some stains on it from whatever. I couldn't even tell you what it was. All right. So I took this old towel and I put it down on there so I would sit on, so this leather stuff I wouldn't be dragging through my living room, right?
Yeah.
Well, well, okay. Oh my God, that chair and blah blah blah. And I'm like, ugh, you know what? I don't give a shit what you say. But Jeremy keeps bringing up this fucking towel thing, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So I was like, what is it? What's this towel thing? And I look, I'm like, oh, you got to be joking. So it
That's
was an old towel and I have a stack of old towels literally in the cabinet above
yeah,
my laundry,
yeah,
above my washing machine and dryer, that when Gabe needs it because he's working on something or doing something or something with his car or washing the car, whatever it may be, which I think is probably what happened to that towel, because that used to be a good towel.
yeah,
But I have them in the cabinet above the laundry. So there's all kinds of stuff to wash the car in there, light bulbs, things like that is in one of these cabinets above my dryer,
yeah,
right? And that's where all those type of towels are. So I pulled one. They're all clean because I washed them. I pulled one and I put it on my seat, and whatever went from there. Trust me, guys, I'm not leaking anything. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe a tear or two from my eye, but I'm not leaking anything. And they literally attacked that, and I'm like, oh my god, you got to be. I have a peen factory. Meanwhile, I had resin peens that we made as jokes, right? It's
Yeah.
all in fun, right? That I haven't even used in God knows how long. They said we were making them right then and there. No, we were not making them. They were
Yeah.
on the shelf, and because of the joke, there was a larger one my cousin sent me as a joke, right? Because I was the one that originated those. Well, not originated, but like at least in this community, it was like the whole resin peen thing. And when the cops came in, she saw it. She's like, "Oh my god, I gotta get out of here! Do you see what they're doing? They're making resin peens." And Megan went like nuts with that. And to be honest with you, when I saw the body cam footage, I laughed right along with Megan. I thought that was fucking hilarious because I'm laughing because it wasn't true. She just happened to see them on a shelf. I'm laughing because I'm like, oh my god, that is freaking hilarious. So I cracked up. Squat Pump was here. She cracked up. I was like, you've got to be joking. And she literally went through like everything on my shelf. She scattered through my whole garage. Everything you could see in that, they zoomed in on and tried to see. And, the loofah, oh my God, look at this. They're selling, sex and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, go look up on the internet the loofahs and their meetings. I'm like, you are going to see it. And honey, I did not create that shit.
No, I saw that. Like that came like when I Google searched the villages. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw all this shit.
It's been out there for years. What I did was I made fun of it. And in making my loofah mobile to have fun with it, we put the sign up because you need to know what the loofahs are. And trust me, all I had to do was pull down into the downtown square. And the second they saw me coming, I was getting pointed at. I couldn't believe it. Okay. Yeah. They were all laughing. They wanted pictures with it. They all have fun. Obviously it was a little bit of work to create this thing, right? So I'm not going to be taking the loofahs off, but if I wanted to go to the gas station and go get something, a soda, whatever it may be, I had to take this loofah mobile there during the day, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I did, and first of all, I didn't have to park. I had like it was crazy because I do not draw attention to myself, but that damn cart did draw attention to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are like, can I take a picture? I'm like, yeah, as long as you don't get me in it. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead.
No, but Lisa, I have to say, I've been doing a lot of thinking about like my life and like what I want. You know what I'm saying? Especially like, when you're going to different phases. And when I came over to your house, like I felt so peaceful. It was very comfortable. It was the exact size of the home that I would like.
Right.
It's so funny. We bought our home in a foreclosure years ago, 15 years ago. And I was taking care of my 90-year-old grandfather, because he was dying and my mom didn't want to take care of him anymore. So she dropped him off at my house and I cared for him for 3 years while I was in law school. I had to get his meds ready. I had to cook for him. I had to, whatever. And when we moved into this house, like you guys got to understand, we got it for half price. We could have never afforded this house, but it was on foreclosure, right? Short sale. And my grandfather says, why in the hell would you want a house this size? It's going to be a pain in the ass. And at that point I was young, right? I was younger and I was like, oh my God, I like, this is my dream home and my dream home. Right. And it was great, when I was having babies and like, it was like, I felt like it was a nice, safe neighborhood and everything else. And then it was like, as I got older, I was like, I don't fucking want this shit. I can't keep this shit up. It takes me you know what I'm saying? It takes me too long. Everything's breaking on it. And then it's like, of course, I don't have money now, so I can't fix a lot of this shit. And it's like, because I don't have a job, which really sucks. But then I was like, you know what? All I want, then I had to really have like a come to Jesus moment where I was like, what do I really want in life? And honestly, I want, those tiny homes. Like if I could want anything in this life right now, I would have a small tiny home in a meadow, like with a lot of land. And I would decorate it pristine because I love decor. And your house just gave me like the most comfortable feeling. It's like we came in and you had this comfortable family room, and Ray was sitting down and his daughter was sitting there, and it was just so comfortable. And then like I walked to the kitchen, you had candy in a jar, or you had candy in a jar in the family room. The kids wanted it, you know. And
Pop rocks.
yeah, and then I was looking around at the villages, and I was like, oh my god, this is so beautiful. Like, oh my gosh, Lisa, like you don't know how lucky you are. You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh,
you have,
I do. I think, and I'm
yeah,
very thankful for where I'm at. Very thankful.
it's
Because
really
I'm telling you, when we came over here, we just rebuilt our life. We just dropped everything and rebuilt everything. You
yeah,
know, and and it wasn't easy.
yeah,
But that this is where we are. This is where we live. And my house is not trash, nor is my garage.
yeah.
I have a really nice home. I'm very earthy, so I just try to make my house comfortable.
It's like it expresses your soul, expresses who you are. You know what I mean? Like it's a
Yeah.
very comfortable, like warm, like environment.
Yeah, like
But
Gabe likes candy, but I put candy out on display if people come over. If kids come over, I have games for them to play. I have,
yeah,
coloring books and crayons, things like that. Like I
no,
make
it's
sure
just
that
very,
anybody comes here
it's
that there's something for them to do, you know?
yeah, it's very comfortable. It's funny because like we're obviously like Michael did sell the rental house downtown, but like we made an offer just to give you guys the kind of the update on the foreclosures. We
Uh-huh.
made an offer because we really like don't even get me started on this issue, but I'll just tell you briefly because I don't want to start placing like getting
Are
upset
you
about
in
things.
foreclosure anymore?
Well, we aren't in the downtown house because we sold it. So
Right.
we got equity from it. Not a whole lot, but we got some equity. And we offered it to our homestead home, but then they didn't want to accept it. So now, Michael's going to have to try to go, to bankruptcy again, which we don't know if he's going to be approved. It's not bankruptcy where like you get rid of your debt. It's like a reallocation of how you're going to pay things off type of thing, right?
Right.
And so we're trying to like negotiate on the homestead, but I'll be straight up with you between us. And if Michael listens to this and he hears me, he's gonna freaking flip.
Well, it would be him.
I
So it
almost,
would be everybody else.
I almost want our house to go like be taken. I want to get the fuck out of here. Like I'm being straight up with you. Like, it was funny because like
You want to get rid of the problem. You just want to start
I
like a
can't
new fresh
stand
thing.
having to deal with this house. Like it's too much work. It's too much. I'm not happy in here.
Yeah,
And
it ends
so
up being a problem at some
it's a
point.
problem. It's not. It's like to the rest of the world. They're like, oh no, I don't have help. Like I have to do it all myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
it's not like I have like I always like from this day going forward. I would say like if you're going to buy a short sale of a big house, um, you should be in a capacity where you can afford a cleaning lady because like
Right.
otherwise your ass is cleaning this shit. And so it's like it's just too much. It's too much. And so I just want something smaller. I think the kids would be happier something smaller that
Yeah.
I can manage better. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
just you know what I mean? But of course Michael wants to keep it. I really don't want to keep it. Um
Yeah.
I just want simple living. Honestly. I swear to God
Yeah.
I tell my therapist I want simple living. I'm not like, and that's what gets me too. Like some of these people that say, "Oh, Botox. Oh, what are you gonna do?" And Michael, like they think I'm like living this cush life. I'm not living a cush life. I can tell you that right now. Michael doesn't practice law. He's not making the income of an attorney. You know,
Right.
you know this, Lisa. You know what I'm saying? And so, it's not what people think. And you
Well,
know,
that's just it. Everybody, they're just assuming, and they're like the trolls that are talking about you on a constant basis. It's like it's the worst possible,
no,
answers.
I'll tell you, they have made me. It's almost like they've made me this fictitious character.
Down to a fucking towel, guys. A towel.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy. But
it's
no,
insane.
they make fictitious characters out of us, and
Yeah.
they project what they think our life is. And to people that I think are struggling, they would hate me because they would think that I'm living a cush life, but I'm not. And this
Right.
is the problem. It's like no, I'm not living a fucking cush life by any means. And I don't live with somebody who makes a lawyer income at all. I bet probably half your audience makes more money than we're making right now. And I'm just saying, like, it's like, it's just really sad because I think these people try to create these fictitious scenarios. You know what I'm saying, Lisa?
Well,
Um,
then the stalking and the look, they called your job. They got you fired from your job.
yeah.
That's thousands of dollars of income
And I
for
really
you.
needed that. I really, really needed that money.
Yeah.
Really,
They
really
called my
bad.
landlord.
Yeah.
Megan and Tug said that my landlord should be called, and they called my landlord. And at first, they actually said it was Megan that called. And when I found out that it wasn't, I actually retracted that. But she incited them because I have the video of her saying it. So they
She's so
called my
innocent.
landlord to try and get me to lose my home.
She's a troublemaker, and I
Yeah.
think, highly jealous of
She incited people to call CPS, and next thing you know, between her and Jeremy both saying the same things that day,
who
they
called.
fucking called
They
that
called
night at
CPS
3 o'clock
on
in
you.
the morning, and there's another CPS call.
On you?
No, on Michelle and John.
Oh, okay. I was like, you don't have kids. I'm like,
Yeah,
no. I mean,
no,
that's just wrong. I mean, how would Megan appreciate it if people were calling CPS on her with her child?
yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's uncalled for.
Yeah, but she
Um,
shunned her kid out of the room because she's on alive.
that's really sad. I'm just saying that those are things that, like, should be off limits to YouTubers. I mean, that's really ridiculous. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? To cause that type of havoc in
Because
someone's
what
life.
they're trying to do is they're trying to use something that's going to piss you off. So they use your kid, they use your
Yeah,
husband, they use whatever they think they can fucking find, you know?
yeah.
And with what happened to you, they felt like they found so much stuff, the same way they felt like they found so much stuff on Michelle, you know?
Well, I
With
have to
me,
say,
they
you know
used
what
my
I found?
husband.
Yeah.
They used my husband because they couldn't find anything on me.
Well, you know what? Today when I was talking to the lawyer in Miami, he was wanting me to send him some, like, links to the videos with some examples of the defamation. And so of course, I use that program that you told me about where I can put lips in there and I can get there really quickly. And
Yeah.
and so I was able to, like, in a couple of the videos, he's literally inciting his audience to Baker Act me. He's like,
Yeah.
she needs
Yes.
she needs to be he what he does with me, he tries to make me look like I need to be institutionalized. Like,
Yeah.
look, first of all, I don't need to be institutionalized. If I did, I'm under the care of a psychiatrist and I'm under the care of a therapist. And I'm going through TMS treatment. If
Right.
my medical providers felt like I should be institutionalized, they will institutionalize me. And listen, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not against it. Like, if I need to be institutionalized, then institutionalize me. But I'm fine right now. I've got support, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And
It's
so,
not like you're someone that's ignoring the help that's offered
no,
to you.
like,
You're seeking it.
every single day at 10:30, I go in for treatment. Every Thursday, I go to my therapist. Like, I am actively working my plan, and my psychiatrist knows this. And they also know that the reason I was suicidal is because of Jeremy, Megan, and Tug. So
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Who are continuously trying to bring you down.
Yeah, if anything ever
And it's
happens,
recorded daily.
well, I'll tell you right now, if anything ever happened to me, um, the police would be notified that they brought me to that state. And I have stated this publicly, and they're listening.
Yeah.
And this is documented on medical documentation. And
Yeah.
Megan, Jeremy, if you don't believe me, go look at the people that have killed themselves and look at the people that have gone to jail, that harassed them and cyberbullied them on YouTube. There was a young mother, she had a baby. She was a big YouTube star. She saved a specific animal. I don't remember what type of animal it was, but she had a great cause to her YouTube channel. You know what I mean? It was all for helping, whatever, rescue and whatever. And one day she took her life and left her 1-year-old daughter. And it was so sad. It was on YouTube, it was on the news, and
Yeah.
when I started to dig
You got this jackass like the people that mocked her, mocking people like all of us, and yet sitting there and like disturbing, bird nests and stuff, which is illegal,
yeah.
and just laughing about shit and playing games with lives
Well,
and
it's not.
that's
Listen,
a felony, by the way. Just so you all know, it is a felony to mess with those bird nests. But
no,
God,
but it's all fun and games till someone takes their life. And when
yeah,
there's medical documentation, that you have drove someone over the edge because you have cyber bullied the shit out of them, and they have taken all of the evidence. Because trust me, I have. I've given it to my doctors. They are
He's
disgusted.
done it to his own kids. Go listen to what his own
And guess
child.
what? You will not be immune. And guess who's going to turn the table? It's going to come back to you. If something happens to me because you will not stop, I will tell you right now, you will go to jail for it. And Lisa, remember this video. And I'm not going to do anything to myself. I'm not in that state, and I'm getting therapy. But if these mother effers do not leave me the hell,
Leslie, okay,
yeah.
you know how many things, how many people he's done this to?
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, she's been fighting this battle without even like having her own.
I'll be
voice
straight.
hardly.
She's strong. She's stronger than me, Lisa.
You know, I'm telling you, like there's so many people he's done this to that could have happened with. You know what I mean? And it hasn't happened, but one day it could, and that's why I'm standing up for a young child and everybody else who he's lied about, harassed, manipulated, even his audience. You know, I mean, you have no idea.
I have. Do you know? And all those minions out there that think that you're all immune. I have screenshots of many minions saying I should take my life. And I've turned it over to the police. I've turned it over to my doctors. And I'm just saying, like, if you think, you know what I'm saying, that you can continue in this charade of
well, that's what we're trying to stop, all of it.
Yeah.
You know, and I've said before, I'm not trying to take anybody's channel down. I'm just trying to get you to stop legally by the law. I want a judge to tell him he cannot do this to him anymore.
Lisa, if this guy had half a brain and he was the true marketer, businessman that Shochet claims he is, he would have done a YouTube channel that did not provoke him to liability like he is being provoked. This can only go on for so long until something catastrophic happens and he's arrested, or he is freaking, I plan to, I absolutely plan to sue his ass and get a fat judgment from him. If that's the way he conducts his YouTube channel, because he's too stupid, to actually create content off of intelligence. No, it's easy. It's like the comedian that curses every other word. That's easy comedy. F that. There's a comedy. That's easy comedy. It's the comedians that can actually say things without cursing that make people laugh. That's true intelligence. This man has zero intelligence, and that's why he does what he does. He goes after the weak. He goes after, he bullies people, and shame on his audience who follow him. But again, they're probably so miserable in their own lives that this
we had to see the two whack jobs who obviously have been part of the Hags group for a very long time do some kind of a live today, and it was sent to me, and I'm like, oh my god.
These Facebook people, Lisa, like, who are these?
Yeah, it's the Facebook people.
Are they old hags? Really?
Their group name was pretty fitting, if you ask me.
They call themselves old hags.
Yeah, they're part of the Hags group. Some Hags for Humanity group. I'm like, oh my god.
They call themselves Hags for Humanity.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then they did this live, and somebody it was really funny because 3 people at the same time emailed me the same exact thing in the same link. I'm like, wow, that was like quick because all 3 of them. I'm like, wow.
You had somebody on your YouTube live the last time I went on, and I didn't get a chance to read their comment until like after the live was over. But then I read their comment. What? Not now. This is the last live I did with you. And they stated a comment, and because I was trying to what I was trying to do is like analyze these people, like, why do they do what they do? And somebody said, Leslie, you have it all wrong. You don't need to overanalyze it. What they do is they want to feel accepted with a group, so they're willing to do anything at all costs to be a part of that group. And
you had to hear them today too. They're telling everybody that they'll take care of them, they'll pay them, things like that. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
I cannot watch these 2 idiots.
I have to admit, your audience, I don't remember who said that, but I was blown away, and I was like, oh my God, they're absolutely correct. It has nothing. I was over analyzing it. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to understand why, but they simplistically stated they want to feel a part of something, and this is who they choose to feel a part of. So it doesn't matter what the truth is. It doesn't
Yeah. Well,
matter.
there's this one now. There's a Carol there, and the girl that was in this today looks like the Carol that I seen. I don't know if Carol is also Kathy Crimswell. Somebody said it is. I'm not sure. I don't know. But this Kathy Crimswell person used to be in here under Stormkiller, and there's plenty of people that have come into my channels throughout the years, and they'll suggest something or talk about something in the chat. And if I don't pay attention to them, or I don't answer them, or change something that I've done or said or believe, they flip out and they lose their mind. It's like, hold on, this is my channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These are my beliefs, and unless you can, prove me otherwise, which hey, I'm open to suggesting, but prove it to me. This is how I'm thinking, or this is what I believe the situation is. You don't have to listen to me, but I'm not, because you say something in the chat, and no, I'm not trying to offend anybody that's here. Don't get me wrong, okay? But just because you say something in the chat, you're not running my channel, you know, because you get mad at somebody else in the chat, just because like you're participating in an argument in the chat. That I'm like, a lot of times there's conversations going on in the chat that has nothing to do with what I'm even talking about while I'm live. I've seen shows where they don't even pay attention to the chat at all. I choose to interact with, the viewers here. I choose that, but I'll generally do it in the middle or in between topics or after I'm done talking about whatever the topic is.
Yeah.
And these people have freaked out, and some of them have flipped. Stormkiller is a flipper.
Well,
right?
but go ahead. No, I want to.
No. I'm just trying to explain. They get mad, and then the next thing you know, they're on an opposing side, and it's like, well, hold on a second. Are you mad at me, or do you actually believe the germ bullshit? Because the guy's still a liar, whether you like me or not. The guy's still a fucking liar. Why do you act like you're against him when you're in my chat, and then because you got mad at me, all of a sudden you're for him? What?
Well, here's the thing.
What kind of person are you?
Well,
and that goes for two fucking mods that I had as well.
But you know what? This is the difference between friendships and a cult. Okay, friendships, in a community, a healthy community, everybody should be able to state their opinion, whether or not you agree with it or you don't. You respectfully disagree, and you're still friends. You still care about the person. They're still part of your community. They might say something like, Lisa, maybe I don't agree or whatever, right? But the problem is everybody that seeks, and I will say that seeks acceptance in companionship in the Hales crowd, they do not get to have autonomy. They don't get to be themselves. It's like the only way you can be a part of this group is if you think like this. And realistically, I think when one of your audience members said this, it really resonated to me. I think these people that are these minions that refuse to see the truth, they don't care about the truth. All they care about is being accepted because they feel like loners. And
I don't think that, look, you don't have to like me or agree with me or anything like that.
Yeah.
You may be on the same side as me, but you may not like how I say something or my approach to it. Or look, I'm a blunt New Yorker, and I'll just say it like it is. I really don't hold back. I'm pretty open about everything. And, people sometimes don't like that, or I'll call something or somebody out. I don't care. People aren't like that. They'll step back, but they might agree with the cause, So that's why they're still listening. It doesn't mean that they agree with everything I say or anything like that, Like, for instance, okay, there's a channel. It's not necessarily new, but there's someone who has seen the light. I'm not going to mention names, but some of you may know what I'm talking about. And I talked about, it doesn't mean that they agree with me in what I'm saying, but they've seen the lies. They're starting to see more of them. so their eyes are more open than they were, and they're stating it. They're actually admitting it. But it doesn't mean that, oh, they're my bestie now. It doesn't mean, like, I was never friends with this one person, and it's like, and that's fine. I know all about forgiveness. Look, me and this one person went tit for tat, and that's fine. And, it's okay now. It's okay with me. But,
Go ahead.
no, I'm just trying to say they don't have to agree with me. I'm not expecting anybody to agree. And if you're in my chat, it doesn't mean that everybody agrees with me. It doesn't mean if you disagree with me that you're going to get blocked. If you come in the chat and you start shit with people or you're fighting with my viewers, you're going to get blocked.
No, because that's disrespectful. And
yeah,
the thing is the way that Jeremy conducts his community. Let's talk about now that I really realize that people, it's innately in us, guys. It's innately in us. And they say the longest living people are people that are a part of communities. It's innately in us to want to be a part of something, to want to be a part of a community of some sort, right? Mm-hmm. The difference between your community, Lisa, and Jeremy's community is that if you do not think like Jeremy and you do not back up Jeremy, he will attack you. He will retaliate against you. I had a friend. Okay, I have a friend who has been a part of the Hales thing. I met her on this journey. Lisa, you know who I'm talking about. I met her on this journey, and she used to be a huge Hales supporter. And after time, she started to see the truth, and she decided that she doesn't want to support him anymore. And so she goes onto Facebook, and she basically negates all the stuff that's being stated about him. Well, out of nowhere now he's targeting her, and he's coming after her in a very way. He's not going to find out who she is. He will never find out who she is, but he's scaring her and he's trying to threaten her. And that's what he does, is basically, if you publish anything against him that disagrees with him, you call him out. He's a classic abuser. If it
boggles my mind. This guy's got 750,000 subscribers. If it's real,
no, but these are people that
and
want.
It's like, why are you paying attention to Facebook? Why are you paying attention to any of this shit?
What happens
Your
is
brain should be so focused on moving forward.
Yes, but what happens is when somebody starts to take note of somebody who disagrees. Well, first of all, he always blames it on me. He says it's me. It's not me. But I already know who the person is. It's not me.
Yeah, me too.
But then what ends up happening is he will start targeting that person. He even went live on that person's screen name and threatened that person. And all the person did was disagree with his followers. And that is a cult. Do you understand? That is a control cult. Yeah. Because what happens is you don't get freedom to be who you truly are. You don't get autonomy to think maybe what you want to think. And what I would imagine is a lot of his supporters that support him maybe came from very controlling households where they never had autonomy. So all they know is control. All they know is control. And they want so bad to be, they're older now. They're over 50, up to, 75. And they want so bad because they're retired now. They're not working. They want the socialization. They want to feel part of the community. And so they latch on to his community. But the problem is he's the leader of that community. And as the leader of that community, you will not get autonomy. You will not get a voice. You either
he's the voice.
You either agree with him wholeheartedly, you will be accepted into his community, or you'll be an outcast should you disagree with him. And that's the sad
what
part.
People say with comments, like the comments, like whether I always approve them because some of them are nasty. So I'm not just going to let them automatically appear and wait till I go check it one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I put it on an approval method. There's reasons why that even exists, right? So I approve all messages. And so like there'll be comments sometimes, oh, I'm sure you're not going to approve this, blah, blah, blah. But they're so nasty. It's like, yeah, of course I'm not going to approve it. You're a nasty ass. But you called me a cunt. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to approve that shit on my channel.
No. No.
you say something that might be on an opposite side, I'll post it. But don't sit there and
That's what
curse people out, because I'm not going to allow that to go on. You
no,
know?
but that's what your community has to offer that's different from his community. Because
Yeah. He blocks anybody who's in disagreement with him.
But you will let people authentically be them as long as it's respectful. Okay.
As long as it's respectful, I'll put a comment through. But if you're attacking anybody that is a viewer of my channel, supporter of my channel, whatever it is, and you're stating that in your comment, yeah, no.
No, these people clearly had a flawed upbringing that follow him.
Yeah.
Being controlled. There used to be almost being borderline abuse. And then what happens is they get
You're
a little
going in and out, honey. I don't know if you're moving.
so they get a little freedom. They get a little freedom. And what do? They
we lost her. Yeah, but she's right. They get freedom, and they they like having their say, which is great. But you're following God. To me, he is a cult leader. That's what it appears to be. There you go, Leslie. Hello.
Hey, no. What I was saying is his followers. I believe, and I believe if you took a survey or if you ever got to the root of his followers, their parents were probably extremely abusive and controlling. They're comfortable in that environment. Do you understand? They are comfortable with being controlled. And what has happened is that
you're right, Jody.
when they get a little bit of freedom, they come over to Lisa's channel. They want to empower themselves, and they be the abuser. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They're trying to get my attention if I talk about them. Ooh.
but that I believe is what's really going on. I think that the normal person that listens to Hales is somebody who is extremely oppressed as a child, possible daddy issues where daddy abused them, talked down to them, whatever it was. And, because his demographic is older women, they're over the age of 50 to like 75. Right. And that was a different generation back then. There was, we were that was, we're talking about before baby boomers and baby boomers, but the whole point is that somebody that be attracted to wanting to join a community.
Well, Generation X don't stand for that shit. I can tell you that right now.
No, but people that are attracted to that sort of community, where they're basically controlled, they're retaliated against should they think differently. You almost got to feel sorry for his supporters, because they clearly have issues. It's like they can come over to your platform, be a part of your community. They can disagree. You accept it. You're okay with that, as long as they're respectful. If they come in flailing and abusing, you're gonna cut them out. But I think a lot of the people that come over flailing and abusing, that's the only time they've ever had a voice in their life. Because if it's not coming onto your channel and abusing everybody, because it's almost like a teenager who finally rebels and has freedom. It's like
it's also like he's teaching them how to do it.
Yeah.
They
don't have a mind of their own. And that's the difference. You have an audience that has a mind of your own, of their own. That's why they came in the first place, because they were like, these things aren't really adding up to me. I want to hear a different stance, but like I said, you know what I'm saying? But like with his audience, his like faithful supporters, I would almost bet on life they came from extremely abusive households where the dad oppressed them. You know what I'm saying? Where they never had a voice, they never had autonomy, they were controlled. And so what do they do in their elder years? They go to what's comfortable.
Yeah. Well, Lee, that's what it looks like, and that's how he treats people,
Yeah.
And from the messages we've seen of the people he's argued with, including George, he's very controlling. Yeah. And who he goes up against the most is the people that'll fight him back.
Well, you want to hear what I did?
Women, and that one of them is me. Michelle's another one. And so are you. You came back too. With
Well,
you know, like
you know,
it's these women that have very strong minds and catch him in his shit.
yeah.
You know.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was when I was playing him, you guys are gonna laugh.
Mostly women.
I have this AI program called Hyperite, and so
Yeah.
what I did is before I started playing him, because obviously all our communication was written, right? We
Right.
The only time we ever verbally spoke was when I met him at the storage unit, but prior to that, it was all written communication. So I profiled him before I engaged with him. I went ahead and set up Hyperite, and I profiled him. I put in his characteristics, AI basically, and it was the same kind of AI profiling, Lisa, that I think your AI program did. He was, a narcissist according to AI, actually a sociopath,
Right.
and so what I did was every time he would send me a text, I
Yeah,
would
guys, this is how she played him. Listen.
I played him every time he'd send me a text. I would take his text, I would put it into AI, and I would say, "Tell me how to respond to this person that is already profiled as a narcissist." Okay,
Right.
tell me how to respond that would turn him on. Tell me
Yeah.
how to respond.
And this is that's why when he shows you these emails or messages and it
No, it
has
was all AI. The whole
emojis,
thing was
it was
AI.
the whole thing was AI.
I actually asked, I said, "Tell me how to respond to turn him on. Tell me
Yeah.
how to respond to gain his trust."
Yeah, and then you had to kind of go against
Yeah,
Michael
and it was
and
like,
say
and
your
then
husband was annoying you and
yeah,
shit.
and
Yeah.
even with pictures, I would say, "What type of pose should I
Right.
position myself in?" And AI would actually dictate to me, "Show your neck, put your hand on your shoulder, whatever." He told me his absolute favorite color was red. He really reacted when I wore a red wig. So I would make these pictures of myself sitting on a chair where my neck was shown. I had a red wig on, and I had my hand almost clenched around my throat as if I was being dominated. But I wasn't naked. I was in, like, like sexy clothes, but not naked. And
Right.
so I would
Right,
send them.
Lori? Right. So actually, Leslie, who was the master?
I was. Well, actually, AI was, but so AI coached me on exactly how to get him to let his guard down, the whole thing. And my
Yeah.
whole approach was, I knew he was a fraud, I knew he was a fake, I knew he was a liar. And I said to myself, if he falls for this, his relationship with George is out the door, and he's going to expose himself. It's going to be gone. He's going to
Yeah.
expose himself, and he's going to, and I'm going to find out how he truly thinks of everybody. I'm going to, like, he was a work in progress. I never got until the end where I really wanted to be, because I actually had other intentions of getting even more evidence,
Yeah.
I got far enough, and I got enough evidence. You know what I'm saying? But I knew how to.
Lots of evidence for me, that's for sure.
Well, I also, you guys got to understand, I grew up as an actress. Like, I was on the Disney Channel. I did, like, I grew up taking acting classes. So, like,
Right.
when I met with him at the storage unit, I knew how to act as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, how
Well,
to.
here's another question that people did have. Like, we know the allegations that are there, and what people don't understand is how you kept helping him
Okay,
after that loading.
okay, I'll tell you, because I thought about the same thing too. Trust me, I did.
Mhm.
Lisa, if you recall, you guys got to understand. You got to know my history to understand this. I had I've been sexually abused my whole life. Okay, in different capacities. From a baby, I had two babysitters that did it to me. When I was 16, I was almost raped from a 40-year-old man on a cruise ship. And so, to me, I was desensitized at a really young age of knowing what was respect and what was not respect. Okay. So it was very, very hard for me. Like, when the sexual assault happened, my body reacted, because what ended up happening is I continued to help him move all his shit. But then at one point I started crying. I started
Right.
crying, and I hadn't processed it at this point. I hadn't realized, why am I crying right now, right?
Right.
I couldn't figure out why I was crying, but I started crying and I was crying to him. And but I continued to help him even after he grabbed me in all those places. And then I was so desensitized because it had happened my whole life. Do you understand? Like I had been battered my whole life sexually. So to me, this was a normal thing, but it wasn't right. It's not right. Okay. And it had been a long time since that had happened to me because
Is
when I,
that what made you decide, a little later to press the charges?
Lisa, do you remember my conversation with you when I told you what happened to me and I didn't even say anything and you go, Leslie, you were sexually battered. Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
You pointed it out to me.
Yeah.
I told you what happened to me. I couldn't process because I had always been used to being treated like shit. Um so to me that was just normalcy for me. Do you
Yeah.
understand? Because that's how I'd always been treated. I'd always
Mhm.
been battered by various people. So it was hard. Like it's not like had I grown up like in an angelic situation where I was completely protected and nothing ever happened, could I have
You would have gotten that from the second it
I would
happened.
absolutely have recognized it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But it took me a long time to realize what happened to me. And it was actually talking to you, Lisa, because I think I nonchalantly told you what happened, but I
Yeah.
hadn't really I knew I cried. Like that was the weird thing. I cried and I couldn't understand why I cried. And I hadn't even realized why I cried. You know what I mean? Like I'm crying
Yeah.
and I'm not understanding why I'm crying. Um, and then I ended up telling you what happened, and you go, Leslie, do you understand that he battered you? And then I had to sit back for a second, and then that's when I processed it
Yeah.
because I was like, oh shit, he did batter me. He really did batter me.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Because I was so used to just being treated like that I've been treated like that my whole life. Do you understand? So to me, but does that mean it's right? Does that mean just because I was treated like that my whole life that it makes it right for him to do what he did? No.
No.
And I hadn't been battered in a long ass time. Like when I say I was battered, this was back like in my teens and like my when I was a little girl, like at 5 and all these things. So like and I had been in relationships and none of my significant others have ever they didn't disrespect me after that. So
Yeah.
it kind of like it was weird. It was like I just didn't expect it, but at the same point I didn't process it like a normal person would process it. I didn't react like a normal person would react because to me, this was normal. And then it wasn't until, but you gotta understand, it was normal, but it was normal not in my adult years. It was normal in my childhood. So I didn't react like a normal person would react to it. But
Yeah.
then when Lisa and I spoke, and she was like, Leslie, you know that you were battered. You remember this, right? Do you remember this?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I was battered. I was battered because I didn't give him
Because I
sympathy.
asked you, I'm like, well, how did that happen?
Yeah.
And what did you do? And I'm like, are you kidding me right now? I'm like, Leslie, that's not okay.
No, I had been
I
in
don't care what you guys talked about.
you
This is not okay.
and then it's like, and here's another thing, Lisa, and you know this about me too. It's like the whole concept of nudity. And people can say, oh, you're a whore, you're a slut, but like you have to know where I came from, and you have to know that like I was desensitized. I was very desensitized to a lot of that too. So it's like I heard you the other night, Lisa, you're like, oh, Leslie's a little more open. It's not really about being open. It's about just being what my
Well,
life.
without telling everybody, that's how I phrased it.
Yeah.
To
It's
be a
like
little more open.
I'm like I said, I'm honest to almost like a flaw.
Yeah.
And it
Oh,
doesn't mean I'm a slut. Like I have not no, I have not slept with a lot of people at all. Like so you guys know, like I was very, very I didn't lose my virginity till I was 19. I
Yeah.
was almost raped at 16, but I didn't lose my virginity till I was 19. And then once I lost my virginity, the people that I was with for years. You know what I mean? I wasn't going around like hooking up. I didn't believe in one night stands. I didn't do all that stuff. I was very conservative, but for some reason, I was very liberal when it came to my body being naked. And I this is through therapy that I need to understand, like more in therapy, I need to understand about myself. But like me being naked didn't really bother me.
Well, you kind of grew up in a family that was like that. So,
Yeah. So it
yeah.
didn't bother me. So it was like for me to like kind of send pictures, it wasn't really a big deal to me. Like it wasn't like, oh my God. Like to most people it would have been, but like for me, like it just wasn't. And I don't know why. And I know that's abnormal. Listen, I know that's abnormal. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I totally know that's abnormal. But like that was just my life.
Yeah.
And so like it's so funny because I raised my kids total opposite. My kids will not change in front of each other. They are so modest. It's like if my son is in the bathroom, the door's locked and I can't even walk in to get a towel. So it's like my kids will not have the same experience on this earth that I did.
Right.
So and I'm glad and I'm proud of that. That like I've raised them to like respect their bodies. I've raised them, to make sure that is their territory, nobody else's.
Right. Right.
But for some reason with me, it's like I didn't have that respect for myself, and a lot of it had to do with what I dealt with in certain circumstances in my life.
Right.
So it was like I hope you guys can understand. It's when you grow up as a kid and you have been violated, and this is like from babysitters or it could be anybody, right? It was like this 40-year-old man on a cruise ship when I was 16. When you've been violated like that, you it's not as much of a shock when it happens to you 20 years later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like kind of like you almost go back into like you revert back to childhood. Oh, that's comfortable because that happened to me in childhood. Um,
Right. Right.
that's what I've been made it a goal like with my kids that they will never ever feel like that. Like I'm like I said to the complete opposite. But it's like I have to I have to figure out why I'm like that. But
Yeah.
I did not process it, Lisa, right away. It took me a while, and I was scared to death. Like, 30. Like, I think I waited like 30 days to finally say something to the police.
Almost literally, like to the day.
It was really hard. I was surrounded by 3 police officers, and they were interrogating me when I was reporting it. And then
Yeah.
I broke down in tears because I did tell them that we were talking in the sexual context. Like we were talking and sharing I shared photos and all this. But then I had to keep telling myself, well, just because I flirted or I shared a photo doesn't give him the right
Right.
to
Yeah.
violate me. And then these police officers who were men, weren't initially taking it seriously. You know what I'm saying? It was like, oh, well,
Yeah.
you were flirting with him, and then I started crying, and I was like, don't you understand? Like, I should be able, if I want to flirt with somebody, I have the choice to flirt. If I want to send even a picture, I have the choice to do that. But when it comes to somebody placing their hands on my body, that I should consent to. So I mean, but by that rationale, just because I flirted and I showed a picture, should I be raped? Should I be? You know what I'm saying? It's like then it goes to the whole feministic man bullshit, where a man thinks, oh, you wore that outfit, that was really sexy, therefore I raped you. You know what I'm saying? That's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, no, no. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
you actually, Lisa, helped me see the light in that situation, and that's why it took me so long to report it.
Well.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense because I was just like, what the hell? Like,
Well, you were like, you stopped when I told you what happened. You were
yeah.
like, you understand he just sexually assaulted you?
Yeah.
And stupid, I have to say, stupid me didn't initially like react because I was so desensitized to that.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta understand, I was almost raped at 16. So it's like I was lured into a room in a cruise ship where a guy that was in his 40s tried to rape me. And the only reason that I wasn't raped was that 2 girls followed and they got me out of the hotel room. But I was treated incredibly disrespectfully. I was called incredibly disrespectful names, and I was a little girl. I was 16, and you know, I just thought that's how life was at that point. Like I didn't like I can't explain it. It's really weird, and it's weird because like I said, I didn't lose my actual virginity till I was 19, but I was subjected to, you know what I'm saying, to a lot of things I should not have been subjected to.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and no, I'm not a whore. Like I had a whole video where he called me nothing but a hoe. No, I'm not a hoe. I don't sleep around. You know, I never was into one night stands. I just, for some reason, I didn't respect my privacy of my body. You know, and that's an issue, obviously, that I have. That something that I need to understand. You know, because I deserve respect, and I should be concerned about
You're
that.
right, Terry. Even ladies of the evening can be, assaulted. You know,
Who's ladies of the evening?
well, that's something that they call people that are like prostitutes and stuff.
Yeah.
Escort
It's
sometimes.
not
You know.
fair. Like there, like I, like you know, everybody's a human being, and a lot of the women that do prostitute themselves, I don't think they want to. Some of them do it to survive, and they're still human beings, and they still, you know, it's like I don't think a lot of them want to be in those positions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there's a difference. It's like there was like that's what I couldn't understand. Like that was the hardest thing for me to process. Like why? Like after he grabbed me, it didn't happen right away. It was like maybe 30 minutes later. I
Uh,
think it was after he showed me his dick pic because I felt like a complete whore at that point. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like when he showed me the dick pic and then he patted the ground and told me to come sit next to him, and he literally treated me like a whore. And that's when I started to process it and I started to cry.
Yeah. He told you he was gonna come down once a week or something for a
Yeah,
month or every other month. Yeah.
he wanted to sleep with me, and then he told me that that my pictures, you know, he masturbated to, and how, you know, excited it made him. And it was
But he remember you said like he told you like we're not gonna have sex today, but
yeah, that's what he,
I was like, oh my god,
no, he said he was on.
controlling the narrative.
Well, he showed me the mattress. He referred to the mattress, and he referred
Yeah.
to basically implied that, like, hey, if we want to have sex, we can do it in the storage units because look, I have a mattress here, right? But then
Yeah.
he was on a time crunch because he snuck away from George, and so
Right.
he couldn't spend the time that he wanted to spend. But he made it known that within a couple of days, I mean, it wasn't even a week, it was a couple of days, he was going to be traveling back to Orlando.
Right. Which he did, but ironically, she was with him.
Yeah. But you know what happened too was like you know, I just I couldn't stop crying. And that was the hard part. I kept crying. Like, and I didn't at that time really understand why I was crying. And then I felt like, I'll be honest, I'll tell you how I felt and how I processed this. Like after the incident, we continued to text. And I felt I felt very inferior to him, and I felt very vulnerable to him. Um,
Right.
and I think it's because he sexually assaulted me, and it was kind of like an abuse type of thing, like a dominance type of thing. I don't really know, but I remember feeling very vulnerable. And it was really weird. Like he started getting into my head, which I thought I was playing him, but then after the sexual assault, he got into my head. And then I had to get him out of my head. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
he, you know, and then he abused me at the very end. That's when he told me I needed to repent, and he like
Oh my
literally,
god,
remember that, Lisa?
that text, I was like, are you kidding me right now?
Well, what happened? You guys got to remember the whole time I was playing him as a submissive because I knew he was a narcissistic control freak. So the
Right.
whole time I had power before he touched me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
had power. Like when I maintained my distance from him just through text messages, where I only had to send photos of myself, I had power at that point because he had not violated or invaded my body. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? But then after he invaded my body, it was a really weird dynamic. It was like I felt like I was almost like I guess a victim in a sense where I became incredibly submissive. And I just wasn't doing well. And I don't know what the hell happened to me. And
Yeah.
then he took that as an advantage. I think at that point he thought like he knew that I was weak. He knew that I was weak, and he knew I cried in front of him and everything. So I clearly showed my vulnerable side. And that's when he started to even like impose more abuse on me, where he was telling me I needed to repent. I mean, he was literally demanding that I
Yeah,
repent.
I remember
You remember that? Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. And so
I was
it
like,
was
holy shit.
what?
I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, it was really actually abusive what he said to me. Remember all of that?
Yeah.
Um, and so at that point, then what happened was I
You
kind of
need to get
waited.
down on your knees. Did he say that?
Yeah, like I need to get down on my knees. I need to repent. I need like basically like he wanted to abuse me for a sexual. I felt like it was a sexual fetish to abuse me, and
Yeah.
then what happened was I got scared because now I was wrapped so deep in this situation that I was afraid of what he was going to do to me if I pulled out. So then what I started to do is I was like I had to be there. Like if he texts me, I was like I have to answer because if I don't answer, he's not going to trust me. He's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like I got pulled into his spider web at that point, Lisa. And
Yeah.
and then I'm trying to think how it all like kind of materialized. Then I kind of watched, and then I remember I was going on lives, and I said, "Look, Michael," I go, "He's not talking about me anymore. He's not talking about me." And that
Yeah.
was my goal. I just wanted him to leave me alone, and that was really my goal too. Aside from like getting information, I really wanted him to leave me alone, and I felt like if he liked me as a person, maybe he'd leave me alone and stop attacking me on his lives, you know.
Yeah.
And
And
so
then you're trying to be all nice and stuff like, look, I wasn't trying to hurt you, or
well,
I
then
wasn't.
what happened was I was talking. I started bringing you in, and I was telling you everything, and
Yeah.
I said something that he didn't trust, and then he started getting on me. This isn't one of the emails I sent you. He started getting on me at that point, and he was like, "You're lying to me. You're lying to me." And then
Yeah.
I was like trying to backtrack. No, I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. You know, and then I started getting semi scared because I knew if this guy hates me, what he's going to do to me. Do you understand? Like if he
Yeah.
hates me or he thinks I'm lying to him, he's going to make my life a living fucking hell. And
Right.
so that's kind of then it just got so bad. He was accusing me of lying, you know, talking to you. Then he was telling me to repent. He was calling me a liar. He told me my life was falling apart. I mean, those are abuse. Those last emails were very abusive. And then finally I just said I'm walking away. Michael interceded at this point because I think Michael kind of picked up on what was going on. He
Yeah.
interceded, and so then I just cut ties with him. Then he continued to email me really threatening emails, and I was not even messaging him at this point. And he was like, "Do not use my image. Do not do this." And then he went as rude as can be on his live, talking all this shit about me, and then within a week, he went to all his neighboring channels, calling me a hoe, threatening to disseminate my naked pictures. And then that's when I contacted the police because I was so scared because he was literally publishing everything, like all of our text messages. And this, even the ones that like I was playing him, he was publishing, but it didn't look good, you know, to the audience because they would have believed, you know, whatever. And so
Uh-huh.
then I literally drove 2 hours north to Levy County. I filed a police report.
Yep, she did.
I
She
did.
most
I have the
certainly
case.
did. She drove
It's
to Lee
actually
County, went to the sheriff's department.
it's actually cited in the school police records. It says it. They cite the case number.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so then
And you know
I
what
had to
was
go,
amazing? When Leslie, tell them what happened when you were there.
oh, so then I go to Levy County Police Department, and and it was so weird because I had to meet with two detectives and they met with me in like the waiting room, right? They didn't
Yeah.
take me back into an office. So I'm
Yeah.
sitting there telling them what happened to me. I'm telling them that he's going around like Mr. Coop and he's like saying that he's going to disseminate these filthy pictures of me and how I'm such a filthy person. I'm such a whore, you know, because he's a complete fucking abuser. And
Yeah.
telling them the whole story. And all of a sudden, there's a guy standing at the check-in, and he turns around with a southern accent. He goes, "Are you talking about Jeremy Hales?" And I was like, "Oh my god, how does this fucking guy know this guy?" So I pretend, I continue on with the detectives. I give them my story. Then I'm leaving, and the guy that said that is still in the waiting room. And so I signaled him. I said, "Will you come outside for a second?" Because I was really concerned that he knew Jeremy Hales. I was like, "What the fuck does he know about this guy? How does he fucking know this guy? Like, what the hell?" And
Right.
he goes, "My name is Mike." And he goes, "That man ruined my fucking life. He called me an arson."
Yeah.
And he's like, basically he wanted to freaking, he said, "If I had a shotgun, I'd freaking, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, shit," like,
Well,
yeah.
well, that turns out to be one of the first people he attacked in Otter Creek.
Yeah. And he told me, he said it ruined his marriage. He said
Yeah.
that Jeremy called him an arson. He said he still wasn't over it. That it ruined his life. It ruined his
Yeah.
marriage.
Yeah.
The whole thing. And I thought that was so ironic that he walked in when I'm sitting here reporting to the detectives. But like
Yeah.
I said, that police report's case number is cited in the school police records. Like
Yeah.
the
See,
police.
I don't think that anybody ever knew that you went to Levy County.
Oh no, I went there. I reported that. I did a lot of things behind closed doors,
Yeah.
but I did not want people to know because he was under investigation. Do you
Yeah.
understand? So like I couldn't come on your show and say, "Oh, by the way, I have a freaking pending case in Levy County." Pending
Now,
case.
guys, so you have to remember, I know a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I know what Leslie's been going through. I know a lot of what the neighbors have gone through because I met with all of them.
Yeah.
I know a lot.
Yeah.
So and like the Megan will sit there and Megan will like, or Tug, whatever. Oh, she did this, but now she's calling on him. It's like, no, what happened was I've been dealing with this asshole for 2 years now.
Yeah.
Okay. I've dealt with his harassing, his bullshit with me, the lies, the fucking, all
Yeah.
the defamation and stuff. And now he's sitting here showing that he's in the villages a mile away from my
Oh
house.
yeah.
I know where the bridge is.
Going there and
And you're
like
putting my picture up there and you're saying it's going down here today
Yeah.
in the village. It's going down.
yeah.
That's when I picked up the phone and I said, I want an officer to come here, but I don't want their body cam on because I don't want to be recorded and shown on live. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they said, if you ask them to turn off the body cam, they will. But the one
Yeah.
who showed up would not. So I was like, all right, well, never mind then. So I called back up and I said, and I did not call 911. I
Yeah.
have a direct line to the sheriff. It's a non-emergency number. Everybody can
Yeah.
have that direct line. Okay. So that's the number I called. I called back and I said, look, I said, somebody was just here. I actually need to speak. How can I report someone without being on a body cam footage? Because
Yeah.
they're just going to try and use that shit against me.
Yeah.
So, and they're making a big deal out of it. I'm like, no, you're just pissed off that you don't have the body cam footage. That's what you're making a big deal out of. And I purposely did it that way. So you didn't have something or you didn't have your content,
Yeah.
So they put me on the phone with an officer who I ended up going to two, to be honest with you. I don't know if they have the entire call, but I ended up going to two and I started explaining what was going on and what happened. And they said to me, that's cyber harassment. I said, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
So eventually, I got there's detectives on the case. And there's everything. Everybody he's harassed, I sent them fucking everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Thank God you did, Lisa. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he
On
needs
everybody. Because I said there's 3 counties that have investigations on this fucking guy. I said, and it's not just him, And I said, I brought up the FOIA requests, right? I
Yeah.
said, I've researched this. I know exactly who got them. It's his employee who got them. And
Yeah.
they didn't even use it on his channel. They gave it to somebody else and they threatened to give it to somebody else before they even had it. Because when he threatened to use it, I called them the next day and I said, was there a request for FOIA addresses, my address or my name or my husband's name for 5 years? And I was told yes.
Yeah.
I said, really? I said, I want to know who made that request.
Yeah.
And how many people
How
have.
is Deanna? Like, Deanna made that request?
Deanna made that request. She says it's the same person who requested it last time. Because when they requested it the time before, I guess they only asked for a certain period of time.
Yeah.
And the only thing they got was when Topher, Tori's grandson, had actually left and didn't come back. And the only reason why my address was on there was because that was the last known address they seen him at, right?
Yeah.
And then she didn't use it. Jeremy didn't use it. They gave it to Megan, and Megan used it.
Well, yeah,
Right?
they'll
So
share.
in Megan using it, she docs my address, docs Tori's name, her daughter's name, their phone numbers, all of it.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, it's not my problem. The police is supposed to, retract that." No, bitch, go by YouTube guidelines.
You're not
supposed
You're
to.
not
You're
supposed
responsible.
to request for
Yeah.
harassment, and it's clearly harassment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
And,
then they went back, and then Jeremy had Deanna, and he bragged about it. He said that he requested him, but we found out who it was, and it was Deanna, her email, her channel, her name. Deanna paid for it with a check. Like we know everything, and so it's like, okay, so Megan hasn't requested anything. Shara did, but Megan hasn't, Tug hasn't, Deanna did, okay, and Shara didn't request that shit, okay. Shara actually caused an issue, okay, but there's an investigation going on, and Shara just doesn't seem to learn that when an investigation is going on, you're not going to get shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they're still investigating it. So, and so we found out who did it, who we showed them exactly where and who played these videos. So there was malicious intent there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And even though, like, not only that, when you're watching the body cam footage and what the reason the cops were even at my house for was because I was a witness, right? They're not there because something happened to me. I mean, I did tell them, well, he does shit to me all the time, but I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That's kind of my attitude about it. But, it's the fact that he's done this to her, and I was defending her because, she's very, sweet. She doesn't want anybody to be hurt. She doesn't want anybody to get in trouble. She doesn't want to, you know what I mean? And it's like, I was helping her stand up for herself, and she wanted me to be there. That's why she was at my house. That's why they came to my house and didn't go to hers, because she only lives 3 houses away on the other side of the street. So that's what was going on, and Megan didn't give 2 shits about the domestic violence thing. Didn't give 2 shits about it. She was just using it to attack me, and she said so. So this isn't about her. This is about Felisa. Then they tried to defend the guy who's clearly on cam and on something, foaming at the mouth, flapping his gums, smacking his lips, clearly on something, and believing what he says. Next thing you know, my husband has a sugar daddy and is gay now, and all kinds of shit that's gone on. This is what they did. They did this for malicious intent. This is not public concern. Nobody else that's watching these things tends to live in the villages, technically, unless they're not saying so. I mean, he's got one that lives in Lady Lake that works for him, and you got another that lives on the other side, which technically isn't the villages, but it's right on the borderline, and she's like showing her conceal and carry permits, and I'm like, really? So you're threatening me all around here? Now you're showing up at my fucking house? You're damn right. I am going to file a police report against you. And I was asked, do you want to prosecute? I said, yes. I want Jeremy Hales, Martha Risk, and Deanna West prosecuted for this harassment. Absolutely. And after that, Jeremy left. Martha left like a week or so later, maybe a couple days later, actually. And Martha's been gone ever since. As soon as they got that call to the sheriff and heard what I had to say, they're like, oh my God, she's playing victim. Fuck you. I ain't playing victim. I am a victim. I've been a victim of yours since the second I debunked your ass. You've lied, defamed, all the shit about me this whole fucking time. I don't care what your little minions say. I don't care what your stupid ass people who don't even know you from scratch. We've been part of this fucking channel for so long. Okay. And you got these new people walking in and literally like playing his narrative. They don't know shit. They know nothing. Nothing. This whole debunking stuff is gone on so long for, oh my God, and I get it. You don't like someone's debunking you and proving you to be a liar. Then you know what you do? Start telling the fucking truth. And he never has. He's just gone after each and every one. And in my mind, you got 750,000 subscribers. What the fuck do you care about a channel that has like 3,500 or 3,800 or the Book of Faces people? What do you care? Keep moving on. You want that plaque so badly, that million, subscriber plaque. You want to be like Mr. Big, which you never will be. But hey, you could try. Then what the fuck are you doing with this little shit? Because this little shit is now turned into harassment, bullying, and oh my God, like all this crazy crimes, actual crimes that you're now going to be held accountable for. He thinks he's not, but he is. He's absolutely going to be. And when it comes down, it's not going to be just about one person. It's going to be about several. So, and one by one, they're all going to go down with them. That's what's going on. There's an investigation going on with all of them, but the three main people is what's involved.
Yeah.
Screwed
up, Lisa.
What?
I said it's screwed up. Like the whole.
It's very screwed up. Very screwed up. But this is what I'm saying. Like, look how many people involved. We cannot let this continue. We have to stop him legally. We have to show the courts and the lies. Show the courts and the authorities.
At this point, this man has ruined my ability to start a new career. I mean, what he has done to me has ruined my ability to teach. All the shit that he's published, Megan's published.
You're not listening. God.
I can't move on without getting a lawyer and suing the shit out of them. They won't leave me alone. I've tried for a year. It's not going to stop. I'm going to have to sue them. And I'm getting an attorney, so they have to pay attorney fees. I'm done with this shit. Do you understand? Yeah. Like, I've had it. I've absolutely had it,
yeah. Same here, man. I'm done.
And trust me, I wanted just to peacefully leave the scene. They wouldn't let me. They would not let me. And then they want to make fun of me for faking an obituary. Well, guess what? I was so desperate for these people to leave me alone, considering I had never met them in real life. I felt what a better plan than to fake an obituary. Then they'll think I died and then they'll leave me the fuck alone. Didn't happen. Instead, that backfired and they used that against me. But I mean, I think anybody in my shoes at that point would have wanted to appear dead to them. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah.
So, but anyways, girl, I got to go to bed. I got to get up.
I know. It's freaking it's 2:45.
I know. It's late. It's late, girl. It's late.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out with us and supporting the channel. And I hope you got, enough info that maybe you haven't heard before. And, I just want to thank you guys. Believe it or not, if we could help just one person, that's great. And you know what? Believe it or not, you help us too. You keep us stronger. You keep me stronger, and I just want to thank you all. Thank you all so much. And trust me, guys, we are keeping it going. We are not giving up. We are not going to stop. We are going to do everything we can to hold them accountable. And it's been crazy. It's been a ride, and I'm sure there's another long ride ahead. But that's fine. I'm gonna make sure that I'm in it, and I'm here for the fight. So, thank you all for being here and supporting. And Robbie's live tomorrow at 5:30. Get swamped. Whoop, whoop. And I will be back. I'm not sure I'll be back on tomorrow night. Maybe I will after Robbie. But I will definitely be back on Thursday at 10 o'clock. So thank you all so much. And I hope you have a great rest of your week if I don't see you. Thank you, Leslie, for coming on and telling your truth. Have a great night, everybody. Leslie, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you guys. It was great chatting with everybody. And hope everybody has a great week.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Bye-bye. Toodaloo.